they say I have a grim sense of humor.
제가 지금까지 좀 폰 선수한테 좀 안 좋다는 그런 게 있어서 사람들이 그렇게 좀 오해하는 게 있어서
예전 페이커 선수는 엄청 칭송받고 미드 넘버원이 확실했는데 지금은 넘버에 드나 그것도 모르겠네요. 이지훈 선수는 미드 순위에 드는 선수라고 생각하고 오늘 나올 대회는 꼭 이지훈 선수가 나왔으면 좋겠어요.
원석이는 옛날부터 보면은 더 약간 실력에 비해서 좀 더 조명을 받지 못했던 선수 같아요.
제가 더 뛰어나다는 것을 보여줄 수 있는 계기가 될 것 같아요.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational, coming to you live from Florida State University. Over the last 3 days, teams from around the world representing the finest players in their regions have been going head-to-head, and now only 2 remain. Today, SK Telecom T1 and Edward Gaming will do battle on Summoner's Rift, where one team will walk away with the title of MSI champions. Now, we're looking at the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center, where the fans are out in force and hyped for some matches today. And just a short time ago, SKT loading into the venue, led by FLICKR, Easy Hoon to follow. Big match against Edward Gaming. Here's Koro, Deft, Pawn, all talking shop as they load in as well. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and today is a very special day because not only do we get to watch 2 great teams compete, but we get to recognize all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. Now, manning the analyst desk alongside me, we have Oceania's Jake, Spawn, Tiberi, the Unicorns of Love, Fabian, Sheepy Milant, Alberto Crumbs, Rengifo, and the North American LCS's very own Aiden Zyrene Moon. Welcome back, boys, for day 4 of this event. It's gonna be fun. As we get set for the finals, let's take a look back and see how the action that got us here played out. After going 5-0 in the group stage, SKT found a worthy opponent in yesterday's semifinals, getting pushed to all 5 games versus Fnatic.
I think Fnatic should be super proud with the performance they put up here. They came into this knowing that they were this good, but the entire world had not seen it yet. Even after the game, they were all huddled around. They were super proud. It's a rookie squad coming into the first split, winning it, and coming into 3rd, 4th in MSI. I'm looking forward to see them play at Worlds.
Yeah, still much more improvement for that team to be had. Excited to see how they do in the future. Meanwhile, Edward Gaming had a much easier run, coming out strong versus AHQ Esports and closing the series out in just 3 games.
Yeah, and this is the Edward Gaming we have come to expect. They were dominant in a team fight meta and really dismantled AHQ. Game 1 relatively close, down to a very one-sided Game 3, and this team is just getting better as the tournament goes on. AHQ, on the other hand, they've proved a lot of doubters wrong. They've come in, burst back into international competition. People had questions about the LMS region, and I think they've done a good job to answer most of them.
Tournament's been full of surprises, to say the least. Now, as our finalists clinch their spots in today's best of 5, you guys in the Twitterverse were calling out the big plays. Our first comes courtesy of Christopher Eli from EDG versus AHQ Game 3. Holy, that Aurelia, though.
Hit up as well just at the end by Albus, and it looks like they throw him to safety. Oh! He may be able to take out Ann as well. Transcendent Blades wears off, or Transcendent Blades I should say, as they're on Ann.
Ann has been very far behind. Cora returns, just running straight from base. We're 12 minutes in. Triple kill, 5-0. I think we've all tried playing AD carry against a Fed Aurelia. It's not very fun.
Yeah, and this is the Koro Dash. I've heard so much about from Spawn. He just said, yeah, this top laner is probably the best in the world, and I hope he can repeat that today because his Aurelia performance was on point.
All right, well, up next from Fnatic against SKT T1 at Ed Plays Games Rights. Do you bleed? Do you bleed? Febivin, the God Killer.
So the visits into the jungle not as fruitful.
And there's the death mark coming in.
And will it be enough? The pop and the ignites! Febivin,
but that one
V1's Faker.
You can do.
Go, do it.
If he contests, then we kill him. He's dead, I think.
Really? He's reloaded,
Nice!
Nice! Nice! Woo!
I love how it's such a team-focused thing. Like, it's not that he's just doing this all in. He's letting his team know what he wants to do, and they're saying, go in, we got your back. Like, if they contest, we got you.
It was absolute flawless execution, too. If you watch that in slow motion, you never see his health bar hit the shadow. He immediately W-ulties. Perfect frames on that, misses the Azir ulti by snapping back. He knew his damage output there. That was great.
My favorite part of that whole clip is the I think from Fabiven at the end. He's like, everyone else is dead. Will FLICKR die as well? Turns out he did.
And he nailed it. And finally, we have one more epic skill shot, also from the Fnatic and SKT series. At Aravarth tweeted that Reign over Prey Seeker was done the same way a sniper shoots. Inhale, hold, exhale, half hold, headshot.
Here's Reign over Marin. Try and jet out of this one. Will be knocked up and hit with the smite.
Can he hit it?
Freaker! Yes, he can!
Great shot.
He's fine. Take cover, take cover.
I can kill him.
Nice! Nice!
That play right there makes me wonder if that was a film directed by Clint Eastwood.
Well, he is from Europe, so I'm not sure about that one. The action's not over, so keep sharing your favorite moments. Tweet at LOL Esports along with the hashtag MSI Big Plays. And because Friday's Fnatic versus SKT game provided MSI's first Baron steal, that triggered a mystery gift bonus in the store that doubles your chance to give someone an esports or legendary skin now through May 15th. That leaves us with today's best of 5 to determine the winner of the 2015 mid-season invitational between SK Telecom T1 and Edward Gaming. But before we get to that matchup, we have a special best of 1 show match in store for you between a few familiar faces from both sides of the professional League of Legends circuit. And that duel for the age is upon us now. Some rivalries are immune to the ravages of time, trumping all other grudges and rancor across history. One of these eternal battles is that of the caster versus the casted, the commentator versus the commentatee. Today, we hope to settle the score as 5 veteran shoutcasters square off against 5 pro players that have taken the stage here in Florida. For the final word between these two houses, we are turning to the only rivalry in the world of Runeterra which can hold a candle to the war between players and those who bring us the play-by-play. The Light of Demacia versus the Dark Hearts of Noxus. With this in mind, the casters will take to the Summoner's Rift and fight for pride and glory as the champions of Demacia, while the pro players summon the soldiers of Noxus to defend their honor.
So, right before the finals, the real match begins. It's going to be me and a bunch of other retired pros. We're going to take on the bunch of pros who didn't make it to the finals.
These are players that were on the #1 team in their respective regions.
You're going to see some players who are over the hill, our opponents, and some players in their prime like us.
So we have Cloud Templar, and we also have Xiao Xiao and Messiah from the LPL, and of course, Freak.
Who am I not afraid of? First of all, everybody.
All of the pros that got eliminated are going to be playing an off role, which means, whatever role they play on their team, they won't be able to choose from, and they have to play, any other role.
So my team, the best team, is going to be Demacia for this one. Our enemies are going to be Noxus.
The whole reason we're playing Demacia is because Freak cannot play Draven or Urgot, so we can't play Noxus. And he said that he's going to be playing Vayne.
I don't know if there's a specific, Demacian battle cry. You will hear cries, though, of our opponents losing, so that's something for you.
Actually, it's going to be really nice to play on the stage again. It's been almost 5 years since I've been able to compete in front of an audience, and I look forward to taking home a victory.
It's going to be great. We are the best players of all time. We're going to crush it.
Well, ready or not, let's look at the starting lineups. For the casters, we have Cloud Templar, Kobe, Messiah, Freak, and Xiao Xiao. And representing the pros will be Energy, Febiven, Thaldrin, Huni, and Wild Turtle. Gentlemen, this is going to be a fun match to watch.
It's to be noted, a lot of teams have communication barriers, but this Demacia squad in particular has to face one that has Chinese, Korean, English, and, the least of our favorite languages, Freak. But I think it's a double-edged sword because, the ability to not understand these puns can benefit the players that just don't speak English.
Yeah, Kirby has the biggest disadvantage. He's the only one that can speak English. He has to put up with Freak the whole time.
And Freak is the only person on the team who's not a retired League of Legends pro. He was top 10 in the world at Warcraft 3. And I can tell you from playing with him, that skill set does not transfer over. He is absolutely screwed.
Sheepy, what do you think here?
I think that Freak will come out big in this game.
There it is. A strong endorsement.
Every time you've got to go with the underdog.
I think he has to after this opening. So I expect a lot from Freak, and he can throw out the punts, but can he throw out the plays?
There it is. There it is. Well, it's time to get this madness underway, so let's step into the venue and meet our casters.
Thank you very much, Dash and the analyst desk. We've decided to go for a quadracast worldwide voice here for the show match. I'm Quickshot, joined by Doa, Jat, and Atlas. Gents, those were some strong words from Freak.
Man, well, first off, he started the video by saying me and a bunch of other retired pros, which is a lie because he's not a retired pro. But then everyone else on the desk just hit him super hard. I almost feel bad now.
Yeah, we were going to like start this off saying, yeah, no, but Freak isn't. I kind of feel bad now. Let's just leave him alone. Just let his plays speak for themselves.
Or lack thereof. I know myself and Doa in particular will be keeping a keen eye on how Freak plays.
I believe the Warcraft meme was top 5 worlds too, and he loves it when you bring that up. Like any fan out there, when you talk to Freak, bring it up, he will be very happy, trust me.
Wow, there's a lot of people in the audience that just heard that, so we'll make sure if you see
idea.
Freak today, that Doa told me
That's the plan.
So, Demacia versus Noxus as the resident analyst. Jat, what are you expecting from this blind pick battle?
Well, we have been able to talk to the caster team for some reason. I heard Kobe was going to go with Xin Chao. Freak was going to go with Vayne. Remember, they can only pick Demacians or Noxians on the other side. Kobe was really sad that they couldn't play Noxus because it has way more OP champions.
Ooh, the Kale for Messiah.
But we heard he didn't play Draven or Urgot, and as Freak is an AD carry main, I mean, it's limiting.
They're already all locked in.
Wow, that didn't take long at all, did it?
There aren't that many Noxian champions to choose from, really. So honestly, you pick those ones and you're pretty much done. Although Morgana's arguably not Noxian.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Kind of fell from the sky.
That's pushing it. We may have to penalize them for that.
Yeah, they lose a ban in this blind pick match.
They'll lose a ban next game. That's true. Yeah. Yep.
Jat, please make some sense of these team comps.
The Vayne, I can't wait to see the Trinity Force Atmos build from Freak on that one.
Couple of things. Despite Draven being on Noxus, they've opted to not go with an AD carry. Unless Hooney's decided to go AD Swain. Wild Turtle has Smite on Morgana.
I wonder if this is against the rules, because they're meant to be playing off-lane positions, but Hooney's playing a top lane.
No, they're going to be in the right lanes. They're just going to be doing the wrong thing.
We may have to restart, guys. Sorry. Do that. Sorry about that. AD Swain, though, coming in. See, you just build the text. You got the slow, right?
Work, you know, Torment amplifies all damage.
Get the ult. You have like super life steal, even if you get the Bloodthirster on that too.
Thing is, Febiven's already AD damage. They can go AP. He's got a Doran's Blade. So
is this AD Swain?
AD Swain! AD Swain!
AD Swain!
This is going to be a better Birdman than the Michael Keaton one that came out earlier.
That is a lot of attack speed in his rune page. 0.7 with no additional attack speed.
Yes. Have you heard about the bird? Bird. We need a team bird show match sometime. I did that Nemesis draft. It was not a good idea.
All right, so
is this ARAM?
Work for you? It worked really well.
So this is where the casters can get their edge.
Okay, one thing.
Kobe's
one
getting
thing.
in on
Look
there.
at Kobe.
Wow.
Hold up. Look how close Kobe is. I know for a fact that Kobe's got his own agenda this match. And guys in Tallahassee, you want to hear this.
So I know we've been saying that we're going to crush these guys, but let's be honest, they're professional players. We're probably going to lose. And I don't actually care if we lose that much. I just want to make one highlight play, and that's it. So if I fail, I'm just going to keep trying it.
Well, it's already started, ladies and gentlemen. That was some epic BM from our Noxian members, but they are playing to the law. That's what this Noxian squad, they're Noxians. You know, they're all about strength over everything else.
Average Sona level 1 at this point, I would say. It's pretty by the books.
Well, if Kobe wanted to make a big play, that was his moment to BM someone and get a first blood, but it's actually Hooney who ends up getting the first blood, the ultimate winner.
Needs as much help as he can getting that AD Swain rolling.
I'd like to point out that I heard from production that the players are chatting in all chat, which is usually not the case on stage, and Energy, who was playing Scion, just said, #outplay after getting the kill at level 1.
Hey, I can't argue with that, man. That was a pretty sick outplay, wasn't it? Ooh, Wild Turtle, getting those early wards down. So, Jat, being the expert at strategy analysis that you are, what is this level 1 with Morgana taking the blue buff on the enemy side? She's got Smite, so that's pretty good, right?
They're going to try to 3-buff Kobe. right here,
yeah.
which will set him back a little bit. Wild Turtle realizes that no one needs support. Unfortunately, he started Dark Binding, so he can't kill it.
Yeah. Well, it was a nice
what Dark
try.
Binding will work with, though, Doa, is catching Cloud Templar out, and I think he's going to get your homeboy. He does!
Oh, he does! He catches him, and Febvin doing a lot of damage. Oh, Febvin gets it! Cloud Templar, what you got to know about this guy is that he takes these matches very seriously.
Big plays.
That's not good.
Big play. He's...
Oh, come on. That was your window, Kobe.
What a chicken.
No kidding. I continuously become disappointed in Kobe.
Yes!
Nice!
That is what we're talking about, energy.
That's
An
right.
easy 3 buff, expedited by the flash over the wall from energy.
Uh-oh,
Kobe, though, looking for the big play. Flashes for it! The knock off, the red buff slowing him down! And Febvin falls!
Keep in mind, Febvin 1v1 Faker, and Kobe 1v1 Febvin.
Aldrin.
Kobe confirmed.
The flash forward into the queue.
Messiah's getting low. Is he actually going to catch him? One more W might do it. Well,
They're very slow.
Messiah, no!
Chains land! Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous.
Oh, restart.
Under what clause?
Hooney.
Oh, wow. Freak actually tumbled out of that.
Well, I think he's going to be in trouble now.
Yeah.
Here comes Energy and Turtle. Dark Binding's a thing. It gets dodged. Freak with the moves. The laser bird.
The
not
tumble.
going to take him down.
Tumble. He's low. Is he going to make it? Oh, he gets Xiao Xiao on the way out. I've heard about getting your Freak on, but they got on Freak.
Oh, this is PG-13, though.
That was beautiful.
Xiao Xiao got the kill. We need to see how well he can play the Sona, because historically, he's had some problems.
Yeah, things haven't necessarily gone so well for Xiao Zhao on the Sona front, but now he's playing on the side of Messiah, and historically, he's not quite that good at shooting crescendos that actually hit Messiah, so maybe if Messiah's on his side, firing them away from him, he'll be able to hit some, and it'll be great.
Oh, Jat, lane freeze of Epic, saving the CS.
Teamwork, man. So, one thing is clear. The handicap has been put on the Noxian side. Doesn't matter.
Take
Dark Binding is up for Wild Turtle. Thaldrin picks it up with an auto attack.
Chaining that CC like a boss. Wow. Noxia, pretty good. Except they're bad, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, but here comes Cloud Templar looking for a bit of vengeance. Oh, but he'll immediately get snared. No, it'll be okay.
I thought more was going to come from that. I thought more was going to happen.
He just wanted the cannon creep. Cannon creep is very important.
Some money, man. Some cold, hard cash.
What was that, chat? You had something to say.
I don't think it's important anymore.
So,
Say so.
1,000 gold up at 5 minutes with 3 extra kills. All of these supposed plays Kobe was talking about.
Here he comes.
Here's a chance.
He said he wanted to flash R someone on Xin Zhao.
he
Like,
walked
that's
around
the
where
big
the ward
play.
wasn't.
Yeah.
So we need to watch for Kobe when he hits level 6. He is far away from that right now.
Yep. See, the thing is the Noxia has 1 talent, but Demacia has a 3-talent strike. So they can handle triple the Febvin right now.
You've really done your prep work for this. I'm happy about it.
That was beautiful.
I had no idea.
Well, I had no idea AD Swain was going to be a thing. Brawler's gloves and a longsword. Freak is outclassing Hooney's AD carry at the moment. So, all the trash talking, it's showing through.
Wow.
Dark Binding's going to land, though. Hooney's coming through. He's got the torment on him. Beautiful work by Energy. Makes his presence known exactly when he's needed.
Totally stole that one, though. Unnecessary energy. Come on. Where's the teamwork?
I'm disappointed, though, because if Freak had actually got a better condemn and stunned the damage dealers instead of the support, maybe he could have saved Xiao Xiao. So I think Freak has dropped the ball in that one.
He's on the run. Oh, except for now. Oh, dodging the minions.
He has no
Decided
summoners.
He wanted to get slowed.
Run,
Back here.
Freak!
Whoa! Mechanics. Hashtag mechanics.
Well, hold on.
But the never move left. There's the Elizabeth Thaldrin with that kill.
That felt personal. I think these guys may have heard about the trash talk and they went in to punish Freak for doing so.
Kobe, though.
Dude, you can't blame him. Oh, Febvin in a little bit of trouble.
Febvin again.
Easy kill for Kobe.
2 kills now onto the man who killed Faker twice 1v1 from Kobe.
Febvin's very close to full build, though. He only needs 2 more swords.
And he's got it.
You're right there.
I see what you're going for, Jet, though. So by proxy, Kobe is actually better than Faker.
Absolutely.
I think that was just confirmed.
That makes me a pretty good player, too. I mean, they're asking me if Kobe and if Freak would be okay with this, and I said, well, Kobe is the highest rated player in North American Riot. I was actually number 2, so I said, of course Kobe would be able to do it. Freak was down at like 15th, so I said, you might not want to put him.
But yet here we are, huh? Okay. You know, Kobe named himself after that basketball player, Kobe Bryant. I'm going to change my ID to Shaq, I think. And so my casting style is going to be Shaq Fu from now on. That's the plan.
And if you yell and surprise people, it could be your Shaq attack.
I can't hit a free throw to save my life, though.
Don't know how many free throws you need to hit on Summoner's Rift.
What's so nice, I could talk about cricket and have somebody understand. This is the first time in my casting career that there is a man I could converse with who understands cricket. Atlas,
This game
dude,
is
I know what
definitely
those little
entertaining
pucks
enough
are.
to not talk about cricket, Trevor, okay?
Some
Forbidden going in onto Kobe, though. There's the ultimate. Kobe just wanders away fairly lazily. He'll be all right.
But look, here comes Wild Turtle. Can he connect to the Dark Binding? Slam
boy.
dunk.
Cloud Templar traps him in the Cataclysm. Oh, and then he decides to go out again. Cloud Templar, you have made a terrible decision. Oh no, is it a double kill? It is for Febivin. Meanwhile, down in bot lane,
Double negative.
No.
What? Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Bloodthirsty support from Chow Chow.
Not over
Energy
yet.
gonna pick it up, though. This is going to be a 2-for-1 as well. Gets the slow energy. Just lumber a little bit faster. Lumber. There it is. Roar of the Slayer. Cancels some auto attacks. There it is. Wants to hit the shield, but has to auto attack in the end.
Can we get an official ruling? What is the official ruling on BMing in a professional match?
Soul Shackles onto Messiah, though. Decides just to wait there. Kobe over the edge.
Baited so hard. There's the slow. Oh, maybe reverse baited. Reverse baited.
Energy always where he needs to be.
Man.
Picks up the kill. Kobe now 2-level disadvantage. Freaks in there. Condemns against the wall.
Double cross, super reverse baited. Quadruple baited.
Freak's gonna die.
Is it a is it a pentuple bait?
It was almost a penta bait there. That was just a quadra bait. It's amazing. Oh yeah, time to recall.
Febivin's got enough time to stop and laugh.
He needs to go back and buy, man.
He doesn't have enough swords.
He doesn't need that turret though.
If he were Goro, that would work.
Jack, we need some time. I need you to explain Wild Turtle's build for us while Zhao Zhao falls down here in the bottom lane.
He's going for move speed.
Oh, this 80
That's
swing.
about it.
That simple?
And a sweet dagger?
Wild Turtle wants to be fast.
Oh, needs the Zeals.
Hooney's going in.
Doesn't even use his ult.
Oh, in the meanwhile, in the top lane.
Febivin.
We missed that.
It's okay.
I
A lot more action.
expected more from our observers, really. 19 kills in 10 minutes, and we've missed one.
Need to see
I'm
Kobe's
very
play.
disappointed.
We're like half an outfield. Oh, Wild Turtle with another one. Hooney in a little bit of trouble here. Kobe steals it from Freak.
He's got no flash, so he can't do the flash sweeping blade. Okay, that's the highlight. That's the highlight
That's his
clip.
highlight play.
Why, Nunu, why?
It was all a bait, clearly.
Oh, the black
A
shield doesn't help against AD.
Wow, Wild Turtle's a pretty buttable guy.
Slammed.
Jeez.
Freak gonna have to run away. Energy does see him though. Thaldrin coming about. There's the ultimate from Energy. Lands it. Chains land as well. Decent condemn from Freak, but he's super dead as Energy picks up the kill.
Is that worse than regular dead?
I was going to say, can you clarify, what's the scale
Super dead.
between
Super
dead, super
Freak
dead?
style dead.
What comes next?
Are there any other rankings?
Tons
of
of dead.
Tons of dead.
Applicable.
of dead.
Applicable and fair, I feel. Oh,
Well-
yes. Okay, so this is the one that the observers failed to show us.
Well, not a lot happened there. Just kind of
I'll apologize to the observers. I called you guys out and it was unnecessary. My bad.
Yeah, wow.
Jeez, quick shot.
Quick shot. Restart. Hey.
Come on, observers, what are you doing? Get your settings right.
Wild
I'm
Turtle's
just going to
dead.
restart. Hey,
There's the
Wild
play.
Turtle's dead, yeah.
So
That's good. Wild Turtle's dead. Great play by play. Oh, Energy is dead.
There it is. We're so good at our job, Noah.
Yes.
27
dead
kills.
again.
He's re-dead.
Oh, Thaldrin looking for something. Kobe takes a bunch of damage.
Thaldrin's not dead. Thaldrin's not dead.
No. Why?
Messiah's dead, though.
dead.
Yep, Kobe, is he going to be dead?
Will Kobe be dead soon? Cloud Templar is almost not dead.
Almost.
The thing is, though, no towers have fallen. So despite all of this pressure that the pros are putting on the costs, it's not really paying off a whole lot.
Drive by for Vivian.
Oh,
he landed it! He landed it! Oh, Zhao Zhao making up for his lost plays.
The redemption is a beautiful thing, isn't
Oh,
it?
Doldrin lost auto attack and Kobe's dead. That was not his big play.
I think the important thing is that he landed the crescendo.
Yeah, we can reset now.
That was it. Yeah, restart.
Anybody at home, you have to do a quick search for Xiao Xiao Crescendo.
I am Shanghai, Season 8, 2013.
It
Same
was
place on the map almost, too.
Exquisitely placed perpendicular crescendo to the direction he was aiming.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of a dive here going on in the mid lane. Oh, Wild Turtle.
The
That's a bit
undecided
wild.
dive.
Wild Turtle being out of position? I'm shocked.
Oh!
Shots fired.
Oh, that was not okay.
So hang on, is AD Swain actually beating Freak's Vayne?
Yeah, I
He's
think
got
so.
the tower, he's got the life steal, he's got the barrier, but Freak's got
Takes down Hootie!
If only Wild Turtle had more attack speed.
I always knew he had it in him. Oh, Kobe all over Febivin, but taking more damage. I don't know how that works, but Wild Turtle and Febivin looking for a bit of revenge for their fallen comrade.
Oh, the flash ray!
Febivin survives it. Oh, hi, Messiah. And Wild
Not
Turtle
dead.
with the saving binding. Wow. Support swap incoming.
But look at Wild Turtle, he's going to find Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's dead.
Boom.
Or
No, invulnerability.
Yeah,
The
Messiah's there
baiting
now as well.
begins.
Freak coming through. No mana here, but energy. Nice
Whoa.
decimating smash into the death. Dark binding. Punched in the face by energy.
That Scion is doing a lot of damage.
I mean, the fact that Wild Turtle...
Pick it up.
Doldrin just comes in for the cleanup every time.
So Wild Turtle's running real fast. I have to say that, so that's an important build for him.
6 stacks on Febivin's Sword of the Occult, 5 stacks currently on Thaldrin's Medjai.
That's actually 15.
So I take it back.
Thaldrin initiated the Soul War long ago, and he is the beneficiary right now.
I think smart play. Cloud Templar, level 9, has the advantage. He's going to dunk Hoonie.
He's all over Hoonie. He's got him in the Cataclysm. Will Birdman be able to flap his way out of there? Not with Wild Turtle.
That was terrible, Wild Turtle.
Well, hey, I mean, he sort of was there for moral support anyway.
He's going for the dive. He runs pretty quick.
Oh, he is on there. Cloud Templar fleeing from the support Morgana. Wow.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, I guess
Skirmishes, Saber, Smite, Support, Morgana.
pretty sick stuff. It's not quite AD Swain. He's building towards that Trinity Force right now. He may get it by about 65 minutes into the game or so, I'm guessing, but he's on his way.
If Freak doesn't build a Trinity Force, a massive disservice has been done.
They're going to need
this match.
They're going to need to remake the champion spotlight.
They are. That is exactly the thing. He builds Trinity Force into Madred's Blood Razor, into Banshee's Veil, Atlas Impaler. So if he doesn't build that this game,
then he needs to remake the Spotlight.
Yeah, he needs to remake the Spotlight or the game.
He also plays Vayne in the mid lane as well, too. Don't forget that, yeah.
So look, we'll see how it goes. He also maxes Tumble first.
Good shot from Wild
second,
Turtle. Cloud Templar going down. Wild Turtle with a massive outplay.
Cloud Templar not exactly having the best game we've ever
Oh!
seen. Whoa. Saved by Messiah's ultimate there.
0-5-3 on Cloud Templar, but look at that.
Oh, Kobe.
Why has Kobe now turned his attention to Wild Turtle? He's only focusing on the LCS pros from North America and Europe. He's camping Febivin, and now he's camping Wild Turtle.
NA rivalry.
Yeah. That's what happens when you max condemn second, ladies and gentlemen. You got to follow the spotlight.
The diving is real. Febivin taking a lot of damage from Freak, though. Back in the brush.
Febivin, I think Febivin can still get the kill. We'll see if he can get the
try.
dash.
There's the flap.
I take
Turns
it back.
around.
Oh!
Freak gets it.
Is the queuing up with the ignite?
The minions!
He life steals the safety.
Wow.
I can see him grinning.
Waves to the crowd. Why would you not grin after a play like that?
We can see Freak grinning on stage. Thaldrin gets jumped on by Kobe, and Hoonie's going to root them in place.
More fighting going on. Thaldrin still makes it out. Oh, Cloud Templar, where are we going? Oh, okay. Oh, the shield. It isn't enough. Cloud Templar gets flattened by energy, though.
Dark binding
16 stacks.
That's a lot.
Energy's looking for something here. He's got the shield on.
Run away.
Doesn't have the ultimate available as Dark Binding does go wide. Thaldrin, a little bit aggressive there as well. Turtle gets knocked up. Messiah picks up the kill. Zhao Zhao will have to run back to base. His energy
I've
looks
seen
for
this
him.
before.
Nice slow.
Oh.
I mean, it's really he really only got that kill because of his needlessly large rod on Sion.
Take time to take the winner out. Freak and Femivin, the rivalry, the biggest rivalry of MSI. 2-0 Freak. Oh, Energy's dead, but he wants to claim another victim. I don't think he's going to get there in time, though. Cloud Templar arrives just in time to watch him die. He's dead. Let's watch that replay again. Look at this.
Oh, stealth immediately. Freak then burns the heal, condemns him into the scrying orb, mind you.
Freak, what was that?
Beautiful.
Insane play. Oh, hey, our first objective of the game. Right? No, aside from the turrets that Noxie's taken. Forget about that. Blue team has slain the dragon.
First Demacian objective.
That's true. That's true.
Oh,
Freak
the
paid for it with his
prediction
life.
binding. Wild Turtle.
Oh, crescendo land!
Xiao Xiao's learned from the mistakes of the past and figured out how to aim those crescendos. Cloud Templar gets the knockup and the dunk on the Turtle.
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm down as well, but Thaldrin just deletes him.
That's 20 stacks. The Soul War is over.
He won.
He won. And now he can get his death cap.
Thaldrin may be en route to get his first win at the mid.
Kobe, take him out. Challenge him. Challenge him.
Oh, Kobe finds Femivim. Zhao Zhao there to help him out, but they're just going to let him go, I guess.
Well, they couldn't see him.
Remember, the first rule of adventuring is to always go left. And if Kobe had followed that rule, he would have been able to follow Featherman. He didn't follow the rule. Featherman got away.
I think we got a comeback on our hands, boys.
Well, I think we might. Yeah, the gold lead is shrinking for Noxia right now.
Gold lead is shrinking.
Noxus.
Wild Turtle's speed build is reaching its completion. He can only get so fast. There's diminishing returns on speed.
Oh, gotta live too, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. No, he makes it out. Oh, Messiah flashes over the wall with a Q. He's on a rampage. Lets Huni live just because he's that kind of guy. He's a nice fellow. Meanwhile, Freak farming a bit. Oh, are we going to have Freak versus Featherman? Is it going to be a 3-0 for Freak?
Featherman keeps losing stacks. Every time he goes back, he's a little bit weaker.
That's true. That's true. And Freak just keeps getting stronger. Keeps getting that crit. Oh, he's going to dive. He's going to dive.
He's going to dive him?
There's the tumble. There's the ult. Condemns him away. Featherman trying to make something happen. Freak. Oh! Prayed with it. Not bad for a tower
You can see in his face, though, Freak full facepalm. Really disappointed in not getting that stun on the condemn.
I was wrong about saying Freak wasn't worthy on this team.
Spotlight as well. So
Freak is showing up in this game right now on his
Wow,
vein.
where did Sona go, guys?
I got another question. Where's Wild Turtle? He's trying to shake and bake. Want to go fast, want to go fast. He's coming from the mid lane. I think we should call him Ricky Bobby from now.
Beautiful. He gets the style points, but Willie gets the kills. No. Flash. Never mind.
Yeah.
Answer that one.
I like the fact that he left energy locked in the Cataclysm to get away.
Smooth moves from Cloud Templar. He's still got a Kobe.
Oh, here comes Kobe. That three-count threat
misses
coming in.
the play. A little bit unfortunately, but does pick up the kill there as Cloud Templar grabs that one. Messiah ults himself up. Energy can't do it with the passive, and Wild Turtle walking fast.
Wow.
Out of the fray. Cloud Templar looking for another flag and drag over the wall. Thaldrin pretty strong right now.
Meanwhile, another fight here. Kobe versus Thaldrin in the jungle. Dark Binding comes in onto Kobe. Will he be able to get anything done?
Oh, that's
Cloud Templar comes in. Oh, and there's the crescendo.
100% accuracy for Bivin, though. He's given up on Freak. He wants to pick up some kills. The Zhao Zhao going to flash over the wall. But Bivin wants to find it here. Does he have the cutthroat in time? Rakes there, not enough damage. And there it is.
Boop.
The Hydra.
That's right. Boop.
Boop.
A talent cue. Boop. That is the most painful boop in League of Legends.
Pretty much. Messiah is
that
learning
was a
the
painful
fury of the boop.
too.
Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Energy was a bowling ball and Messiah was the pin. Another turret going down in favor of Noxus. Don't let evil triumph, casters. Come on.
Come on, guys.
I'm so disappointed.
They didn't pick Garen.
On the bright side, Thaldron no longer has 20 stacks.
Here it comes.
Thaldron vision.
Boom!
Boop.
He got a lot of gold for that.
Yeah, cash money.
Yes, wow. Well, Messiah was on a rampage, if I remember right. Oh, it's time for Baron. God,
So-
objective time. Jat, what does this mean for this game?
It means that the comeback is still a possibility because they're in the Baron pit for a steal.
Oh,
Templar looking for it, doesn't nail it though, but Forbiven falls down dead. The ult coming through, but Honey over the wall. Uni over the wall, ladies and gentlemen. It's not
Honey.
is Cloud Templar going to come through there as well with an...
Look at the split push though from Freak. This Noxian team.
There's going to be super
They're
minions soon.
underestimating
Oh, no.
the
Freak is
Demacians.
playing solo League of Legends.
He's one of those veins. Yeah, this is total solo queue right here. Uh-oh. Oh, Freak. Tried to tumble. He wants the turret. Will he get it? He does, just barely before going down. Hashtag worth.
Absolutely worth. So, as far as the caster team is concerned, they have proven what they came to prove today. Freak, 2 solo kills on Febiv and Kobe. Big plays on... Xiao Xiao can land crescendos right there.
Yeah,
Messiah had that big
Didn't
bounty
Kobe just
before he
get
falls
a
down.
5-man crescent sweep in the Baron pit as
did.
well? If that isn't worthy of a highlight reel, I don't know what is.
And Doa, you were talking about Cloud
that is-
Templar.
Yeah.
Cloud Templar being a little bit nervous before this match. Why was that?
I think so. Well, he takes these matches so seriously. I've played in show matches in Korea with Cloud Templar before, and we did a lot of planning. I've won show matches with Cloud Templar in Korea, and he does really go try hard in these. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's trying quite hard enough this time, but hey, there's always room for a comeback, right? There's always that silver lining, and apparently there's a Scion dancing in the Wolf Den.
On top of the Wolf Spirit as well.
All right.
Do a little dance.
Oppa Gangnam Style.
Meanwhile, Cloud Templar dunks Wild Turtle in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, that happened.
Something that just occurred to me as well. You've got Jarvan and Xin Zhao both in the mid lane. If we've got any Tallahassee locals around, then the Noxian pro players should be fearing the spear because of both of these guys.
Oh wow.
I did my research, ladies and gentlemen.
Crescendo hit nobody. Looks like it doesn't matter though. Caster's cleaning up. Hooney, last man said, oh, here comes Energy into the middle of the fight. Nice knock up on a couple of people. Getting deep. Whoa! Double kill. Still going at it. Messiah turning around. Xiao Xiao in big trouble. There's the ult from Kale to keep him alive. Oh, the kill from Messiah coming in. Hooney with that 80 sway manages to pick one up though. And as the turret falls, Messiah retreats back into his base. Hooney! Messiah!
Messiah says, get the holo out of my base.
That might have been the turning point right there. If we're going to get serious for a second, they've lost.
Please don't, Chad.
Come on.
Chad.
What else? What else?
Home, guys. Time to get serious.
Yeah. What else would I be here for? Let's be honest.
What a buzzkill.
They lost Soul Stealer stacks on Thaldron. He's died 3 times now. He's out of there. The builds from Hooney don't scale. Wild Turtle can only go so fast. This team of Demacia has got the team covered.
Oh, there's the Xiao Xiao we were looking for.
Dat crescendo.
And the spear that needed to be feared. Kobe initiating it all. He's doing relatively well. 7, 6, 9. And something we should also point out, he went for Devourer. Currently got 35 stacks on his Devourer. I figured there would be a pretty bloody game. Wow. And he's getting his hands on all them juicy bonuses.
You know, when a caster describes your play as doing relatively well, I don't think it's like the greatest compliment, but hopefully he'll be okay with it.
Oh, the ZZ Rot portal, though, is completed here by Huni.
Oh, Zerat
Is it
portal?
ZZ Rot or Zrot?
I like
I think it's Zerat. Zerat?
Chat.
I mean, you're the one who works for Riot.
You have to decide for us.
Zerat.
Dude, I work in the German office.
Febiven.
I work in the German office. Pronunciation's not our thing.
Ah, Z's not quite.
No.
And I'm Australian. We don't pronounce
Or
anything.
9, as would be better.
Oh,
just
see ya.
obliterated.
Yeah, and it's not going to end there. Xiao Xiao ult gets the ult from Kale rather. Wild Turtle taking a lot of
Crescent sweeps.
No kidding. Will
That
it be
was
enough
fantastic.
though?
We're going to have to get a slow-mo of that from Kobe. If he can get out of this fight alive, it will be the reward.
Thaldron looking to clean up, though. The passive does go off. Energy! This is what he's built for. You can do that when you're dead. That's hilarious. Cloud Templar, they're going to pick up the kill on the backside.
Chat, the comeback is real.
The objective control's coming here. Recall the 10 minutes ago there. Uh-oh.
Yeah, another dragon. This is going to be dragon number 2 for Demacia. Let's check that fight out again. All right, super slow
So
motion.
Kobe did say he wanted to alt flash.
Does he pull it off?
We have to check. It looked like a flash alt right here, which wouldn't give him the instantaneous knockback. Does he start the channel and then flash?
Super slow. Oh. No.
Kobe!
No.
Better luck next time, Kobe.
Still okay. He tried.
It's a long game.
It
He's
did
got
sort of work.
All he did was hit
Do
the
we give
keys in the
points
rock
for that?
order.
Like, I mean, do we give points for that? Because he said
It
he
was
wanted
pretty
to
good.
ult flash.
Depends how the trade went.
I mean,
You don't get points
they
for
got
that.
Dragon.
That's like saying I want to shoot a basketball and have it go in, and then you shoot a basketball and it misses. It doesn't count.
Okay,
But did it hit the rim? Did it hit the rim, Jack?
Is that really an effective analogy for this situation, Jack?
Well, you're casting with like Shaq over here. I mean,
Yeah,
That's right. Shaq attack.
Still no Trinity Force for Freak, but Hooney's had his for ages. You know, paying homage to his lane opponent. The respect that we've come to know from Hooney as a player.
Yeah, he's always a really nice guy. What's he going to build next?
Most huggable pro. And
Yeah?
he hugged every member of SKT after winning yesterday.
Okay.
PTL, you know,
Proving the fact.
PTL and fans knowing who and which pros are the most huggable.
He's a nice dude. Uh-oh. There's a sign in that truck.
energy.
What?
Oh,
Nice
the
ult, bro.
dodge!
Freak can take him out.
Yeah, he totally can, unless he stands there and gets stunned.
Whoa, see ya.
As a nimble scion.
Want to go fast, want to go fast.
All right,
Ricky
He's
Freak
not
Bobby
going
is,
that fast, though.
Freak is in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, yep. Oh, Thaldrin comes a lot of damage.
The tumble! He's going to 1v2, dancing around the vision.
Oh,
Energy and
Thaldrin.
Thaldrin.
Trying it again.
Recall quick. Oh,
No.
oh, Freak. He pops the passive. Oh, but Wild Pearl is abiding. Freak coming in. Barely doesn't get it. Oh, it was so close.
So much hope just to have it fade away, but Kobe's going to get
trying to
Looney.
defend his portal.
Yep.
But Kobe wants that audacious charge. Can he get it over the wall? Nope, not going to happen this time. Never move. Gonna stop him.
Done.
The outplay from Hooney
That's right. Uh-oh.
is not enough.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Energy. Got to save his teammate. Okay, gets it slow. Hooney is safe, guys. Hooney is safe for the moment.
And Jack, can you talk us through hybrid Scion for a moment?
Yeah, absolutely. He has no synergistic statistics right now. I feel like that build is awful. Personally.
Okay.
He can tell the time decently well on a...
He's doing damage to things.
Yeah.
It's not a sundial, though, is it? It only counts down, and it doesn't really tell the
Dude,
time
you've
at all.
totally just lost everyone.
I'm looking at his hourglass, man. I understand what a hammer and an axe do, right? But I just don't know what the hourglass does for his build.
It helps
It
him
counts
be
a
on
set
time.
amount of time. You know how long
Yeah.
it takes for the sand to fall through the hourglass?
I understand what an hourglass is. I'm just trying to work-
Evidently you don't, my
Do
good
you
friend.
remember when he ulted down mid lane and killed Messiah?
Yep.
He never would have made it on time without that hourglass.
Hey,
Yeah.
good. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Now I understand.
Build just
Okay, so
Why
this
did I
is-
ask Jack?
This
You
is
guys will-
a Fedvin and
they're-
Hooney
they're actually trying right here. They're trying right here. I don't know if it's going to pay off for him, though.
Oh, meanwhile, DMC, Demacia coming from the other side there.
Oh,
Messiah.
Freak going hero mode.
What? Freak
Super dead again as Messiah is going to try and get out of there. Forbidden comes in. Oh, that was a cute little Ludens Echo proc. And Cloud Templar taking a bunch of damage. Thaldrin over the side, just auto-attacking. There's the distortion. Takes
Oh,
a bit of
boy.
damage, but he's going to be able to lock down that kill for Wild Turtle with the best Morgana build I have seen in my life.
It's
It
too
really
fast.
is.
I don't know how to deal with it. Freak
Super
needs to
quick.
It is.
stay away from people in this game. He was doing good work split pushing, but those that team fight positioning.
Freak for a second there. You know, he's done a lot of champion spotlights. He gets confused about what he's playing at the moment once in a while, and I think he thought he was Mundo right there.
Yeah.
Just getting right
That's
in.
probably
Maybe
it.
Udyr possibly. That happens. That happens.
So he tumbled forward because he was trying to throw a cleaver.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
There it is.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Well, it's going to be a Baron for Noxus.
So how do we actually feel about the resident caster's performances so far? Xiao Xiao's had a number of good ultimates. He had a good one there in the river. You know, Freak was good in the laning phase. Evidently he's mid and, you know, mid game and team fights is pretty weak.
Yeah.
Kobe's doing okay, but like, you know, I think we're losing a bit of the impressiveness from
I think they're
the
just
laning
trying to be
phase.
solo heroes. That's the thing.
Well, that's not how you win games.
It's exactly
There's
right.
no I in team.
Haven't you ever seen Fizz? Of course it's how you win games. Just go
they're
solo
not
everybody.
playing Fizz though.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's an opportunity for you to solo everybody.
Thaldrin.
Oh,
That was
Freak.
a heck of a lot of damage.
Yes, it was. Freak is in a little
Good
bit of
tumble
trouble.
again.
Cute ultimate.
Beautiful.
There it is.
Perfect.
See, that's
Zonias.
why he built the Zonias.
Yep.
So it is synergistic.
It makes sense.
He's
It also
staying
has,
alive.
there's an AP ratio on Sion's W.
Oh, that makes sense. Wild Turtle flashing. Cloud Templar traps him in the Cataclysm anyway. Easy kill for Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, the fight continues. Messiah pops that Zonias. They're going to chase down Febiven. Kobe trying to do some damage. Oh, locked up by Huni for just a second. Kobe still gets the kill. Gets away. What? Really? Oh, Cloud Templar locked up, and here comes Saldrin from behind. Shut down over Messiah. Never mind. Never mind. That wasn't exciting at all.
I know, I was ready to be, and Thornton's going to come in with the multiple kills. No, he's dead.
He tried.
I just felt like, we keep talking about this Ricky Bobby build from Wild Turtle.
I believe.
I want to take it a step further. When he's locked inside the Cataclysm from Jarvan, it could run around in circles like the Indy 500.
It could.
Yeah. Saldrin.
Oh, the crescendo!
Look at that.
At one point, he had 20 stacks on his Soul Stealer. He's down to 6.
Wow,
Still
what
worth.
a
Still
noob.
worth.
It's
Still
hard.
worth.
It's barely gold efficient now.
But it's still
Still worth. And this Zerot portal, Zerot portal.
Zerot portal.
Zerot.
Not only
Say Zerot.
Not only does the Zerot portal
I think it's
send minions down the mid lane.
Zerot portal.
Did you know when you're near turrets that are even dead, the Point Runner passive gets you up to 30% bonus move speed?
Nice.
On the Raptor Cloak.
There it is.
It's a very underrated item. Huni's doing his best to bring love to the items that need it.
Add a couple double swords to the build, you're good to go.
And why aren't they building Ginsu's Rage Blade? The item that needs the most love.
Cloud Templar missed the knockup, but Febiven's looking for Xiao Xiao. He's going to be able to get it.
Wild Turtle
Freak
killed
died
Freak.
into the
Freak died, by the way, guys.
Die again.
Yeah, Freak died.
He has 15 deaths.
He's been dead a lot.
He died.
That's
Cloud
what happens when
Templar.
you're super dead. I think he got a couple of extra numbers from it.
Cloud Templar trying not to die. Oh, Messiah maybe in a little bit of trouble too. He's still got his ult. Gonna use it right there to try to stay alive. Still gets locked up even though Crimson, there's Azonius avoids that Q from Scion. Still in the middle of everything, and there is a shutdown from LeBlanc. Oh, making a double kill. Wow, Kobe coming back in. Oh, can he get the kill? I don't think so.
Oh, that was
Ace. That is an ace for Noxus. The forces of evil are winning.
Nearly everything about the Noxian team makes a Xin Zhao's life incredibly difficult. Hourglass Scion,
even still,
multiple chains, roots, slows.
He is the only one with more kills than deaths on the entire Demacian team.
Oh, there's a crescendo whiff. At least it's in the right direction.
It's about sending a message, Quick Shot.
Oh,
there we
that
go.
was the message.
Getting bloodthirsty. Xiao Xiao picking up a kill there.
Well, he's in on the Soul War now, too.
They saved the inhibitor.
He's only at 7 stacks.
Bummer.
So if the Soul Stealer obviously collects souls, what does the Sword of the Occult collect?
Occults.
Obviously, it seems very obvious now, apparently.
Come on, man. The answer's been in front of us the whole time.
Or maybe it's Yakult.
The more you know.
I'm actually going on to the definition of...
Oh, you can't cheat.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Dude, you can't be Googling while we're casting.
Yeah, but how do you collect
That is
an
so
occult?
unprofessional.
How do you
Quick
collect
Shot.
an occult? That's what I want to know. Like,
That is
in a
so-
sword.
With the sword.
With the
Restart.
with the
about that?
sword.
Use your imagination.
Okay, right. I think I'm asking too in-depth questions, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, anyway.
On Huni, though, isn't going to get CC'd, but he is going to be able to never move some people as Xiao Xiao's coming forward. Oh, holds on.
Oh, hi.
Considering the fact that it's on cooldown. Energy makes his way in. Messiah getting fairly low, but Energy just trying to tank up everything with no defensive statistics at all. But Bevan flashes over the wall. The Silver Bolt's still on him. It's Kobe. He gets stopped. The Talon baiting is beautiful. Rake doesn't find it. And the ace for Wild Turtle.
It was a nice try. It's a nice try. They got a couple kills.
To be fair, Wild Turtle sold one of his Zeals. That's basically like admitting defeat.
Yeah, I'd say so.
No,
I'd
but
agree.
he's got...
He bought Twin Shadows, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got the Spooky Ghosts.
got
And
the
he still
Spooky
gets
Ghosts.
speed from the Spooky Ghosts.
Why are we talking about Sword of the Occult? The Hextech Gunblade takes a sword and a book into a gun.
Oh, I thought you just said someone built a Hextech Gunblade, man. You can't get me excited like that.
Just
We
put
still
it in a
have time.
blender and pour out a gun.
Then how does a ruby crystal become a belt?
Oh,
that would be an uncomfortable
No, you put the
belt.
crystal, you mount it on the belt.
Ah.
You have a very
There's no leather.
flamboyant
And it
belt.
enchants it.
There's no leather stuff in the build path, so you're just assuming we find these ingredients on the rift somewhere.
We'll have to ask Monty Cristo about that one.
Okay.
That kind of belt, that's his thing.
Well, guys, Huni's actually hit his unofficial power spike in the Zephyr. The Zephyr power spike. Obvious for Swain.
He's going to be so fast when he's near dead turrets.
Fast. Nice ultimate there by Forbidden, but he's got no mana. Just tries to drive by, and Messiah picks up the KS. Beautifully done.
I will say, we have some rare triple doubles in this game. 10 deaths, 10 kills, and over 10 assists.
Love the triple double. That's what I go for every
game. Very rare statistic.
How many numbers can you get in your score?
Probably a lot. Does it go up to triple digits? Probably does.
We will find out this game, I feel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final of MSI going to be at about 5 a.m.
Oh, no! Oh, Zhao Zhao. Those crescendos, man. It's not working out today. And I think Noxus on the run. Kobe comes in, tries to get something going on. Thaldrin gets locked up.
Look
a lot
at
of
that CC.
Oh, geez. Oh, Freak. Oh, Freak. Whoa, Freak barely lives.
Did he build his Banshee's Veil that he recommended us build in his Champion Spotlight?
Oh.
He's going for it.
Good.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That's the one item.
You can't do a video on a champion.
Did he not
follow
even
your own
build
build.
Berserker Greaves in the spotlight?
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, there he is, punished for it now as Energy makes his way in as well. Zhao Zhao dodges himself, dodges another decimating smash. There's in fact the ultimate, the intervention from Messiah, who's found his way, and he's got a lot of consistent DPS, and Zhao Zhao is somehow still alive. Roar of the Slayer as well as Wild Turtle pick it up as Cloud Templar sharing some Luden's Echo procs with his teammates. Kobe, did he nail it that time? I'm not sure, but it's a beautiful Sonya's fantastic pose work as Thaldrin once again is going to be dead. Trying to have a look, chat. You're in the way of the monitor.
I'm watching Kobe's play. I have to see it.
He's trying to play-by-play, chat.
I missed it. I got to watch it again.
All right. Well, something's happening. I don't know. Double kill,
Forbidden got a
whatever
double
that
kill.
dude. Assassin's Creed guy got a double kill, whatever.
Assassin's Creed guy.
Febivin?
No, he didn't.
Like
Oh, make it an ace. And with the death timers, wait, there's one hope left. Freak is up right now, guys. But can he make a difference?
He's wanting to do
matter.
the Baron, but the rest of his team are
Hooney's hugging
elsewhere.
Baron. He's hugging Baron. That's what he's doing.
Aww.
Oh,
You missed. It's okay. He's hanging out.
Oh, he's
okay,
hiding
there we
his
go.
Dizzy
All
Rock
right.
portal as well.
Yeah.
I've never seen Swain attack that fast.
Well,
Does he have a crit
this
animation?
is AD Swain, man. Run. Where's that thing going?
Good old Jericho Swain.
Oh, he didn't make it. This is really sad.
It's a
Look,
scouting.
they're not. Oh, they're not making it.
Yeah,
oh
I feel
man.
like the Pacific
I don't think
Nevada-
this Baron is. I don't. Hooney. No.
Oh, nice barrier though.
So
Yeah.
those
Nice
are scouting
barrier.
minions, is what they are.
Yeah.
To make sure that the Demacian caster
Oh.
team
Wow.
is
Freak.
not going for Baron.
Meanwhile, Freak kills for Bivin once more.
Wow.
Now, just as a note, if this game continues for another 5 minutes, it will break the record for the longest match at MSI 2015.
Lucky us. Oh, red buff. Gotta get it. There we go.
There he is.
Nice. Energy gets the red buff. Yeah. Wow. What a guy.
That's a full build Scion, ladies and gentlemen, and theoretically that should make him unkillable. But this time,
He changed his jungle upgrade. He had so many stacks on his Devourer. Now he's got a little baby Cinderhawk.
Oh.
no, that's how it works. He's got health
Sounds
on
adorable.
every item apart from his boots and the hourglass, which I still argue isn't really going to work for him.
Devourer's up to 62 stacks for Kobe, by the way.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Continuing to build that up.
So, Jet.
That could be game-changing.
Chad, I feel like the problem that Noxus might run into is that their siege at the end game may not be too strong. It might delay things a bit. What do you think?
Well, luckily they already have pretty much every turret killed, so
okay.
the siege won't be that big of a problem. That's,
right.
That's the benefit of that. Kobe.
You are a good animal.
Oh, chucked in there. There's
Oh.
duck binding, of course. Energy with a whole lot of CC. Energy tanking up some damage. Oh, Cloud Templar, the double knockoff. Crescendo whip once more, although it would have hit. Energy picks up Kobe. Cloud Templar dunks him, though. Might have caught himself now in a cataclysm with something he doesn't want to be in there with, as Wild Turtle hangs out over the side of the wall. Freak tumbles somewhere. Looks like a cool play. I'm not sure whether it actually was because we came there a little bit late. Wild Turtle gets
down.
smashed down. Thaldrin
Here comes
right
Freak.
onto Messiah.
Uh-oh.
That was a cute interaction as Freak makes his way around. Laserbird locking him down.
Oh.
Uni, they're going for the auto attack Warriors. Thaldrin locks it down in the end. Zhao Zhao and Forbidden. The battle of the ages. Sona versus Talon.
TIL Vayne beats AD Swain. Huh.
Oh,
What do you know?
Cool.
I learned so much watching this game.
I really think we need to review the rules on playing with your food.
Yeah, you can't eat drink.
Oh, Zhao Zhao.
Zonia's? Okay, yeah. All right.
There it
Good.
is.
Item usage. All right. I'll clap. There.
Golf claps all around.
Yeah, good job.
I wonder if
Meanwhile,
Hero super creep. No.
Oh, the minion's almost backdoored.
I wonder if Freak can get to 20 deaths.
He's trying. He's 2 away. He can make it. He can make it.
For all Freak's trash talking,
he's got a lot of kills.
It's not bad.
Yeah, but so does everybody.
Yeah. I mean, he killed Featherman a couple
He's
times.
done fine. Oh, he's got the Zeals again.
Oh, there it is.
Turtle's got the Zeals.
Oh, wait.
No.
Wild Turtle.
No.
With the cowardly rebuy.
And the Observer's breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, Energy finds Kobe, though. There's the knock-up. Uses his Randu as well as he's trying to kill the turret. Beautiful condemn. He learned that from the spotlight as Energy is going to be taken down eventually. Can he use his passive? He's running! He's running! Oh, the Cataclysm!
The Cataclysm!
That's why Cloud Templar was a pro player. Right there.
That was a pro move.
Cataclysmic
Wow.
plays.
CJ's on the phone right now, Cloud Templar. They want you
If
back.
Featherman wanted to, he could flash over the wall and go get the tower.
Yep. Oh. Kobe's going to get the ultimate. There's Freak.
Featherman's
He's going to kill the Zizarov portal.
No, he's backdooring.
He killed it now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
King in the building. Cloud Templar trying to stop him. Can he do it? The Nexus going low.
That was amazing.
What? Featherman.
Oh!
The forces of evil have triumphed today.
That was such a Noxian thing to do.
It was, why don't they just fight fair?
But it was beautiful. Viven getting his revenge on Freak, who managed to kill him a whole lot of times that game.
Wow, well, what do you say after that? Jat, you want to break that down for us?
You just got to say GG, man. Sometimes the other team's just better.
Okay.
You gotta give respect where it's due.
I think people you're casting the games instead of playing it.
Yeah, I think people underestimated the casting team a little bit. And honestly, the fact that Wild Turtle had to sell his Zeals for somewhat real items, Energy had to switch his jungle enchantment partway through the game, is probably a victory for the casters, if we're really analyzing this truth.
I think.
Let's not be biased towards the casters now. They lost fair and square.
They did.
And Featherman, channeling his inner Xpeke, the trend of EU mid laners, had to finish in style.
I think the story's the same as it ever was. The pro players were the better team.
Oh, wait. Freak. Well, he did solo Featherman. I suppose he earns it. All right. He's just explaining the fact that he's taller than most of them.
To be fair, though.
GG.
GG.
Owned.
This could have been a completely different game if the pro players didn't BM that first blood. That was the turning point.
Oh,
the whole thing
on its head.
Yeah.
The casters were in tilt. They were just having a good time. They were dancing, hanging out with their buddies.
Yep.
Really uncool. Anyways, guys, that does it from us here in the caster booth. We're going to break down this top tier action. Over to you at the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And that's exactly right. I feel like we just saw the highest level of League of Legends ever played. We could probably all just go home at this point.
Credit where credit is due, I think that was the most top lane pressure I've seen TSM apply all tournament.
Oh, God. All right. Let's approach it from the angle of the trash talk that we heard going into this matchup. We saw Kobe throwing it out there. All he wants to do is make a legendary play. I believe we have a replay of his most legendary play. Here it is. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, tries to pull the BM. We're going to roll it out right away here. Knows Wild Turtle is in the bush and stylishly takes that binding to the face, continues to dance to his death.
That was beautiful. I got tears.
Exactly.
Of
the
sadness.
the poise it requires to just accept your death without flinching.
That was probably the one play Kobe went for stylistically that didn't wreck the rest of his team, by the way. Everything else he tried to do just knocked people away and really screwed up everyone else.
But somebody else we have to point out was Freak. 1v1 against Huni. 3 times 1v1 against Featherman. I think he made a highlight reel from himself for the entire team.
Somewhat deceptive, though, because then when you look at the score lines and the number of deaths
it only counts what's on camera.
That's
People
true.
don't
They
see
only
that.
show. I feel like he paid the observers off. Like, just only show when I outduel somebody.
It's like if a top laner misses a cannon minion and it's not on camera, nobody knows.
It didn't exist.
Never happened.
If a tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear it?
Exactly.
If Freak dies on his own, does it count?
And then, of course, we do have to look over on the side of Noxus, the item builds that were coming out, the stylish Zonias on the Scion, the movement speed Morgana build, the 80 carry Swain. I mean, we just added points for style there.
Yeah, we've been experimenting with 80 Swain, but Huni pulling it out here, I think
well, now you have to put it away. You can't bring it out now.
I think, innovation coming from you, we are, used to that, but from Huni like this, maybe we see it picked up in the LCS.
The best thing about those builds is there's just so much hidden power on items. Like, who knows that cape makes you quick around stuff, and the spooky ghosts, they make you run fast as well. It's just a joke.
And then, of course, the game ends with a backdoor. Only a fitting end to this type of game, but
it's a fun sucker.
I know,
it's
right?
Fun sucker.
Exactly.
That's all gameplay. Come on.
Things are going so well. You lull them into this idea that we'll just keep fighting. We'll just keep fighting. It's okay. And you make Talon sneak through the back.
A try hard.
And I think
actually
not. I think that was a weakness.
It's a try hard.
That was a hard. I think that was a weakness by Fnatic they've shown throughout the split, not being able to finish Nexus like this. So I'm really happy they show it in the end.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Energy styling though out there, I have to say. And Thaldrin, who would have thought on LeBlanc at one point like 10-0? Are you kidding me? The Magi stacked to 20 very early, and then of course it all went downhill.
There's a reason she's banned. She's just too easy. Anybody can play her.
Yeah. Is that true?
That's what
I'm pretty awful at LeBlanc. I'll go and throw that out there. No, well, we have an interview right now. We got to hear from these guys with two of the members of our Noxian delegation. Shocks, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dash. Wild Turtle and Huni, who have led their team to victory. Now, Huni, AD Swain versus Freak's Vayne. What did you think of Freak's Vayne? Because he was giving you guys a hard time.
Sorry.
What did you think of Freak playing Vayne?
Freak?
Yeah. He was in this game. Did you notice?
Yeah. Sorry. AD Swain?
Yeah, that's fine too.
Yeah, it's true. Oh.
How was it? How was it?
It was sorry.
That's okay.
It was pretty bad. But I did prove Noxus is better than Demacia, right?
Yes, you did. Well, Turtle, I gotta say, we set this up specifically so you could have a victory moment, and then it became so close. So I was a little scared. No, seriously, tell me about, your playstyle. You had the Zeals and you sold them, but the attack speed Morgana was working out in the beginning.
I was role-playing as Sonic that game. I don't know if you guys seen that, but I was just trying to go fast around the map. I was making all the calls that game.
Yeah. But in the end, you guys made it. What was it like playing versus the people that usually talk about your plays, good plays and bad plays? That was my bad. Go ahead, Huni.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so nervous now. I don't know.
You played SKT and now you're nervous?
Yeah, I'm more nervous than when I play SKT one. But
yeah. No, but you guys did really well. On a more serious note, though, SKT is playing the final versus EDG. That's coming up next, the best of 5 to decide the champion of MSI. I'd love to get your take on it. Maybe Turtle first.
I think SKT is going to win 3-2.
Why?
Because SKT is cool.
SKT is cool. Huni, 5 games yesterday, you guys versus SKT.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
I think SKT is going to be like a winner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, winner. I think SKT that score is going to be like 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. Yeah.
And then because they win versus us.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you.
So they must be like the winner.
Yeah, they have to win the whole thing.
Yes.
I get it. All right, well. Well, thank you guys so much. It was awesome having you guys here, and we're going to throw it back over to Dash and the guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. It's nice to see that those guys had as much fun playing as we did watching. Now, with the score settled between the casters and the casted, we're going to step away while the teams load in for today's finals to see who is the top team at the Mid-Season Invitational. Just a note before we get to that matchup, you'll want to stay tuned after the end of Game 1, as we'll be giving you an exclusive first look at the newest champion headed to Summoner's Rift. We'll be right back for the finals of the Mid-Season Invitational right after this.
Can you dance now?
No, I'm so heavy.
Oh, dude. So heavy?
My belly is so big, so.
Oh, why? Oh my god.
Maybe I can dance like Gragas.
Uh-oh, Kobe though, looking for the big play. Flashes for it! The knock off, the red box slowing him down! And the Vivian falls!
He's got the life steal. He's got the barrier.
Oh shit, dude. He flashed.
He's too good! And as the turret falls, Messiah retreats back into his aim. Recall quick! Oh, no! Oh, Freak, he pops the passive. Oh, but Wild Freak!
Oh, come on! Flashes over the wall, the Silver Bolt still on him, it's Kobe! He gets stopped, the Talon baiting is beautiful, Rake doesn't find it.
Cloud Templar trying to stop him. Can he do it? The Nexus going low.
That was amazing!
You just gotta say GG, man. Sometimes the other team's just better.
Welcome back. While we are surrounded by talent from around the world at this truly global event, we would like to take this time to bring attention to the victims of the Nepal earthquake who are struggling to rebuild their lives in the wake of last month's disaster. If you would like to donate and help with relief efforts, please visit internationalmedicalcorps.org or head to the LOL Esports Facebook page for more information. On our fourth and final day here in Tallahassee, Florida, Korea's SK Telecom T1 and China's Edward Gaming are about to do battle in a best-of-5, which will determine the best team in the world heading into the second half of the 2015 season. Now, before we look into that matchup, let's meet our finalists.
EDG now facing SKT in the finals. Going to be an amazing matchup.
This matchup is going to be very, very close in the final.
打 SKT 我应该不会害怕吧。
Edward Gaming going to take this series 3-0.
픽밴에서 좀 좋은 픽을 가져가는 쪽이 유리할 거라고 생각해요. 왜냐면 서로 라이너들이 정말 탄탄하고 정글러도 강력한 정글을 갖고 있기 때문에.
The Ice Blast gets first blood. Bengi's on the board.
팀 처음에 저희랑 붙었을 때는 저희가 아직 잘 몰라가지고 졌더라면 지금은 많이 SKT에 대해 알려졌고 그렇게 강하지 않은 팀이란 것도 알려진 것 같아요.
SK Telecom T1 are your first finalists. And my word, were they pushed to the limits.
我觉得意义还是挺大的吧。就是因为各个赛区都是最强的队伍来了，所以说这次 EDG 代表中国战队出战，能赢下这次冠军，还是说明中国的 FPL 是属于最强的。
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2015 Mid-Season Invitational finalists, SK Telecom T1 and Edward Gaming. Gentlemen, both of these teams have fought incredibly hard to get to this point. There is a lot of pressure on their shoulders to get here today.
Yeah, you just saw the big breath out of Bengi as well. He was like, had the weight of the world on his shoulders right there.
When you have the weight of one of the world's best junglers on the other side pressuring against you, it's a tall task. He's probably up to it today, though. We'll see.
But I think everybody feels really composed. At least they make the impression. I think everybody's ready for this match, and I expect a lot of really great League of Legends coming in today.
I like what they were talking about, how they think the picks and bans is what it's going to come down to, and they're not shown on stage, but the coaches play a huge part of this. And I think we talked about it backstage yesterday, that Aaron, EDG's coach, has been with Clearlove for a very long time, since his World Elite days.
All right, well, let's start on that side of the rift. The LPL's Edward Gaming. Spawn, what's your take so far on this team going into this matchup?
Yeah, everyone talks about EDG's carries, but I want to take a look at their support player, Mako. He's got Thresh in 7 out of 8 games, and he had it something ridiculous like 12 games in the LPL as well. Someone needs to take away his champion pool because this guy is so good at setting up exactly what EDG want to do around the map. He is one of their playmakers, and I think people need to recognize that in this series.
Yeah, he gets with Clearlove and they just roam around the map forever. And then Deft, the AD carry that he's alongside, had some great performances yesterday in the early game, got a ton of kills for himself, but then his late game positioning was a little questionable. It looked a little sloppy. And during the group stages as well, I want to see this guy step up and carry some games because he's up against Bang, who is no slouch.
I think we need to give even more recognition to Clearlove. This guy is a beast. He has played almost every champion possible in the LPL that you can put in the jungle right now. And he's up against Bengi, who's been known for having a very small champions pool. He's only performed on the Rek'Sai and the Nunu exceptionally. Clearlove can also play Nunu to the same level that Bengi can. Interestingly enough, though, yesterday when SKT played Nunu versus Fnatic, the total buff count was 11 red buffs and 11 blue buffs to SKT and only 1 blue and 1 red to Fnatic. So I think that this is going to be a hot pick for this game, if not always banned.
Yeah, I definitely think that we have to hit on Bengi's champion pool. It telegraphs how they're going to play the early game. If he gets a Rek'Sai, they're going to try and gank, start a couple of fights. If he gets a Nunu, they try and play the map a little bit more. I think that might be a slight weakness, although I actually think that they play the Nunu extremely well, so it will be a contested pick.
Yeah, I definitely think the Nunu is going to be up there, but when you do pick a Nunu, you give away a lot of the pressure, and you kind of make the other jungler as useless as you in terms of pressure. So if he's able to keep Clear Love held down, it'll allow the lanes to thrive because they have really aggressive top laners here. Marin and Koro, that's going to be a heated matchup in that top lane. And whoever gets the edge, as we've been seeing all tournament long, when you get that TP advantage, when a gank comes through and you're missing your flash, there's a ton of pressure in that top lane. So Koro, really big beast up there. And Marin, he fell to some of the pressure of Huni yesterday. And if he's up against Koro today, it's a tall order once again for this team.
Continuing on the line there, though, of the jungle pressure, if both junglers are even or that Nunu does go and keep Clear Love down, we've said so many times that EDG's laners across the board are a step up above everybody else. So would that not be a win there for EDG?
Yeah, that's why the Nunu is going to be a really strong pick. But at the same time, though, you know, the match that the way that EDG plays relies a lot more on ganking than when SKT plays, with the exception of when they run the Rek'Sai. When they run Rek'Sai, they run Rampant just as much as EDG does. And I think it's going to be a huge clash of styles because it all depends as to who has flash. And that has been a development of the tournament in that these teams punish the second that somebody has no flash instantly. They will adjust their route the second somebody oversteps, uses their flash, go for the kill.
Well, now on the flip side of the Rift, we do have SKT, who you're seeing on your screens right now. Important to note that EasyHoon will be starting in Game 1.
Yeah, and I like this because we're talking about the jungle, the top and the bottom lane, and that really isolates mid. And I think in an isolated mid lane, EasyHoon is actually the preferable choice right now because he's that brick wall. You know he's champion pool. It's a Cassiopeia, it's the Azir, and it's a Vladimir. He likes to farm up. Very low kill participation before 15 minutes, but after that, involved in everything that his team does. So I think they really are looking to isolate Pawn and shut that down.
Yeah, I feel like you jokingly say that EasyHoon is the god of agriculture and is just farming away. I think he does that exceptionally well. There's very little trace that he's actually losing. As sad as I am to not see FLICKR for Game 1, I think it's a preferable choice in this match.
Yeah. And when we were talking about, and you were saying EDG has an advantage when a Nunu's locked in because of the pressure, I actually disagree. I think that if SKT is able to stop the early game pressure, because that seems to be their weakness, if they make it to the late game, allow EasyHoon to be that positional god that he is in team fights, that's their strength. Because right now, we've been seeing EDG have much better early games than SKT.
Yeah, and on the point of pressure, I think we also have to take a step back and look at yesterday. SKT having 5 really tough games, and even in the games where they were winning, it was not by such a huge margin where they just stumped over the enemy. I think the coaching staff needs to step up between the games to adjust as good as possible because SKT were actually shown where their weaknesses are, and EDG just kind of rolled over the enemy in those matches. So I think that SKT, if they adapted really well from yesterday, have an edge from the coaching side, but need to do that consistently between the matches as well.
Yeah, and even during the matches, you kind of had to set your team up to go into them and be like, even if you have 7K gold lead, don't underestimate SKT because they've come back from games. Don't let the pressure up because even when they're behind, they still have wave management. They still seem to have pressure in a lot of their games, so you can't let that up.
Yeah, I think the biggest game from the 5-game series was SKT had to show everything. There was no way they wanted to show what they wanted to do on Nunu on the world stage and how they play that. You could see that they were holding it back until the very end. They kept FLICKR in all of the time.
So they didn't show everything.
That last card, that is the last trick card they have in that they use a sub. But I think that on the other side of the map, EDG just played outright ruthless aggression early game. We've seen in the LPL final against LGD when they really were stretched that there's much more to this team as well. So I think that Aaron does have the benefit of holding a couple of cards closer to his chest.
All right, well, all this knowledge laid out on the table. Time to get your predictions. Who's going to walk away MSI champions? Spawn, we're starting with you.
Yeah, I think that, as I have been the whole time, EDG will take this one. I think that it is finally time for Korea to fall, and it's only because this is probably the best individual team you could put together at the moment.
So if there's a couple Koreans on the team, is Korea really falling, or are they just changing regions?
I don't know. Maybe they just had a holiday for a while, went and enjoyed sunny China.
Well, no surprise with our first one here. Sheepy,
I
who are you
just
going
wanted to say, no surprise for EDG there. I'm actually sticking here with SKT. I think they have a really strong performance. I think that they will take this really seriously, and it's always the same. Everybody's struggling, but in the end, Korea comes out ahead and wins, and they have more Koreans on their team as well.
From the shows I watch, it's usually a matter of the hybrid or the mixed being that comes out on top, and I think that the hybrid of Korea and China will triumph over the pure breed Korea. So I'm going to go with EDG.
Man, I thought pure breed was the classy one, the luxury.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to have to question the shows. You're watching.
I watch the same shows, Crumbs. I'm on it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I go SKT on this one. I've watched the last 2 World Championships, and I've seen China fall to Korea, so that's where I'm throwing in my hat here.
All right, well, there you have it. The desk is split. So to break the tie, let's check out the vote on lolesports.com. And right now, the fans are giving it to SKT with 77% of the vote. So taking a lesson from Monty, going with the Koreans, watching those past 2 Worlds.
Not watching the shows.
Not watching the shows that Crumbs watch. I mean, it seems like all of the information points in SKT's direction. I don't know. As we send it up to our guys in the caster booth for Game 1, we're going to take a look at China's LPL and why Def stands out amongst such a very talented pool of carries.
现在来了很多韩国的 AD 嘛，本来韩国选手也很强嘛，然后现在也来到中国，所以说中国这边竞争也很大的。
第一次和他交手的时候，感觉没什么的，这个人就感觉就那样。
这种类型选手在打比赛中失误非常少。
戴夫特来到我们 LPL 联赛，把他的实力都发挥出来了吧？现在可以看到打得非常的好。
Needs the kite away. Def, what the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the pentakill. What on earth is going on?
중국에서요? 지금은 중국 선수들 중에는
我觉得我和 Dave 的区别就是我更比较适合那种炮台型的 ADC 吧，他比较适合那种前中期特别强的那种。其实他什么都玩得挺好的。
我觉得戴夫特的话适合玩那种后期很厉害的英雄嘛，就包括那个暴走罗尼啊，就这种后期特别 carry 的英雄嘛，因為他在前面，团队就会让他一直打前，一直打前，然后到团战的话，他们是会非常强的。
그리고 침착한 거? 하여튼 뭐냐 원딜러서 나름대로 그 공격 수비 그리고 뭐야지 운영이라고 한 3가지가 말할게있는데 그 3개가 다 밸런스가 균형이 다 뭐냐 맞아 떨어져가지고 얘가 딱히 약점이 없어서 완벽하다고 볼 수 있는 거예요.
우지 선수는 롤드컵 때에 비해서 되게 많이 내려오신 것 같고 크리스탈 선수는 그냥 잘하시는 것 같고 일단 옛날에 인프 형이 삼성 화이트에 있을 때는 약간 라인전을 좀 더 소극적으로 했었다고 해야 되나 그랬는데 중국 와서는 훨씬 더 세진 것 같아요. LPL에서 제일 잘하는 원딜러는 저인 것 같아요.
Well, there's definitely no question the AD carriers will be in our eyes, that whole bot lane as well for this mid-season Invitational Finals. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, excited to bring you the play-by-play in the MSI Finals. Along me is Martin DeFicio Lunga and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Jat, fantastic cast you just had there on the crazy game, and now I think we're about to have a crazier game.
I mean, EDG does play fairly aggressive, but it's more opportunistic play, and it's going to be a really interesting balance of styles here as SKT tries to slow down and almost wait for EDG to come to them.
And we need to see if SKT have learned anything because they played Fnatic in the semifinal. 5 games total, very aggressive games. EDG can do the same, just even better than Fnatic. If SK Telecom cannot adapt, they will lose.
It's all going to be about adaptation throughout this series. Hopefully we get a 5. And let's get into the action with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side is SK Telecom T1. That means it is Marin in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, Easy Hoon in mid, Bang at 80 carry, and Wolf at support.
Yeah, and on the red side we have Edward Gaming, of course, Koro in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Pawn in the mid lane, Def the AD carry, Mako is the support, and Coach Aaron, who's been there for so long.
And he's the only one wearing the Team China jacket in that entire picture, so...
Guys coming into this, looking at what would happen in picks and bans. We just saw AD carries being talked about a little bit.
Yeah.
Urgot kept coming up on the top of our list.
Urgot Kalista is going to be two of the most contested picks here. One of the big questions is, can Def perform at the same level as Bang when it comes to playing this Kalista here? Which team will prioritize getting as a first pick, or maybe just ban both of them away?
And there's actually a ton of different directions these teams can go in picks and bans. Based on some things that ClearLove has said about Bengi, this is one of the scenarios they are targeting Bengi as a jungler because they think he is the weakness point that they can attack, especially because he's only shown success on those two banned champions now.
Yeah, whenever these two have been banned, he's gone for something like Gragas, and we haven't really seen the same impact from him. ClearLove, he's shown multiple junglers beforehand. Sejuani has been a big pick for him. SK Telecom has to expect that coming in from Edward Gaming, and that gives them a very, very strong team fight, which we know they love to play around.
Yeah, and there's also some big power picks here between Urgot and Kalista, as well as Rek'Sai were the three that we were thinking about. So at this point, I'm a little bit surprised SK Telecom banned Twisted Fate and then didn't force either an Urgot or Kalista ban on the other side, because now it's going to be either they get Urgot or they get Kalista, depending on if the ban from Edward Gaming is Urgot or not.
So the reason they banned Twisted Fate here is it's a bit of an empty ban, because what they want to happen here is that Urgot Kalista is open and they can take the Urgot away, because I don't think they're too afraid of Deft on Kalista. He needs to prove some more how he can perform. So if you get Urgot now for Bang, you should win that lane matchup.
Whoa.
That would be very different though.
That is
ClearLove
really
would
different.
take
Of course they're going to
Sejuani
take
anyway.
Urgot now.
ClearLove would prefer Sejuani over Gragas. He's never been a big Gragas player.
And it means they can lock down the Thresh.
This
Mako
is
has played
so big
Thresh.
for gaming.
Mako has played Thresh 7 of the 8 games, and he's such a playmaker. It also works extremely well with the way Edward Gaming is playing here, because they're opportunistic with the tendency to go too far some of the time. When you put Mako on a support like Thresh, the Lantern can get them out of so many precarious situations. And this early draft phase looks incredibly favorable for Edward Gaming. They will be giving up Kalista, though, to SKT.
Yeah, and so clearly SK Telecom is happy enough taking that bot lane matchup for themselves, but I still think this Gragas is not necessarily needed as a first pick because of what ClearLove likes to play. It does, however, mean you also get your first top lane pick, and this is going to be a big deal because both these top laners also share somewhat the same champion pool. Maokai has been a big one for EDG. That's taken away by Marin.
But we did mention how it is extremely difficult to approach this pick and ban phase because the two picks that SKT just locked in, they're going to have Bang on Kalista, which is undefeated in competitive history, 7-0, and Marin on Maokai, who is now 15-1 with it in competitive play. It's not like SKT is getting denied anything. It's just these teams are sharing their champion pools.
And that is the crazy thing about the current meta, where there's so many viable champions in each role. As long as you have a team that can master close to every single one of them, you can have these pick and ban phase where suddenly you start banning away things like Twisted Fate, Alistar, you start banning junglers, and there's still so many good picks open for both teams. Another one is going to be the mid lane matchup here. Cassiopeia and Azir are both open. They were banned last time by EDG against Easy Hoon, but now we've seen they can also play them. Can they play it at the same level though as the Hoon in the mid lane?
We'll have to see. We do know that Maokai continuously now being picked up by SKT because it's a for sure lane. And once they can get that late game fight, it has been theirs. Even down 10, 15,000 in gold, we do see the rest of them locked in. And it is going to be now the counter for Pawn in the mid lane. His LeBlanc and TF were taken away.
Yeah, so obviously the Annie Kalista is going to be an incredibly strong dual lane. I expect a ton of action in that bottom lane, especially since they've opted to go with Easy Hoon in the mid lane, who typically doesn't receive as much gank assistance. Yeah. Pawn gets the last pick to go against Cassio here, though.
And we can really see what SKT have been
Did you learn Orianna
doing. Jad, I know you love.
I've been so excited about Orianna
here. Let's wait and see what he does.
Yes!
There you go.
I've been talking, Official can attest to this all week, about whether or not Orianna will be seen at the Midseason Invitational, because it is, in my opinion, such a great enabler, especially in tank teams that can put shields on the guys that are stacking resistances, which is what's happening here. Pawn also played Orianna back in 2014. Yeah. He just hasn't played it at all this year, even in the playoffs where Godby was crushing some games on it against EDG, and now he brings it out.
But here's the problem with this pick here, also with the jungle pick for ClearLove, is your 2v2 mid lane between Orianna and Sejuani. It is not very strong. Your two ultis are very easy to flash out of in terms of skirmish fighting. The Cassiopeia Gragas combo is going to be a lot stronger for SK Telecom, and they play so much around this mid lane control because that leads into pink wards in the river, which leads into these dragons they always play around in the early game. So this is going to be very risky for Edward Gaming in terms of the mid lane matchup.
Well, we do know EDG prides themselves with a +5 in the category of fight mechanics, so maybe they can round up that Glacial Prison and the Orianna Shockwave to come in big. Jack, as you were looking at kind of the Oriannas, you found out that most of the teams that placed second were really playing the Orianna, not able to get to the first to be the champions of their region. See if Pong can change that.
Let's hope it's not a curse to play Orianna all the way to second place, but they're bringing it out in the finals here.
Right.
This is going to be awesome.
All right, let us know who you think is going to win the midseason invitational. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag SKTWin or EDGWin. We'll see how you are calling this series once we are on the Rift and we are about to see what these teams have for each other. EDG has consistently made early game moves towards the bot lane, seeing if there's an opening there. They've also tried to adapt early game very quick to put themselves on the board first. SKT, we have seen, has fallen behind without having an aggressive early game.
Well, if you look at SK Telecom and back in Korea and LCK, there's only really been one team who played this aggressive style of Fnatic and EDG and AHQ. That was the KT Rolster. They didn't even make playoffs. So SKT didn't really get too much practice against the style. Now they've had this entire tournament to adapt. They could go back, rewatch the semifinal, and that's where they need to show now. They've learned from it, and they can play more reactive to what EDG is doing.
And historically, even going back to the Season 3 World Championship, SKT has been really good at adapting mid-tournament to things that have been happening against them. And obviously the 5 games they played against Fnatic, with the last one being the most successful for SKT, means they're going to have something planned to try and deal with these high-pressure early and mid-game teams.
It was very clear they learned for that last game, because it was more about counter-ganking what Fnatic were trying to do and keep defensive wards, and then you just had Bengi try and shut down Rainover in the jungle to stop this early pressure from coming. Very standard start here. Marn is gonna set up the camp at the Raptor for himself, and let's just quickly talk about the lane matchups, because what SK Telecom decided to do by giving this Urgot was say, EDG, if you pick Urgot here, you have to go bottom lane, because Urgot is not a strong AD carry in the lane swap. So we pick Kalista Annie, which is one of the strongest 2v2 kill lanes possible, and we take that fight, because we know you're going to be on the bottom side, we know we can win it, maybe with a gank, and transition that into a dragon. Meanwhile, also, because Sejuani is locked in for EDG, Cleanse has been taken for Easy Hoon, and that's not going to help him in the one-on-one matchup against an Orianna.
We'll see what Easy Hoon can do. Definitely was able to get first blood onto Kuro with that Cassiopeia in the mid lane towards their finals. We'll see if he can go as aggressive on it once again. He had Ignite that time. This time he's running the cleanse, so we may see it be a little bit safer. We do get the duo matchup, though. Junglers are in the bottoms. They should be heading towards the top side, so maybe a little time before we get some intervention from them.
And something we've seen a ton of in this event specifically is the junglers actually starting a buff instead of starting at a grop. But this bottom lane is going to be incredibly aggressive early. Bang and Wolf want to hit level 2 first.
Yeah, typically when we see their bottom lanes help out the jungler on the buff, it's when they want to set him up for very healthy, very early gank on the opposite side of the map. So you can see Bengi's already rushed straight to the blue buff. He's close to full HP once he's played it out and has the potion ticking. So he can look for ganks if he wants to. You can also just play it safe. That's why you get different options for yourself. But Clearlove is on his own red buff, and look at Bengi. He's already moving up towards the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, Marn was able to push in that lane so he could get some harassment on Clearlove, and Bengi's already on the way. Notice he took Body Slam early right here. He's not yet level 3, but he can dash the wall. But his smite won't be up. But look at how low Clearlove is. He's got a smite right now for the health.
Flashes over, hits Clearlove. That's red buff, though. Not going to be enough slow. And Bengi just gets control of that jungle. See if Clearlove can repair this.
And this whole setup was pre-planned from SK Telecom, and a lot of trading in the mid lane.
That's low mana for Easy Hill, and those auto attacks are stacking up with the clockwork wind up. Pawn shields, just a few more, and it will not be enough. He would have needed 2 more autos.
There's the Gragas.
Oh, Bengi is on call right now for Easy Hoon. It's going to be up to him if he can get that red buff after the body slam. 1 more shield in for Pawn. Still has vision from the Ghost, but I think Pawn is going to be able to do it. No! He makes it through the dissonance. Then he flashes it.
Why wouldn't he flash the body slam?
Pawn was far too conservative with his summoner spells during that gank attempt. Bengi was coming in with no flash. Instead of flashing the initial barrel, he tried to cleanse the slow, but obviously Bengi could get his cooldowns back and land his fat body slam. Pawn obviously couldn't dodge that. If he flashes with the first summoner spell, he saves cleanse and he stays alive.
Really, that body slam was the one he had to just dodge away from. The damage he took from it, the slow and everything means he goes down. But again, this whole setup from SK Telecom was started by them leashing the red buff for Bengi so he could rush from the red buff to blue buff and then have Marin walk down toward the red buff of EDG, because even if Marin had been caught out, Bengi would have been nearby to help him. So it was a fairly safe play in that case for him to pull off and look for that invade. Just great scouting also on the jungle pathing of Clearlove, doing blue buff to the walls and then moving over.
Things not really going in the way of EDG here. They've been hitting the jungle, now the mid lane, and Bengi's getting everything he wants here to start it off. We've said SKT is a little shy in the early game to get things going, but they're out of the gate here.
Well, one of the big ways they pulled ahead of Fnatic at the end of that series was with some slick jungle pathing from Bengi, which then contained the rest of the team and then set up for SKT Dragon Control. They're starting to get this right now. Bengi's first pick Gragas, remember, over the Urgot because they spent 2 bans on him. This is Bengi needing to prove himself as a jungler who can play more than just those Nunu and Rek'Sai.
And it really just seemed like by SK Telecom first picking the Gragas, they knew exactly what EDG was going to pick. We called out the Sejuani was going to come in for Clearlove. We knew the Urgot was going to be locked in. And then they drafted these champions here that could beat them in the early game and use that to play against EDG. And then with the early start, good setup. We mentioned the 2v2 in the mid lane with the Gragas Cassiopeia, how strong it's going to be for SKT. With such a good start, you can already see a CS difference between the two mid laners. This is going to be massive for SK Telecom. Look for these early pink wards to come in around this mid lane here, near the bottom side of the map, so they get some Dragon Control as well.
Dragon Control, also chances to rinse and repeat and go back at pawn with both summoners down. We just see Bengi floating in the top side of the jungle here, making sure that side of the map is safe for now. Not really worried about Bang and Wolf. Easily able to control that lane on the bottom side. Koro getting a little aggressive here onto Marn, but he can't really do anything with it as the way it's going for the turret.
At this point, EDG is almost having to stall out the early game, which is actually not too uncommon for them over in the LPL. They have been able to stall out many games and still pull out later game victories. So at this point, since Clearlove did fall behind fairly heavily, don't expect Clearlove to cross the river into the enemy jungler that frequently, and he would at best try and set up counter ganks with Bengi, since the Urgot Thresh lane is still something that would be able to win 3v3s despite the early disadvantage there.
All these wards right now, seeing Clearlove. They saw him on that scuttle with a ward just down in the brush. Pinged out there by SKT. Good hop from Koro. Just a little aggression here from the top lane. Really making sure that SKT is getting easy lanes everywhere.
Interesting that Koro's sticking around so long. I don't think he'll be able to take anything.
That's worth.
EDG is
body
playing,
slam for Flash.
EDG is so greedy in this game. It was a thing they did against AHQ as well, where they were like over-chased for certain kills and ended up dying for it, and really were just so eager to make some plays, it seems, or maybe even save summoner spells we saw before in the mid lane, and now Koro staying around top.
It's definitely a Koro tendency. We saw the Hack Room dives going a little deep. He loves his CS in that top lane. Hopefully it pays off in the end. He only actually fell behind about 4 CS there for his flash, so he's still pretty safe in the top lane. Paying off for him so far. Easy Hoon in the face of Pawn right now, and he's forced to use his full mana bar just to keep farming out. Should get a lot of help here from the blue transfer.
This really is just such a problem for Edward Gaming. The fact they can barely move into the river without being spotted by SK Telecom, because they will never be able to set up proper ganks unless they can pull up like a lantern in the bottom lane once Clearlove hits level 6 to try and get something on SK Telecom. Then it's just a matter of time before SKT will start moving in around this dragon here, bait some of these fights with superior vision, and force EDG into bad ones if they take it. EDG is a team though who tend to leave these dragons. Don't mind you getting a few in the early game. It's more about the late game team fights into a Baron.
Oftentimes, EDG will give out those dragons just so they can either parlay that into a Baron or keep their farm up, and that's what it looks like they're going to be going for. I mean, Koro's greed in that top lane was a little bit perplexing, because I was wondering what items he was waiting to find. He goes back, buys a Hex Drinker, and then because he stayed around for that extra wave and a half, picked up a Pink Ward and a Sight Ward, which, as far as Gnar in the top lane right now, is just trying to gain some of that vision control back that Clearlove won't be able to provide for him due to his start with his buffs getting stolen away.
A little bit of tussle here over a Pink Ward in the top. Marn can't do much. Dragon may also be hard for EDG to fight as well. Pawn here, as you would, leveling his Q against Easyhoon, but that's not going to be able to deliver much damage if they get into a big objective fight down at Dragon with a Shockwave. So everything playing in favor of SKT to keep their 90% Dragon numbers up. 90% of the time, they get that first Dragon.
And here's one of those plays around the early pink wards from SK Telecom. Bengi deciding that EDG is playing a little bit too defensive, too far back, realizing that they had no vision around the tri-bush. But they have 2 wards now around the Dragon, and Bengi is moving towards the mid lane.
Very safe play from Pawn so far.
Look for that Lantern play from
We could see
Mako.
a couple of different ganks here at the same time.
All right. A little bit of a help there for Pawn to get out.
That's why Pawn needed to bring the cleanse and flash. Because of the threat of the flash body slam, he had to cleanse it immediately, flash before the ultimate could come through. But 1 summoner from the jungler for 2 summoners from Pawn should continue that mid lane so Easyhoon can continue to farm. I really like what SKT is doing here with ganking the mid lane again and again. Not something that Bengi and Easyhoon have been known for as a duo, but it's definitely beneficial here.
Oh, a little bit of love here in the bottom lane. The swap onto Bang. Deft is in a great position to stop him from getting to the turret. Wolf needs to run away right now, and he does so. But EDG make moves in that bottom lane to get Deft
Party
going.
in the bot lane. We talked about how they could set up a gank here. Lane gank from Sejuani, then Lantern from the Thresh. It's hard to do anything against it. And you saw it also flash and swap the Kalista after she'd already pulled in Annie with the ulti, just to keep them in place, force every single defensive summoner, get the kill they need. Meanwhile, top lane, Koro with this early Hex Drinker, putting a lot of pressure on Marin.
I mean, that's another reason he wanted the ward control. He greeted for that extra CS. Koro knows exactly when to push his advantages. Marin is doing his best to try and neutralize this laning phase, which he is so good at as Maokai, and then he can go and make TP plays.
Yeah.
Koro, though, doing his best to keep the pressure up, and EDG may actually get this first Dragon out of that.
As soon as Bengi showed in the top lane and Deft died, Bang died in the bottom lane, EDG knows they can go straight for the Dragon. This is very important. They stop SKT from getting these early on. So nice setup.
Wow.
Using Mako and Thresh, one of the picks they got in the first rotation, which has been so important all tournament long.
We've been talking to Fischio about EDG's opportunistic play. They are so aggressive, but only when they see the slightest bit of information. Bengi, even though he's known as a Dragon Control jungler, showed top lane. As soon as he did that, they take Dragon. As soon as he stays top, they go for him.
Not a whole lot of explosive damage from Pawn just yet. They're able to get a few hits onto Bengi here. It doesn't look like, actually it does look like Pawn was missing quite a bit of CS for his troubles on that roam as well. So Easyhoon still doing what he can here. You can see the average first Dragon. Usually SKTs, that Baron could also be a problem as well.
Baron a bit earlier for EDG, obviously the one we so often see them get, and then they use that to close out the games for themselves. But Easyhoon been having a great time here in the mid lane. He got an early TS, just been stacking, not been under any pressure, honestly, mainly due to Bengi and the help he's provided in this mid lane for SK Telecom. So they are still heading gold, but Deft also with that kill. Let's see if he's in trouble.
It's dropped on the Lantern plays. Mako getting him out safe.
And just notice the positioning for Mako here before that play even happens. He's predicting that SKT want to all in, so he positions himself very far back so he can throw that Lantern to Deft, who doesn't have a flash anymore, and pull him out. That's just great play as support when you can read, okay, when is there a high chance they will go aggressive, and how do I position myself to help my AD carry?
And it's been really impressive to watch the synergy between Deft and Mako as the LPL split has progressed. Mako didn't even start as the main partner for Deft. They were playing mouse in a lot of their earlier games in the LPL. Mako came in, made some big plays in his first game in the LPL, and there's been no looking back ever since. His Thresh is extremely strong.
His Annie is as well, which is why he knows how to play against it so well. Pawn getting stuck in the mid lane. Easyhoon actually hit him with a Noxus Blast just earlier to stop his back, and it results in the kill as Bengi comes in.
Might not be over yet, Riv.
Oh, Wolf gets the stun on. A good grab there to stop Bengi's extra damage, but they put Clear Love in a perfect spot to take him down. Everybody gets out pretty much unscathed on that one. Looks like a bit of a tussle here between the tanks in the top lane as the wet noodle fight actually getting down to some pretty low HP here. But it looks like they're just going to trade a few smiles and walk away from this one.
Got to talk about the mid lane play from Easyhoon, though. He's used that early advantage again and again. Marin actually is in trouble.
Hey, no, he's looking for that passive heal. Wasn't enough. Hello, Hex Drinker.
Koro in the end winning the trade here. He flash ulted Marin back into the tower, and Marin instantly just jumped back out. They were fighting for quite a while up there. In the end, a kill for Koro in this now matchup where he will have the pressure. Very well played. for the best Gnar player in China.
You almost never see a solo kill onto Maokai, especially Marin's Maokai. Unbelievable that Koro was able to take him down there. And then the same thing, you don't see Pawn giving up solo kills to EasyHoon, but this EasyHoon is almost like a man reborn when he came out in the finals of the LCK. He got multiple solo kills against the GE Tigers in that final series, and even though he did have a nice start from Bengi here, his ability to take that advantage, not passive farm it, but turn it aggressive.
It's like a newer, upgraded version of FLICKR.
Oh man.
You're going to get a lot of hate from that. See what EasyHoon can do. I love how these guys are still going aggressive in the mid lane, though, with these passive summoner spells. EasyHoon looks to make a little bit more trouble for ClearLove here as he heads towards the red. Actually, they're just going to go for this pink that was placed some time ago. EasyHoon keeping that in mind.
And it's just so fun to see how both teams are reacting to each other. After that play happened in the bottom lane where Def was saved by the lantern, he took a lot of damage.
Yeah.
SKT knew, okay, now we can play aggressive in another lane because we can roam before they can on the bottom side. That's why they went for the dive, got the kill safely. Bengi, he's waiting in the bush here.
How long is he gonna wait?
He's going in now. He's waiting for some more support. Wolf is coming as well.
Wolf should be able to get there in time. Very nicely done. Crowd control a bit stacked there, giving Koro time to move right away. But Wolf has the rest to finish this off. The wallop keeps him in place. Nobody else is roaming up here, and EDG's not able to get live of anything. Koro running out, dodges the boomerang back, and gets himself a kill.
The biggest plays from Koro. Look at the bottom lane as well here. EDG, they're trying to respond on the other side of the map.
A lot of resources being used up top. Pawn feels like he has a good fight here against EasyHoon. The blue buff, however, ticking for EasyHoon, and Pawn short on that mana.
Koro is a god of top lane, and he's building up some nice magic just to make those ganks even more difficult for SKT. They send 3, and they lose 1. Unbelievable.
Not expecting that for sure. So much was used in that top lane to take him down. Still has his teleport up, and he actually misses hardly any CS as he gets back to lane here. We'll see how much he can get that lane push and what pressure now EDG can start to create. The game is even.
Yeah.
First dragon is theirs with the next one a minute away.
When that gank happened in the top lane, Koro was actually waiting on his Gnar ultimate. It was down at the beginning of this, and he just gets enough CC, jumps away the instant Bengi goes down. The flash is already burned beforehand, and then he gets knocked back, but it doesn't end there, Officio.
So Wolf coming in here. Remember, Koro has so much magic resist, and all the damage here is magic-based onto him. So in the end, also with the ulti, he stays alive, and now he's just keeping the distance. Wolf will use Tippers, just missing.
And flash.
And he gets the boomerang.
Wolf just had a terrible day right there, walking into the turret, because he was hoping Marin was a little bit ahead. Thanks to the Gnar ultimate, it wasn't. Wolf didn't want to wait a second because he was barely thinking he was in range for the flash Tippers, so he ended up taking the turret aggro, and it just cost him his life.
Woo.
Quick cleanses today.
Super quick cleanse on that one. Mako thought he was going to be pulling himself in a snake, and EasyHoon slithered away. We'll see what they got on this one. A little bit more action towards the bottom lane, gentlemen.
Yeah, SKT have set up all the wards we normally see from around the river. EDG, there is teleport for them and not for Marin in this top lane, so they can start it and get a 5 versus 4.
EDG has the TP advantage, and one of the flaws of SKT this tournament has them been fighting over dragons when they aren't actually prepared to do so. Koro could get his teleport interrupted, and they're getting Mako.
What a choke point for Wolf to mark his territory with Tibbers. Get in there very nicely. Looks like they're going to be all right on this one. And they get out. Dragon could be theirs for the second one. Depth coming up from the bottom side with ClearLove now, and actually they will reposition. Vision is still there for SKT.
Keep in mind, EDG still has that teleport here. Marin just not up yet. They're waiting around. Oh, Wolf is so low at this point.
Koro has been engaged in a fight with Marin. Marin was pushed back behind his turret, and Koro would be Mega Gnar in a second. So they had to respect the teleport from Koro despite the catch. That advantage and the bullying in that top lane created the dragon opportunity.
So 2 dragons now for EDG. SKT got the mid tower in response. They decided to back away after the first engage. Just take a tower, get some global gold. Yes, you get a dragon, but at least we get something else on the map. But this matchup in top lane, with Koro being such a bully to Marin, that's going to mean this top tower, if he keeps sitting in the one-on-one, will go down, and there's nothing SKT can really do to stop him. And also, if you look at the lineup for SK Telecom, Bang is obviously the only one doing physical damage. So early on for Koro, he can go for Hexring, he can go for Spectral Cowl very early, gets so much MR that even in the 2v1s, even the 1v3,
3v1s,
he can tank up a lot of damage, and it's only Bang who can really take him down. as long as he keeps stacking some MR here in the mid game.
Yeah, we talked about Marin being 15-1 in pro play on Maokai. Well, Koro try 18-1 on Gnar.
Isn't that a fantastic thing, though?
These guys win a lot of games, and now somebody does have to lose. Right now, Koro is winning the top lane.
It's going to be a sad day for someone, but we'll still have at least 2 more games depending on how they go in this best of 5 series. 29,000 to just about 28,000, and you can see the goal differences here as we approach 20 minutes.
And as EDG got the bot lane tower a few minutes ago when we had that trade in the top lane, they can now swap Deft and Mako up here. Marin already being pushed back, and he's going to have to go back to base if he doesn't die.
The cavalry is coming through the top lane here for EDG as well. This could be where they dive a little too far. They're on to Marin, but that's going to be Koro going down. Do they know to back up now? No, Clearlove rather says we're going in with a Glacial Prison. Now on to Marin once again, but somehow he stays alive again. And now they're back on to Mako. 6-4 in a dive EDG did not want.
Marin always making sure to weave in his auto attacks. Here comes the Hoon.
Oh, puts up the box. Bengi's gonna fly right through the wall, pick himself up another one. 3-0-3 on that Gragas pick.
And this right here was how SKT beat Fnatic in Game 5. They read what was about to happen, the aggressive move coming in, and they counter-ganked it instantly. You saw them move from the base, so once the dive happened, Bang was there, the rest of SKT joined in, they turned it around, they get the kills instead.
And it was a beautiful read too, because Koro had been bullying that lane for a while. The Dragon was down, the bottom turret was down. Yeah. That was the natural progression for a smart team to go, was EDG running top lane. SKT also hung back a little bit right there. Every single time EDG committed to the turret is when the next person ended up showing up for SKT.
Do this again.
You can just see, look at your minimap here, how both teams are running to this lane. EDG thinks they're gonna have a numbers advantage. That's why they go for the dive, but quickly realize, oh, Bang is here now. Bang is even on his way, and Bang just go way too aggressive. Jumping forward on his own, gets swapped back and dies. But and then, suddenly it's EDG who wants more.
The next person who goes into the turret also gets punished, because that's when a new challenger arrives, and it's Bengi. Then they continue to fall back. Pawn could not chase Cassio through the mid lane thanks to that disadvantage. And we ended up with another kill for SKT.
We're back though in this one-on-one with Koro and Marin. They keep trading. Koro keep winning out on the trades. Bengi is around though. We see a lot of wards have been swapped to this top side because both teams were fighting just before. Bengi will be spotted as well. But the rest of EDG is still around. Bang should be able to get a bot lane tower here because Deft is moving away. So as long as SK Telecom can keep defending these outer turrets, they will create a bigger goal lead.
It's like these top laners are going to be mad at their AD carries. They're saying, guys, we're getting all this action and we're farming better than you. Look at these guys, 198, just about even on Koro's side with all that action in the top lane. Still focusing throughout the chaos up there and still being able to provide for their teams. Still more focus towards this top side. We know EDG's prerequisite to winning a game is having to take that Baron first.
Yeah, and also with EDG moving top side, it exactly is for that Baron. Even a kill onto Marin, he's all alone.
All right, so 5v1 is probably going to go in favor of EDG on that time. Let's see how SKT can control this.
But honestly, he should have expected this. There's just been so many members around. They haven't seen Deft on the map for a long time. EDG moved there to either take top tower or maybe start an early Baron in case Bang had stayed bottom lane to take tower here. Now it seems like SKT will be able to get something in return because EDG is just backing away, back to their own turrets here.
Every time you send 5 people to one lane, 20 minutes into the game, you're giving up something. This is mainly a turret trade, and I do think, Deficio, it's more about the Baron control when the next Dragon comes up, so there are split points of focus, since mainly EDG has given up a lot of gold in those ganks, and there's a really big power spike there from EasyHoon on Cassiopeia. That's a good initiation.
Oh, looking at Mako. Wolf still on the front line with his Tibbers, making sure Tibbers is taking those skill shots as they try to get around EDG. They exit towards the top side of the map where Koro will already be taking down that top turret. So no real pressure here for SKT to get back in and fight. They're going to pressure mid.
But all SKT wanted to do was push EDG away from the mid lane and down into the river so they could start pushing up the lanes further, have at least some threat on the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So EDG stays alive. They end up trading outer turrets for themselves here. But both teams, very early on, starting to group up. This is going to be so much about these big team fights. And both teams are going to be very tanky. If you look at the jungler and the top laner, difference is going to be, of course, AD carry-wise. Bang is there to try and dance around, get some damage in, where Urgot is just going to stand in the middle and take everything.
And I think another big difference is going to be how the fights start. Because we have seen a lot of games, especially in the LPL finals, where big game-breaking team fights happen just off of killing a ward. SKT as well has made a tremendous amount of success off of finding picks. Wolf with the distortion boots on Annie. We saw him attempting to do it in the mid lane, but he went a little early before the rest of his team was able to support him. Would be one of the big catalysts. So many people capable of making big-time picks on that SKT team.
Yeah, even for both teams, honestly. Sejuani on the side of EDG, flash ulti from Deft can start fights. Mago's been landing hooks left and right. We should see Righteous Glory being completed soon for Marin as well, so he adds some mobility. He likes to delay it, to sit on the catalyst and get some tanky stats first, because he also has other ways of engaging through his support in this situation here.
Well, SKT has definitely still been able to find the advantage in this game, keeping EDG to a very uncommon less than a kill a minute here.
He has
very
flash.
tempered in their play. Wolf stopping out Koro. Bengi right into the middle of that one. Flashes himself out. Koro tries to get in. A nice ulti coming out of that, and it looks like they're going to try to keep it going. Pawn goes down. There's no focus from the AP carry in the mid now, and they are going to start wearing down on the tanks. Clear Love falls. Mako has already gone down. Koro is not long for this world, and Deft is forced to run for the fountain.
And that was a very, very tricky team fight for EDG to take. If you look at SK Telecom and their carries here, both of them have completed at least 2 items, and that's where they spike very hard in terms of damage. We can say 1.5 them for the Kalista. Didn't really complete static shift yet. They didn't die in the engage. They didn't get locked down because of cleanse, so they got to back away and simply start landing down so much damage.
Not just cleanse, the QSS as well on Bang. It doesn't matter how hard Koro wants to force that if they're going to cleanse back, and then Bang and EasyHoon could just rain chaos from the back, do tons of damage to the rest of EDG. And yeah, let's take a look at this again. Koro wants to force that Mega Gnar so badly, and he gets a pretty good Gnar to the wall, but the cleanse just takes him away.
Yeah, cleanse instantly for them. Bang with the QSS, and now you can just see how EasyHoon and Bang are sitting down here. Nobody can touch them because Mega Gnar has been used from Koro, and they have so good sustained DPS, especially from that Cassiopeia. EasyHoon, once again, in terms of the team fights, really showing up. Had a good laning, it's fair to say, too.
None of this damage from EDG impactful enough to turn SKT away from these fights. They're hitting ultimates on 3 people, and SKT is just still knocking at the door relentlessly. Looks like they're going to head back here, easily take Dragon for themselves.
And I feel like we have seen in this game why Orianna as a pick has not been that great lately. We didn't see much pressure in the lane because you can't really. You have to sit back and farm very passive. Well, so SKT controlled that one, thanks to some ganks from Bengi, fair to say as well. And then in these team fights, so much of the current meta is about the mid-game fights near dragons. Orianna, in order for her to become really a big carry, needs to sit on 3 items. And that's where we get the Void Staff in as the 3rd item. We only completed 2 now. At this point, 27 minutes in.
Didn't even have the death cap for that fight at the Dragon. Now Koro, top lane was cool beforehand, but he is way outnumbered.
Able to shovel a few backwards, but they already have their assist tag on him. It's not going to be that much of a problem. Actually, I think they're going to give this one over to EasyHoon. Very well chosen there. 3-0-5. He looks to finish his Rabadons quite soon with that kill. Bengi towards the mid lane to make sure there is no pressure that EDG can create here. And right now, SKT being able to take full control of the map. We're not even seeing the wards that EDG regularly places in their enemy's jungle. They haven't even really been on the side of SKT this game.
Very early on in the game, EDG lost a lot of the control in the river. Had to play fairly passive. And most of what they've done is basically come around Koro in this top lane on this Gnar. He's been a hero on his own, but it's just not enough. Especially now when they lose that big team fight at Dragon. That's a really big turning point for SK Telecom. They were already ahead, but that's what they needed to get the Baron as well.
But even Bengi's Gragas has been quite on point this game. Being able to gank pawn out in the mid lane, allow EasyHoon to snowball that mid game. Now we have EasyHoon sitting on a death cap as well. The sustained damage that will be coming out of SKT, thanks to Bengi pulling out this 3rd jungle pick and finding success, I think has really caught EDG off guard. They were not respecting Bengi on Gragas whatsoever.
And it's going to be such a big thing in the pick and ban phases to come. The fact that Bengi now has more than 2 jungle champions he can play so well. Because again, remember, Rek'Sai Nunu was banned away. EDG suddenly might have to change the strategy and say, okay, Bengi's not the guy we're going to target. we're gonna maybe swap it against Easyhoon, try and take away the Cassiopeia Azir if we feel like that's too strong in the team fights. There are multiple changes you can make. Obviously, the teams are swapping side every game here.
And possibly player.
Possible player.
Yeah, there's always that chance.
Always an option that they put FLICKR in for one of these games. Has to be decided within 5 minutes of the Nexus falling. And it's absolutely a choice that SKT has as they make their way through this best-of-5 series against EDG for the mid-season invitational finals. 12-5 as we come up on 30 minutes. SKT did pretty much thwart EDG's quick 5 Dragons by taking number 3. We'll see what happens here as SKT starts to pressure mid.
And if you look at the map right now and what SKT wants to do, seeing as they don't really have a split push composition, you can't focus on all 3 lanes at once. So they decided to take 2 of the mid lane and top lane. So they're completely warded off the jungle and they push down just the 2 lanes at once. Koro is trying to be annoying and buy time for his team, but he's now being caught all alone.
Every time we see him, he's trying to escape down the lane towards
This is good though. This is good because EDG is trying to push the mid lane and then Mako dies.
And Mako dies indeed. Not enough forward wards, as we said before, from EDG here that have been placed.
Barnes
wards
cut them
already.
off.
They're walking right through the sight of SKT still, and now they're going to get routed out from Marn, as you said, Jack. Clearlove's forced to fight him. Deft and Pawn are trying to figure out where they can put their DPS, and Deft actually has to fight Marin now. There's the shockwave. It only hits Bengi, but there's no damage coming out of EDG right now, and they are still forced to turn around, finally wearing down Bengi. Easyhoon in a good spot now to take down Deft as he gives himself the resistances from the position reverser. But what a skirmish back and forth. EDG looks like they're trying to grab up the scraps here, but SKT is going to find everything that they want. Quickly over the wall, possibly, or is Marin just going to keep him in place for his last few kills? Not able to get him.
He refuses to die. Koro, keep running. We believe in you.
Oh!
Yep.
Koro is a god.
Don't blink!
SKT, though, have done a great job of itemizing this game as well. That's one of the big things that I think took the wind out of EDG's sails early on here. Having the cleanse on Easyhoon and the 3rd item QSS on Bang, not only to stop the Urgot position reverses, but also to stop any type of Mega Gnar. And then Bang just goes and makes a flat-out mistake in the mid lane.
Bang, he hits the ground. Yeah, that was
right as we're giving him praise. He goes and does that.
All right, so let's see what happened here. Remember, Mako just got caught out. He's already dead, so Marin was teleporting in behind, trying to force EDG to take a fight with only 4 members. It's a good start, honestly. They get a lot of good ultis down. The shockwave, though, look at this one here. Bengi, only one I believe it took damage from. Not even sure if he managed to body slam out of it at first. And now the damage is simply running out for EDG. Once again, Easyhoon and Bang are left to just deal all the damage they want.
2 hyper carries that they have to deal with, and really fed hyper carries, especially if you look at Easyhoon now. 4 completed items after this fight where he picked up the 2 kills.
Marin.
Koro's so sneaky. But yeah, when we look at the damage dealt the champions chart after this game, I know that Easyhoon's going to be really, really high on it. And that's what's been happening when Easyhoon is in these games for SKT.
Yeah.
He does the majority of the team's damage. These Azir and Cassiopeia picks that he's able to pull out have been absolutely devastating. It's probably the main reason he's, aside from all the other things, that he's seeing a lot of this play over FLICKR, because his Cassiopeia and Azir are just on that level of its own.
The current meta just fits him so well. You don't have to make big flashy plays in the mid lane. You don't need to be an assassin who can kill you, the enemy mid lane, and start roaming around. You can shine in team fights because so many games are decided around these dragons here, around the barons, in the big 5-on-5. So if you have a guy who can play champs like this at this level, use him.
Use him indeed. You only have to give him a bit to get going. We saw those Bengi ganks towards the mid lane. Just took a flash blown there onto Pawn, and he was not able to control. 325 to 270 in CS in that lane. We've seen Easyhoon been able to roam multiple times off of the lane as well to create trouble for the other lanes.
And we see Bang taking the dragon on his own here. SKT are so far ahead, you can start pulling off plays like this and also keeping control of the Baron, because again, we know EDG loves to go for that Baron here. So if you send 5 guys to dragon 33 minutes in, that's a very easy call in for EDG to try at least come back by sneaking a Baron in. And also just like the build we often see, or we always see from Bang. No Hurricane, you have to be able to kill these tanks here, so you need some crit for yourself. He goes for the static shift second, also maxing Q in the lane for people who wonder how he plays it.
So here are the wards now from EDG. Still not many encroaching on the side of SKT's map vision.
Yeah. At this point, SKT has been able to take control back. They picked up 2 dragons. Now, since they've taken out only 4 turrets, they have a couple of options. They can either try and get deep vision control to go for Baron, or they can try and get better wave control and get those other turrets down. They're still running the risk of a really good initiation from EDG, which is why they're taking their time here.
EDG has set up this bottom lane wave almost a minute ago. It's been slow pushing all the way from their own tier 2 tower. Because there's no teleport for Marin, it was used in the mid lane. They're hoping that SKT will send someone down to clear it and therefore open up for EDG to start a fight around the Baron, 5 versus 4. SKT though, they have full control of it. They keep a lot of members around the mid lane. They don't really send anyone down yet. And now Marin, because his TP is about to be ready, can go down, catch the entire wave, and he can now start pushing it back. Or SK Telecom can decide that we can play around this side of the map as well, because we have that teleport ready. We can push it in, we can force Marin to sit there, force Koro to sit there, and then see if you can bait out his Mega Gnar and then potentially start a fight at Baron. There are many ways for SKT at the moment to play the map.
Worked out very nicely that Marin's teleport is just coming up as he gets the brunt of that bottom wave cleared out, so it'll push back in their favor. We'll see what the follow-up here is from SKT. They could be sideswiped here, but they are completely ready for it. You can see Wolf and actually Bang standing in position if he needs to get a good fake call off.
Yeah, mid lane is not the lane for SK Telecom to push at the moment, because they don't have any deep wards on the top side here where EDG is running around, so you always expose yourself to a flank if you just start pushing up towards the enemy base. So they have to worry about these 2 outer turrets, and they need to get some wards in the jungle up here on this top side, otherwise this tier 2 tower is gonna stay untouched for EDG, and we're just gonna have this dance around the Baron that nobody really wants to start, because you don't want to risk being caught in there by, let's say, a Sejuani ulti.
Yeah, there's some tight corridors. Yes, there is the QSS and the cleanse still on SKT, but if you find the right thing, there's been a lot of fights we've seen in the LPL where EDG has such great mid-fight target prioritization that they can just burst down the carries if they get their mitts on them and change the total context of the game. You know, Mako lands 1 hook, gets in for a flay, and the whole game could change. It's unlikely in this time because of how good SKT is and how patient they are being, not to mention the Luden's Echo being completed onto EasyHoon.
Yeah.
Basically, meaning you give him a couple seconds on any target and he's going to kill it from full. SKT is in a position to win, but it's going to take some time.
This is how you make sure you win damage done. As a Cassiopeia, you get Luden's Echo 5th item and you just start spamming away while moving around. Deft can look to target out EasyHoon though with his ulti. That should be the way for EDG to try and get in there. See if you can swap him around, chain CC on him, and of course for EDG, never stay too far away from this Baron, because there's a Kalista, and now they're going in for a fight. Let's see if SKT want to take it.
Let's see how they can prioritize this. The ball was on Clearlove, but they pull it back out. Just Koro and Clearlove now to fight 3 Baroned up members. EasyHoon has all the time in the world with Bang and Wolf to fire out the DPS. Marin with a great flash. Koro slams him up against the wall. They get a great shockwave on 3 members of SKT, but Pawn goes down before any follow-up damage can come through. EasyHoon is still full HP in this fight and just slaughtering people with double fangs. Wolf was able to pick up that last kill. There's one of the hooks that they would have loved in the fight, but it's really just to stave off EasyHoon's final kill. He'll still land the snakes. He'll still pick it up. EasyHoon, easy life.
EDG's not going to get much better than that Gnar into Orianna combo, but then EasyHoon on that Cassiopeia, as we're saying, unless they get him down, he's going to kill everybody.
And normally EDG is a team that's so good at finding the right target in these team fights, but they've been behind nearly all game long, and SK Telecom looking very strong.
Looking at 38 minutes and already on the Nexus turrets. Mako and Clearlove, pretty big guys, but I don't know if they're big enough or if SKT even cares that they're standing toe-to-toe with them right now. They are going to finish off the Nexus turrets, and it looks like they're going for a few more kills on the stats, along with the Nexus. Game 1 of the finals goes to SKT over EDG.
That last fight too, it wasn't an easy job, but somebody had to do it. Marin tanked so much damage for EDG and then still flashed away for a big distraction. A 0-3-13 despite a very difficult laning phase. Marin making that pick work. I mean, I still think that was a fascinating pick and ban phase.
It was.
Especially with the information available beforehand, and it will change going into the next game because Bengi performed on Gragas.
I just love the trust in Bengi, saying, can we first pick a Gragas for you? Can we give up the Urgot and then try and build around that? And they do it. It pays off. He had such a good early start to this game. The only member that really gave SKT any problems was Koro in that top lane. but it's not enough having a big tank when you don't have the damage to back it up.
And rightfully so, Koro actually doing about 2,200 more damage than Easy Hoon on that Gnar.
Oh, Easy Hoon, step it up.
Step it up indeed. Koro still definitely a big factor and something they'll have to look out for. But SKT taking game one, and for a look at that game one win, let's kick it back to Dash and the crew at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Rivington. A big win there, coming out the gates hot for SKT, taking it 1-0 so far in the series. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start with Champions League, because as we watched it, it was commented around the desk. We loved the approach by EDG here.
I really liked SKT's as well, though. In the first time they faced each other, they went with a 5-threat composition. The Annie is always a threat. You need to keep her in mind because she can CC you, and in a team fight, she's a huge factor. They did the exact same thing here. You're running the Maokai. You cannot ignore the Maokai. You have the Gragas, you have Cassiopeia with the Kalista and Annie. That's even more CC to layer on top of it. And it's a very similar strategy to what they ran the first time around. EG has to adapt to this pick and ban.
Yeah, I think EDG already did adapt. They asked the first question that everyone on the desk asked: can Bengi perform on something that isn't the Nunu or the Rek'Sai? So I liked the draft. I thought they came out with a clear strategy. Credit to SKT. They definitely dealt with the draft, so it wasn't an impeccable draft, but it asks the biggest question that we were all asking.
Yeah, and spoiler, Bengi performed incredibly well on the Gragas. I think that he was one of the players. Oh yeah, we have actually looking into EDG. I hope that the coach is doing his job here.
Yeah, they've got time to rethink their strategy. Maybe that pick ban change will change. Let's go into that jungle, though. We watched SKT with a very interesting jungle route that was premeditated.
The tempo of the game was set right from the beginning, and it truly shows how jungle is a team effort. It's not just one guy thinking this out. So he starts doing his own red buff with a really nice leash from the bottom lane that speeds up his jungle. Maokai, on the other hand, puts 3 saplings at the Raptor camp, allowing him to kill all the small ones and get to lane without using the teleport. So when he heads back to lane, Maokai has the teleport advantage. He doesn't have to use teleport. Korra didn't use it either, but he's still down in experience because of the 3 Raptor camps. So he can push out faster than Korra can and get a ward into the red buff before Clearlove can get there. Then he goes, finishes a big Raptor, goes to the blue buff. To be honest, I think he should have done just the blue buff because he didn't get level 3 off the Raptor camp. A little bit of a mismatch in there, but instead goes for it anyways, tries to kill Clearlove, and the pressure is on. From that point on, the gank on mid lane and the game is completely snowballed.
Yeah, and they read exactly what EDG wanted to do all game. That's why I'm so impressed with the SKT lineup, because they were willing to match aggression, especially in the top lane. That turret dive, they overextended for EDG, and SKT were there in a second to really capitalize. They went for a very greedy level 1 there. EDG wanted everyone in their lanes to be able to start shoving out and get that early aggression that we always talk about, and SKT makes them pay. Really good, smart play.
Yeah, and I think slowly but surely EDG actually tried to put on the pressure, and we saw that most dominantly in the top lane, where Korra actually has a really good time against the Maokai.
Yeah, a lot of people out there noticed Korra's play. They said, or one of our tweets from @theboyAlex writes, "Oh my God, Korra, you are a god. Please teach me, senpai." We're gonna roll a clip there in the top lane so you guys can check it out.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that there was a little bit sloppy CC layering, and then Korra just really nice ultimate in the end of the transformation, and with a slither of health is running away. Annie so close, the jump, and he actually gets the kill. And I think we have to really note that the individual performance by EDG was exceptional. I think that Korra did a fantastic job in the top lane.
And one thing I want to point out about the whole EDG lineup is it's nearly like they play on instinct alone. They know exactly how much they can live with. And that's why SKT, the analytical play, is coming out a little bit ahead, you see, in game 1. But if the game deteriorates at all, you expect those instincts to start playing a bigger role.
Yeah, I think that just to touch on the early jungle point, I think that was really smart setup by SKT, and that was not something that comes from instinct. Getting level 2 first, pushing out early, getting the jungle camp early as well. They set that up really, really prematurely, and I think that is something we can look out forward to.
I do want to jump into our replay. We're going to go 25 minutes into the game. This ends up being a 4-0 for SKT in the Dragon, results in Baron as well.
Right here, SKT starting the Dragon. You know you have a lot of Dragon pressure with the Cassiopeia and the Kalista. Ren stack cannot get outsmited, and Bengi is going to be the hero for this fight. Versus a 2-threat composition, he goes in, knows that he's not in danger, ultis the Orianna, and her flashback is immediately forced. Right here, a misclick by her, taking the Lantern, puts her back into the fray and right into range of Mara. As soon as Orianna gets hit with the Twisted Dance, she dies, doesn't get the ultimate off, and it's easy pickings for SKT from this point on. This is what happens when you run a two-threat comp. Nara does not deal enough damage to be a carry. Same goes with the Sejuani. You need the Orianna to stay alive, and Urgot isn't really a hyper carry. He's more of a, poke them out here and there and CC them. So perfectly played team fight by SKT in that point.
Yeah, I think that at that point in the game, they don't do enough damage. If they had given that up, they had the first two dragons. Why are you fighting against a mid-game Cassiopeia Kalista? Just give it up, walk away, live to fight another day. The other thing is you shouldn't feel pressured to fight against a team that secures advantages so easily. Cassiopeia, Kalista, you're not going to steal it even if it gets to that point. So don't push the tempo. You're more of a poke comp. Just let them come to you.
Well, we'll have more time to talk about this matchup on the other side of the break that we have to take just now as the teams gear up for Game 2. But don't touch that browser because you're about to get an exclusive sneak peek at the newest champion that will soon be hitting Summoner's Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your inside look at Echo, the boy who shattered time.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, then you don't deserve a single extra second.
best players in the world are in there.
There's a lot of hype in the crowd, a lot of energy in that building.
I'm Bridget. I'm from Orlando. I'm excited that Ryan's here because I never thought that they would come to Florida. It's cool. It's nice.
I'll be 56 in June, and I have 3 sons who played. This is my oldest major.
I'm rooting for AHQ just because they're the underdogs. This is an awesome opportunity to come to something this big.
Never been anything like this.
I'm from Ecuador. TSM. That's the first team I ever watched. I've been following Dyrus since I was playing in Hawaii.
He drove up from USF. I'm here today because I'm actually proposing to my girlfriend of 4 years.
The fans are the entire reason that we do what we do. The roar and the energy of the crowd, that's what really makes the event.
It's been exciting, it's been fun. Just seeing everyone live, seeing everyone up close, it's surreal, really.
Welcome back to the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. There are the fans that we love so dearly, hyped, ready to go for some more matches. You just got to hear from some of the passionate fans on the campus of Florida State University, but all across the country, fans are gathering for viewing parties like this one in Salt Lake City, Utah. They are pumped to be catching today's action on the silver screen. And I'm not going to lie, their screens are probably bigger than ours here. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, certainly are. Probably the best seats in the house right now.
I wonder if we look good on a big screen. I don't know.
You worried about your pores, Irene?
I'm worried about them.
Is that seriously your biggest concern right now?
Don't go to the close-up. No.
All right, well, we'll check in on some more of the offsite excitement later. But for now, let's get back to business. What does Edward Gaming need to do to even this series up 1-1?
Yeah, so I think that they go to their second strategy. They've thrown a couple of bans at Bengi. He came through the other end, so throw some at Easy Hoon. He has a very predictable champion pool, I feel, in the Vladimir, the Azir, as well as the Cassiopeia. Maybe force him onto something different and see if you can play against it.
So if you ban those 3 out, he still has Lulu and he has Xerath from what we've seen that he's been really good on. So if you're predicting one of those two, they're very different. So you first pick one of them away or you let him have it?
I think that you have a strategy against one of them. So you think that he plays these 3 champions, ban 2, he will go to the other one. Maybe you can take a Fizz versus a Vladimir matchup and try and get something done in the mid game while Vlad's still trying to scale.
I think also that Easy had a really strong showing on this Cassiopeia, instantly cleansing into Flash out of the Chorus stance.
And he didn't die. He didn't die again.
He just didn't die. It was so obnoxious.
And he got his first kill pre-15 minutes. So he's stepping up the aggression, guys. He's coming. He's crazy.
I was calling him the God of Life because he didn't die, but then I realized he has no early game kills pre-15 minutes. I'm like, he's a very generous God of Life. He doesn't take it away.
Slowly,
Yeah, tell that to those minions, though, man. He mercilessly
murdering minions left and right. Well, it's time to check back in with our casters, but first we'll hear how Deft thinks a win at MSI is the perfect stepping stone on the road to the Summoners Cup.
일단 첫 MSI라는 대회고 또 롤드컵 가기 전에 다른 나라 팀들과 붙어볼 수 있는 마지막 기회인 것 같아서 만약에 MSI를 우승한다면 롤드컵도 충분히 우승할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Sounds pretty plausible to me. You're going to be at the top of the world. You're probably going to be able to contend once it comes around again for the championship. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Mid-Season Invitational. We're about to get into Champion Select for Game 2. A big shout-out to all the mothers out there for Mother's Day. Make sure you called your mom and said, thanks for letting me come to the MSI tournament, Ma. To all the mothers up there and out there, happy Mother's Day as we head into Champion Select for Game 2 of the Mid-Season Invitational between EDG and SKT.
Let's see how EDG adapts here after banning out Bengi in Game 1, or what they thought was going to be Bengi's champion pool. Gragas came in as a first pick. They're already changing now. Kalista, Alistar, so they look towards the bottom lane. Urgot is obviously the first pick they're going for.
The side choice as well has to change here. We thought maybe they would try and do something like 3 jungle bans. That's clearly not the case for EDG right now. The Kalista ban honestly does, like you say, prioritize an Urgot first pick because last time they had to trade.
It should. Here's the thing about these two teams. It's so hard to predict exactly what the game plan is. There are certain lane matchups they like into champions like maybe an Urgot. You can say, is Rek'Sai gonna be the #1 pick if it's left open? SKT decides to say, we don't even want to risk you first picking Urgot. Now it's about the junglers, who's not Volibear.
Yeah, well, with the Azir ban, the Cassiopeia actually makes a lot of sense.
Very true.
Pawn
And also
taking the Cassiopeia now. See what they can do on the other side. Like you guys were saying, a lot of the jungle is going to be a focus to the start here as well.
Yeah, so Clearlove has never been the biggest Gragas player. He has shown it a few times this tournament, and that's technically the... I'm not going to call it straight up counter pick to Rek'Sai, but the matchup a lot of junglers like to take. If you give over Rek'Sai, you take Gragas for yourself, and once you hit level 6, you're more than fine, and you have very, very strong early ganks as well. You just don't... You won't match the damage exactly of the Rek'Sai, but you have other ways of playing around the early game. We have to see if Clearlove decides to go for it if Rek'Sai does get locked in for Benki as expected whenever it's open. He's openly said he's the #1 champion for him.
We know what the real choices are for SKT. 1 loss on Rek'Sai all time, 1 loss on Maokai all time. Oh, that is interesting right there with the Kalista ban and the Urgot ban. I don't know why they'd put a high priority on that unless they're thinking of countering what Koro has to do in the top lane a little bit.
So we have to look at what else is open for SK Telecom. They have run Lucian Lulu a few times in the LCK.
Lulu's not banned.
Lulu is not banned, and that's a massive pick for SK Telecom normally. Lulu in the mid lane, of course. And then you have Bang, where he becomes a hyper carry in the late game on Lucian because he plays it so well, and you buff him up with Lulu in the mid lane. We have to see if that's the option for SK Telecom, because Lulu into Cassiopeia as well, it can turn into a bit of a farm lane, honestly, where you just sit and try and wave play. You won't really have any pressure on the Lulu, but at least you can sit and farm, and then you buff up this AD carry, and we know how good Bang is in these late game team fights.
He already has a pentakill so far at MSI with a Lulu supporting him. To me, that's the only reason they'd pick Lucian that early, is because they're trying to lock that one down, knowing that they'd be going with somewhat of a Juggernaut composition. But we've seen stranger things.
Interesting on the Leona, knowing Wolf and Bengi love that Thresh Rek'Sai to get in the enemy's face, be very chaotic in the jungle and cause problems for Clearlove. We're going to see what they go with, though. Looks like more protection.
Yeah.
A little bit disengaged here. May switch for the mid
Okay.
lane.
Whoa.
They are definitely trying to get this thought through. They now go for the Orianna pick, and Marin will get a rumble in the top lane.
I think the plan for SK Telecom when they had the Lucian was still to run that Lula mid lane, but you can see the way EDG adapted to it and said, okay, you pick Lucian, whenever you do this, we know what kind of comps you build, so we instantly take hard engage on our support, and we take the most tanky top laner possible, so if you run a single damage dealer in the Lucian, we can have our Maokai target you out and just sit on you in every single team fight, and therefore lock down your main damage dealer. And I think that's why SK Telecom changes up here in the last second for themselves, saying, we need more damage, we cannot just play around Lucian with these picks from EDG coming in already.
I love these pick and ban phases to Fishio.
Super fun. It helps that the players have like 10 champions they can play each, and they have so many different combos they can run.
The Jinx as well, finally making its debut for Deft here at MSI. He had so many quality Jinx games in the LPL, probably the best Jinx player in that region by far there. And they have a tank line, they have mid lane M, so 2 distinct threats, a lot of CC. It's a good pick in this context.
And that's a funny way when you watch EDG play Jinx. It's not we're gonna kite back and protect Def for everything in the world. No, we're gonna run forward with our massive tank line, and that should create enough distraction that they can't get to our AD carry, and Def can then sit in the back line. He gets the first kill, he obviously procs the passive, and then they have so much chase where he can start cleaning up these fights here. So EDG running a very standard comp for them in terms of diving onto the enemy team. We have to see what Clearlove can do on the Gragas. We mentioned how it hasn't been his main pick in the LPL, but it's a good matchup into the Rek'Sai, and that was obviously the plan by giving it over, taking the Cassiopeia first.
They were able to use that Gragas to pretty good effect yesterday in their games against AHQ. It was something they did find the win with, so feeling comfortable here as they move in. The compositions are locked in, and EasyHoon taking this Orianna. See if he can outplay what Pawn was doing.
I almost feel like SKT got caught a little bit off guard with this Animalka being locked in when they had the Lucian, so they changed it up to the Orianna themselves. Now also going for the Leona for Wolf, just because they suddenly realized, oh, we need to be able to get to the Cassiopeia Jinx in order to win fights. We cannot have this where we're just trying to sit and kill the tank line, because we don't have one ourselves.
Right.
The most tanky member is going to be the Rek'Sai with Cinderhawk. I guess that's okay, but that's not going to do anything compared to Gragas and Maokai. So they needed to pack a lot of things that can get to the backline instead. And now it's going to be all about, can we get to the Cassiopeia Jinx, blow them up instantly, so we win the fights. Otherwise, it's going to be in favor of EDG.
Well, in a composition like this, it's a lot easier to hit a Shockwave Rumble ultimate than a Shockwave Glacial Prison. We'll see what they can be doing here. The teams have been locked in, so head over to Twitter. Let us know who you think will be victorious. Make sure you're tweeting hashtag EDG winner, hashtag SKT win. We'll see what goes on throughout the rest of the game. We'll get those votes tallied up, and we'll see if those Rumble Ultimates can be placed right under the beautiful shockwaves of Easy Hoon as well. Pawn seeing if he can get aggressive here in the mid lane on this Cassiopeia, if he gets a bit of help from Clear Love in the early game.
Yeah, mirror matchup from what we saw last time.
Yeah.
Big thing that happened for SKT last game is Bengi was able to steal the enemy red buff and then get off the successful gank mid. As far as the jungle starts go, they were big, powerful pulls to start them off at their buff and accelerate their jungle route. I wonder if we see that again, because at the moment, we're posturing for lane swap wards.
Yeah, we do have two very fast early junglers, though, in terms of clear, where Sejuani was a little bit slower, and that's what SK Telecom used to catch him on that red buff. EDG has done this a few times where they don't show anyone except for Koro near this tri-bush here, so they try and say, oh, it's just the top laner walking in toward, and then suddenly the rest of EDG walk down from the top side where you won't see them. They're hiding behind the wall here. Marin is only gonna spot Koro, decides just to back away, don't even risk anything. Didn't place a ward though, he should have.
Oh, he actually risked it coming back, but
should have placed that ward instantly.
Unpunished.
Let there be a lesson. If you see the enemy at level 1, even just one guy, randomly walk into a tri-bush in your jungle, more people are most likely coming. Just place your ward and back away. Don't risk anything at level 1.
Good note. Note to self, remember what Deficio said. See if they keep going as well. SKT looks like they're going to play a little bit of ring around the rosy here with EDG, and they're not even, I believe, aware they're still deep in the jungle.
Yeah, there's a chance we'll see a little bit of conflict right here. This is the danger of 5-man invading sometimes against an Annie, but they know the stun.
They swap sides.
Is up.
Oh, that's going to be the flash coming out of Bang so he can get into position. Wolf very low in this one. It's a get excited that Deft is looking for here. If that happens,
oh
it's going to be very bad. There's one passive for him. He's going for more. Easy Hoon could go down now to Pawn. Another hit up for Deft. And it's actually 3 kills across the board. Pawn, Deft, and Mako.
EDG had so much AoE damage, and Annie at level 1 with the stun is so strong.
I just don't understand why SKT would loop back to take that fight. They have Flame Spitter. Orianna is not very strong at level 1. Neither is Leona. You need levels on these champions, but all the AoE that EDG can bring at level 1.
Right.
Through the Arcane Smash from Maokai, the Body Slam, the Noxious Blast from Cassiopeia. Literally every champion that is on the EDG side, maybe save for Rek'Sai, but this Gragas equalizes, is better for EDG. So a 5v5 like that goes how it's supposed to and starts EDG out with a massive lead.
Massive lead, and they get matched up in the lane now against Wolf and Bang. Definitely keeping them off a bit of farm here. You're going to see a few CS miss. We'll see how aggressive Wolf gets, but it's not going to be anytime soon. He needs to hit 2 first.
And every single flash used from SKT on their side here. Normally Clearlove is very good at adapting early on. If you see someone playing aggressive in lane with no flash, he will adjust his jungle pathing and he will go for one of these early ganks. Top lane is going to be pushed all the way into tower, so that's not really going to be an option. But a Rumble with no flash against the Maokai, that's a very easy gank to pull off for a jungler, so he can start moving down towards it. We can even see Marin moving into the mid lane.
Yeah, at this point, they're just hoping to get Easy Hoon ahead. Pawn was playing very aggressively out here. Marin, he couldn't push up in his lane, so why not push up mid?
First harpoon missed, but they're still able to come up with the kill. Very nicely done. Easy Hoon getting ahead on that Orianna.
I mean, it's just a great roam by Marin. He knew that it was dangerous in his lane, so why not go and try and make a play? And he also knew all the summoner spells were burned from the level 1 on both sides, and it's actually SKT who takes the biggest advantage of those both summoner spells.
Kill actually going to Marin. Thought it went to Easy Hoon, so he's actually still getting just an assist there to the kill that Pawn got in the early fight in this game. 3-1 as SKT tries to repair a little bit and stop the bleeding from that early game hit. EDG definitely on par with their kill a minute here if they keep going for game 2. That's where SKT kind of faltered against Fnatic, but that's also where they learned about that aggressive gameplay in the early game.
Should have been, yeah. We did see them try and counter-gang EDG a few times in the last game, and it paid off, honestly. They were predicting where they were sending different guys, and they were ready for it. early pink ward down this bottom lane in the tri-bush. Of course, Marin still no flash in his rumble. And we might not just have clear love, we can have even Mako join in as well. Marin, my friend. You're dead.
Very, very dead indeed. Gets knocked up against the wall. EDG, they don't care about percentages, they care about the kills.
They care about opportunistic plays as well. That was an opportunity. They missed out a little bit when Marin was able to get the roam in the mid lane, but they knew he was going to be back eventually, and they just went right for it, knowing that it would work.
And because Clearlove already started at his own blue buff, and Bengi hasn't been down to this bottom side of the map, they get a second one for themselves. Now, the buffs are not that important in the early game in terms of XP. The camps are better, but it does mean you have a timer on it. You're going to delay it a little bit for Easy Win with the next spawn because it was taking at 5 minutes. So once you give it over to the Cassiopeia, you can have like 2 minutes time, but you have blue buff on your mid laner. You can play super, super aggressive. By that time, Clearlove should hit level 6 on Gragas as well and be ready to challenge Benki in these fights here around the mid lane.
Ooh. There are a lot of people on SKT. Notice how Marin is abandoning his lane a little bit because it is frozen on the other side. And Def came very close to actually walking up to that turret, but is instead waiting for his support. It won't be enough, though.
Whoa! Still going up for the turret. They did not expect that much of a party from SKT to come to the top lane. Def, he is definitely going down as they micro in and out on that turret aggro. Very nicely done by SKT. They set that in motion a few minutes ago, I should say.
Well, the crazy thing here is nobody's doing the expected. I mean, Marin with the first gank to the mid lane, just roaming from his own lane now, because he already had no flash, obviously, from the bottom lane. He died down there. He just walks to the top lane. 4-man dives on EDG, so everyone here is trying to pull plays to surprise the other team. They've been getting a lot of kills for it. EDG will get a dragon for themselves, but Deft had to blow. Oh, he's healed though, and now Marin, he still has no flash for a few seconds.
Oh, again, Marin actually just teleported back down to the bottom lane. Pays for it with his life on that one, and EG starting to get a nice lead here. Comfort champions all around for them as well, coming out of picks and bans.
Yeah, it's mainly Marin just being heavily punished. The opportunistic fact that he has his flash down again and again. Then the fact that Pawn doesn't necessarily win a mid lane matchup, so instead he's trying to get it back with kills. They're feeding on Marin a little bit.
Yeah.
As we've just seen a lot of unexpected moves, this one Marin should have predicted, because you just dive 4 members on the top side. You even saw the dragon go down, so you know there's multiple members on the bottom side from EDG.
Right.
And you teleport down with no flash and ends up dying for it. So that was a big mistake from him. 2 supports might find each other. Yeah, pink wards.
Fight.
Wolf is winning at first. Gets stunned.
Oh.
Ah, he's got it, he got it.
SKT always collapse very well in these situations. It's going to be close. Mako gets a little help from Pawn there, just in positional aggression. He doesn't need to do too much other than walk that way, and they get out safely. So the ward's already something that both teams are almost going full fights over.
And it's a pretty important ward battle there too, because in order to have control of that river, it allows Marin to go top again and again, since he can't exist on the bottom side. They're trading points of strength here on this map.
Yeah, this move worked the first time. Marin died in the bottom lane, went top, got 2 kills. Now he was spotted by Def. We'll still be able to take the tower if SKT wants it down. I'll be with the 4 members down the bottom lane. I mean, Koro.
They gave all the gold to Marin there too, as far as local experience, so they're trying to get him back in the game to get some rumble items scaling up.
They're trying also to hit the next dragon spawn with the fact that you want to have double magic penetration on your rumble. When that hits, he should have at least Horning guys completed for that fight. And that's obviously what SKT wanted to do, of course. But now,
Mako's got the Qs going on it. Chompers don't hit. Thought the Chompers would keep him in range. The one step causes the cask to eject him from the fight possibility. And they're not going to get anything out of aggression in the top lane. So Marin does soak up some CS for his troubles of dying in the bot and not really being able to come back in the game there. Hopefully he can get a few more for the team's sake. Already 1,000 gold ahead here for EDG. Looks like they're starting to go ahead and over towards his top side of the map / middle now, as we see Koro coming up.
Outside of just the gold and the fact that these guys have been surprising each other, the fact that Marin has spent such a long time walking across the map with the burn teleport, the overall experience in this game is heavily in the favor of EDG. Koro's got 2 levels on Marin. Wolf is still a level 3 support versus 5 for Mako, and that will be incredibly important come the next Dragon fight, or even as they continue to deny experience.
One after the other, Bengi coming in, a very nice play, gets the sonar on, a lot of feet coming at Marin, and he knows to get out right quick. This top turret should go down quickly to answer for the bottom here, as there's no real dragon to go after. And I think EDG is going to look for kills before they get this. This may be one of those times they go too deep here.
Well, let's see. Koro jumping onto Bengi.
Yeah. Flash is out. Koro's going to want to leave that one alone for now. It looks like they do just have Def back at the turret. They don't go too hard on this one, playing it safe, but getting the advantages that they need inside the jungle of SKT.
So if EDG having all 5 players on the top side of the map, SKT has already gotten bot lane tower. Now they just go for this mid lane as well. At least see if they can force a teleport. Bang needs to get out of there.
Oh, right in from Easy. Or Pawn, rather, over Easy's ultimate. He could go down, though. Clear Love puts himself as the meat shield in between the culling. They don't have numbers in this fight. Oh, no! It shot it back towards Pawn. Bang easily picks that one up. And 2 kills coming in now for SKT.
And EDG is slowly losing control of where SKT is sending all their champions. After this bot lane tower went down, we saw Wolf and Bang move into the jungle. You can see some of the walls placed on the bottom side already and go straight for the dive here. Ends up getting a few kills more for it. They are now even in gold despite losing 3 guys at level 1.
Which is absolutely unreal, and it's so hard for EDG to keep track of SKT because of all the pink wards SKT has had. EDG was just able to clear them out, but the damage has kind of been dealt right now. We need to track as this moves towards later game whether or not EasyHoon can hit those 3 item breakpoints on Orianna, because he is really getting ahead of Pawn thanks to all of this assistance, and as well as EasyHoon being a master.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. This is the roam from bottom lane. Instant cleanse from EasyHoon. Bengi is here as well, so it's 4 players from SKT simply just fighting against only 3 from EDG and the Rocket, I guess, from Def.
Oh no!
Down.
Catapults them back.
Clear Love with the anti-assist right there on Pawn.
But about this Orianna as well in this game compared to the last one it was an Urgot that was the 2nd damage dealer. So that's not really enough damage before you hit that 3 item spike for the Orianna.
Now they have Rumble.
Here, they have Rumble. They have Lucian as well, who's a lot stronger in terms of damage, straight up damage dealt in these mid-game fights. So they have other ways, even Bengi on the Rex side, where you can take fights now in the mid-game. We have seen how they try and get gold on Marin. He's got the Haunting guys, even starting building towards the Abyssal Scepter for himself with a lot of magic damage coming from EDG's side outside of the Jinx. So they're ready to contest the next dragon, depending though on what they have on the map. Teleport is ready.
Yeah, we just got to take a look at the wards and vision control right now. EDG gets a chance for Scuttle Crab control, and they have 3 sweepers that have already been used, so they don't have absolute control over this. They also know that Marin could teleport down. It's actually a bit of a tricky situation for them. If Wolf could somehow get level 6, that's the danger right there. He's getting caught up by Koro, if they can take him down.
I don't think Wolf is going to be able to get out of this one. EDG get ground. That may make this dragon theirs. The stats will help greatly here, as this game has been evened out in gold the whole time. Something they need to start pushing forward.
Once you get the catch, that's pretty much it. Wolf was trying to get in position because he knew SKT had a good chance in that fight. If they could get a little bit of position, it's just EDG found the opportunity, killed Wolf.
They have the timer
right here, though. They could have gone in and at least applied some pressure on EDG, try to stop Koro from recalling. He got to just back away and they got the dragon. At least stay around, see if you can keep him there, and then have Marin push a bit in on the top side, but decided to just play it super safe.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that that was a smart, safe play because Mako had Flash Tibbers up at the time, and if you've ever, like, any type of mid-game dragon fight,
man.
especially since it's been SKT's issue of over-contesting dragons that they can't necessarily fight for, once they lost Wolf, they just decided to play it safe.
We did get to see though how important it is that you set up dragons before they even spawn in terms of division, because that allowed them to get in there first, find Wolf once he basically walked in on his own, and just catch him out. That secured them. Didn't have to risk taking a fight where Jinx is still going to be a lot weaker here in the early stages. Def obviously really wants to scale up.
Definitely a change from last game. A few forward wards really paying off for EDG. They were hardly on SKT's side of the map there, and it's already paying off pre-15 minutes on this one. 7-5 is the kills. Those 2 dragons over to the side of EDG. They're really hurting that 90% dragon stat for SKT, grabbing the first one. See what Bang can do here to give the bottom turret some breathing room. Farm alarm coming in from Bangy will probably pull them off that turret.
And we see Clear Love, he does this a lot. If there's a lane where they feel like they can secure a fairly easy tower, he just walks down to this lane here and he groups up with his AD carry and support, and they just power through, take down the tower. SKT once again though is trying to read it. They have Benki nearby, teleport for both top laners, and now they're going in.
Daft with a bit of sun in his eyes, but he's easily able to turn back. Koro now with the teleport in. They're going straight past the turret on this one. Actually goes down along with Wolf on that play. Daft gets going 3-1 and 3.
Yeah, Wolf got caught in a bad spot once again this game because they wanted to teleport in. They realized they were split up since Bengi had gone over the wall right there. And if Marin would have TP'd in, it's arguable whether they would have just gotten an even worse result. It ends up having to be a Wolf sacrifice there.
Definitely a game on par for EDG to get one of those very early Barons here as well with the way they're starting to control this map. Be a great game for them to win and an even harder game to lose. Deft on one of his main champions through the season, Mako as well, and Koro on that Maokai. It would definitely be a mental hit if they could not get this game to go cleanly. See now the pressure towards the mid lane as the outer turrets are down. EDG going textbook style as SKT tries to put up the defense.
Still have a fair number of ultimates. Nice shockwave!
That's two. Koro's the one that's caught. Vengeful Maelstrom is on to mitigate a bit of damage. Right to Mako goes Bang, and he hits the ground. Bangi's now the focus of EDG, and they are turning away from the fight. Deft completely out of mana, only with the Gatling gun from him. Ultimate already used, and they did not get the damage they wanted out of that.
Trading 1-for-1 here, SKT pulling the engage as soon as the minion wave went down, so that the tower helping as well. A lot of members low. Koro
engage.
Looking for something, pop the Righteous Glory. Deft is full HP, but he has barely any mana left.
Definitely flexing their muscles to keep this mid turret alive. Pawn just a few shots from going down. Clear Love over the wall. The retribution kill coming in from Clear Love there. Bengi in a bad spot, and now he's in a worse one as he's down on the ground. Marin and Deft face to face. Double kill coming in for Deft. Clear Love dodges the Zenith blade from under the turret, and mid is theirs.
Re-engaging fights is an EDG specialty. They do it again and again. Sometimes you call it greed, sometimes you call it opportunity. This time it was the latter. 5 kills now already onto Deft.
And SKT completely splitting up the damage there in the last fight. EDG looking very strong here. Started out at level 1 with a fantastic start. Now to get down another tower. They have a goal lead. They got the first 2 dragons. As long as they keep up the war control, they will be able to constantly catch out SK Telecom.
That was potentially the game-breaking fight at the moment because they had already been up 2 dragons. SKT was holding on. They came back. They clawed their way to those early turrets and some nice ganks, but they've given Pawn so much gold now. Sorry, they've given Deft so much gold now on the Jinx, and additionally, Koro was able to pick up enough assists that he is so tanky now, and there's so far away from hitting their big item breakpoints to do big time damage.
See this thing one more time.
Yeah, this is a re-engage. SK Telecom going in at first, trying to get a quick kill. Does get him down, but it's a lot of damage invested. Now, Bang needs to be protected. He cannot take down these 2 tanks on his own, and Deft is just left fighting now 1-on-1 after he gets the first kill on Bang, and he's alone with Marin, and Bang cannot do anything against the Maokai Gragas at that point.
It's exactly what we discussed in Champ Select about why EDG plays Jinx. Everyone was in front of him dealing with it. He was therefore protected in the back because everyone else was getting dove off. The minigun micro there from Deft was really awesome to take down Marin and then clean up the rest of the fight.
And 5 kills on your late game hyper carry. Means you're basically gonna skip your mid game. You're gonna go so fast towards the 3 item spike where you really start shining. On this Jinx, Static Shift is a fantastic item as well. When you pop that passive, you run even faster. So Deft is in a great situation for himself. Let's see what happens here onto Easyhoon.
Rest of the team in position to save him for that. 20 seconds onto Dragon. Nice to get the culling out as well. Cleanse on Easyhoon is also down from an engage there, so they won't have that for this fight.
Yeah, and while Jinx is known as the late game hyper carry, I also think that she has this niche of just being a snowball carry, because even at the moment, Deft will only be on 2 items. That's not late game hyper carry, but when he is this far ahead, that's the type of carry that can then take over and win the game, like well before 30 minutes, which is why it's kind of such a nice champion for Deft and EDG in general.
She does so well just on 1 item, also with the Gatling gun. The attack speed she gets from that to powerful just with an Infinity Edge, so you definitely agree on that one. And with the way EDG normally plays around it, now you have 2 late game scaling or snowballing carries for themselves, where SKT has to basically try and lock down both at the same time. Otherwise, they won't have the tankiness to stay alive long enough. I mean, again, Marin is delaying his hourglass a lot by going for this Abyssal Scepter here, so he can't even play aggressive. It's going to be about his ulti, and then he's going to have to dance in and out the fight because he cannot sit there and take damage from Def with 0 armor at this point. So it's only Bengi really sitting in the front line. And I mean, Wolf, yeah, you're Leona, you get some tanky stats, but it's nothing compared to the damage EDG can deal.
And look at how much time they're spending up here already, walking back and forth, making sure they have the Baron vision that they want. It may even be something they go for quite soon. Infinity Edge Seal, Avarice onto Deft right now. Actually teleport towards the mid lane. They're going to keep consistent pressure here.
That's
Koro.
a bit of a force.
Yeah, that's a bit of
it's a Koro move.
Control 4 there.
We've seen it before.
Sacrificing the TP for pretty much nothing, though. We'll delay this because EDG now has to go send Pawn to deal with the wave pushing in the bottom. And it'll give SKT a little bit more time to try and stall this one out. Throughout this entire MSI, SKT has been the team for stalling out games and making things seem like they're not quite over yet. This game does feel a little bit different, however, because of the Cassio and Jinx on the side of EDG.
There are still 2 carries who can't really get away if they get locked down.
Right.
So a well-placed Rumble ulti for Marin. Now he's hit level 11 as well, got the rank 2 from it. Can really decide a fight for SK Telecom to get to these carries here, but they need to have the proper setup before they need to be able to see where the carries are before the fight even starts, so they can time all these ultis correctly, because their team is so ulti dependent here. I mean, you got Orianna Shockwave, you have Rumble ulti, Leona ulti, all these champions here. If they miss their ultis, they just drop down in terms of the overall value they have in a team fight so hard.
Thing is, SKT needs to initiate a fight so cleanly because of the fact that they don't have true tanks. We've seen Wolf get caught a little bit out of position. There's no other tanks that can jump in there and fight with him. Bengi's still not there with his Sightstone Cinderhulk. We mentioned how Marin has no armor. Unless they get that equalizer pretty much on top of the Shockwave, it's going to be done.
And look at this, gotta go fast. Talisman of Ascension comes out, only stopped by the Shockwave, but they still have a Righteous Glory to keep moving forward. EDG says forward is the only option. And once again in the face of SKT to push them off mid lane, they're gonna head for Baron.
Just so many ways for EDG to start the fights here. They keep having wards down to spot SK Telecom, and they get the engages. Mako on this Annie. It's almost been a must ban in the LPL against him because he's so good at starting fights.
Something we haven't talked about much. It has been so heavily banned, and Mako has started the fights here. Here's another one.
Gonna be Deft on the front line here. Ball placement by Easyhoon cannot do much as he pulls it back. The ult is already down, and EDG are finding great picks here before this Baron objective. Gonna be Marin down for 20 seconds, low, Easyhoon on mana and health, and they're gonna be starting at Cassio, Jinx, they just destroy Baron.
You need the jungler in there, need to deny Bengi.
It is a potential steal, they need to really zone Bengi out here.
Bengi has smite in just a few seconds, he's going in for it.
It's 50-50, he got it!
Oh my God, he stole it! Clear Love could have just bumped him with a belly, considering when it was going down, but it was just too many options. They throw up the 50-50 Baron.
Bengi didn't even have to flash to get in there. Great job by Bengi to not draw aggro outside there and get the dash in. But man, EDG's got to do a better job of zoning this out. Pawn had burned all of his mana to get that Baron low. And then instead of focusing Bengi while he's on the outside or waiting and stopping Baron when it's on 1600 health, they put it into smite range. Bengi gets it. And that keeps this game from ending.
Yeah, it buys some more time for SK Telecom. Now Marin is going towards that hourglass. Still going to be fairly delayed for him. Dragon, 1 minute 30. We have to look at the 3 for EDG. The 5 Dragon thing is going to be a big deal in this game. So SK Telecom will be looking to try and fight with this Baron buff around it, try and stop the snowballing from EDG.
Don't think that really happened the way EDG thought. Not the entire team of SKT was there to possibly go down after the Baron was stolen. So they walk away with just Bengi going down and some good wave clear so they can push themselves back out here. Finally a breathing room for SKT. They're down about 5,000 gold. They're about to hit 37,000. And they need to scrap together a few more turrets to get that map pressure back here. 1 minute onto Dragon. And we are coming up on 25 minutes in the game. Jinx, 6-1 and 7. Got to keep that carry alive for EDG.
And EDG is doing a very good job pushing out these lanes here, preventing SK Telecom from even moving to this Dragon and start setting up all the control they need. Because as we mentioned, they need to have vision on EDG before they can start the fights, because these ultis are so important for SKT to land. You cannot miss them, you cannot blow them on the wrong target, because then you won't win the fight, especially now you are so far behind in terms of items. If you compare the 280 carries here, Deft has already hit late game on this Jinx for himself, so EDG trying to make sure SKT cannot move in safely and set up anything. Dragon is up in 15 seconds.
The threat of 5 dragons is very real. SKT just needs to use this to try to get a positional advantage on the map. I don't think the dragon is the option for them, but because they have the Baron minions, they are posturing out in the mid lane. Rumble will have a TP soon. EDG thinking about barreling in for a fight.
Here comes Def now. I was going to say they don't have too much consistent damage to enter this fight with. SKT realize they've overstayed their welcome for the mid lane and have to reposition. Dragon now going to be a thing here. This is number 4, so it pressures 5. Something SKT has to go after here.
They're planning the home guard TP right now.
Coming behind them.
All the way back, about second tier turret near the Wolf camp. Here he comes. Koro going right for Bang. Relentless pursuit is used. That's his escape. His flash is down. He's only got summoner heal. Pawn hits a great ultimate from the side as he's not even given a worry about Bengi. Mako now turning back here, and it looks like EDG may not have assessed this fight correctly. A little too spread out. And you're right, Deficio. The carries to keep delivering the damage down. But it looks like EDG thrives in that chaos still. A 3 for 2, and they end up killing Marin left.
That's actually a very good fight for SK Telecom, and it displayed the advantages they can have in a fight. Marin ran through Deft with a great equalizer plus Flame Spitter. EDG will probably control this dragon unless Bengi gets off another steal.
He's spotted now.
Bit of a sap.
They don't have the greatest damage for Dragon because those carries did go down. So Koro's got to fight him a little bit, and if Bengi takes the damage off the Dragon, the rest of his team could arrive. It looks like he's running out of time, though.
This time EDG plays it very, very safe, or do they?
Bengi's getting a backup right now. Koro, he is taking quite a bit of damage. There's not even any armor pen coming out right now from Bang, but he's still able to put it out. Few more shots, clear load. That was damage that was necessary for the fight. Can Jinx get there in time? The kill going down onto Clear Love. Another kill for Bang as he picks up a double. Wolf a little too close for comfort here. Deft, gets pawned. Nice ult coming in from Easy Hoon. What chaos in these fights. Draw, says Deft, and he takes down Bang. And it's going to be a double kill coming in for Pawn. The 2 carries stay alive, and they thrive in the fight.
There's so many small fights here. EDG, they tried to push Bengi away from the Dragon while Clearlove was just gonna finish it. But then suddenly SK Telecom had respawned. They ran all the way down. We got another big fight. EDG though, they got the Dragon, they got 4 now. Let's see it again. So they're pushing Bengi away. Koro will sacrifice himself for it though.
But because Mako and Koro were pushing Bengi away, it left only Clear Love on the Dragon, so it takes him so long to close in on this. And then SKT knows they have the rest of the backup. Thank goodness that ultimate didn't land from Jinx, because now SKT's continued the chase. But this is where the fight actually gets a little bit crazy. Pawn comes in for health. Terrible ultimate there by Wolf. Maybe the game changer.
Never use your ulti there to try and secure a kill on the enemy support. He was already out of the fight. You need that to lock down the carries. Deft in the very end just stays alive, got a few good crits. EDG still ahead in gold, still ahead in dragons. We're back towards this Baron in about a minute's time, and then we're back to warding into the enemy jungle. Look for someone out of position to start the fight for both the teams, honestly.
Yeah, and SKT is proving time and time again why they are a great team. They are so good at playing from behind. They win a lot of games from behind. EDG normally just the poster boys for actually being able to close games in the LPL, but they couldn't secure the Baron this time. Now they're either using the next Baron or the 5th Dragon timers to force these potentially game-ending fights, but these fights are getting a little bit too close for comfort.
6,000 gold is pushing that comfort away for SKT. Koro with the teleports, we've seen him come in more than once. One for positional advantage, and then just completely diving in to crush the fights and start it while the team takes at least 3 or 4 seconds to get there. I don't know if that's going to work now, Deficio, as you're mentioning. A lot of the summoners are down for EDG. They have to be very careful here if they take any full team fights.
One of the reasons EDG can't really go and start sieging on a tower, or simply afraid of the engage that can come in from SK Telecom. If you're stuck around this tower, you're trying to take it down. They do have a Jinx though who's gonna melt it. So if EDG does win a fight, they can very quickly push into the base of SK Telecom, but there's still a few auto turrets left on the sidelines. There's no split pushing for either team. It's all about big 5-on-5 team fights, and therefore we see so many members to try and fight each other over the wards and the position on the map. Because if you suddenly move too far away from a Baron, it goes down in a few seconds. Talking about that, SK Telecom is a bit far away. EDG already starting it. Just checking, are you gonna come or not?
Cassiopeia, Jinx, and Minigun kill this Baron incredibly fast. SKT's trying to make it, but they don't even get in range for that steal.
Rumble to
Equalizer down two. Mako, there he goes.
Oh, right on the Wolf. They're going to grab the support. That's an easy one. A beautiful ultimate from Easyhoon. But again, no follow-up can come from that. Just deterring EDG from a faster re-engage.
Bang, what are you doing,
man? One-on-one here. That's going to be the Righteous Glory pop by him. He activates it so he gets the slow from that Randuin's effect. And now he still has his Twisted Advance to stay in range. But it's the Super Mega Death Rocket coming in from Deft right from the mid.
SKT staying too far away from the Baron here. They gave up so much ground for EDG to also start it, and we saw the damage they have. Now they're into the base. You have that Jinx. These towers, they're down in just a few seconds.
Yeah, also the Equalizer being used to try and steal it just gave EDG so much freedom to continue to take advantages. SKT not cutting their losses in time right there, losing a few members that they didn't necessarily have to, and because of the power of these Baron minions now, EDG looking to push.
And I just love, again, the decisiveness for EDG when it comes to Barons. Because even when they started this, if they see SKT move close to it, if they feel like it's a risky, this time, I guess.
Hey, they were still decisive about the last one. They wanted it, right?
If they felt it was risky this time, they could still back their way in time because they had the wards to see SKT coming, and then they just melt it down, use it to get inhibitor, open up the map. It's still going to be about team fights, though. We're not going to have anyone split pushing and being the hero.
Well, we'll see if there can be a hero coming out here. SKT needs to try very hard. Pretty impressive that EDG can now make SKT walk to the beat of EDG's drum. After we saw a very low kill first game, EDG's getting exactly what they wanted. The second one, chaos, kills, and a gold lead. Now 31 minutes in.
And 1 minute away from the 5th Dragon happening. We can see there's actually decent ward coverage from SKT, but they are not in position to defend those wards. This is most likely going to be the fight that could end the game for EDG. And Marin was trying to make a play beforehand. Not the best play.
Hatching a ward there as he tries to get in that fight. Deft wanted a piece of it there from the river. And it looks like they're going to have everything in 30 seconds in final form.
Yeah, this Dragon will belong to EDG. I'm not sure if Marin was going to go for play or just try and hide from a flank and see if they could then use it in the team fight with sort of surprise factor. In the end, though, it doesn't work for him on this Rumble.
EDG already pinging out the turrets. Bang doing what he can to at least push topside. Bangy picking up some camps for himself and trying to deny any resources that EDG could still use. But everything's already on their side of the map, getting taken down. Second tier goes. That minion wave is going to be pushing up. It might be EDG just going back after this with Aspect to the Dragon to close out the game.
Well, I wonder if SK... No, yeah, that's definitely 5th Dragon. I was thinking with the teleport up for Marin, there's a chance they could contest, but they really decide not to. SKT, now it becomes more important than it has ever been to lock down the carries. Death Cap, Elixir on Pawn, Deft sitting on 4 big items, and really, SKT just needs to find a way of controlling a fight of some kind because the precision and aggression of EDG has been keeping SKT back for the last 20 or so minutes.
But with the Talisman for Mako here, and the fact he upgraded his Sightstone as well, he doesn't have Mikhail's yet, which is such an important item when you play against supports like Leona, who can engage on your carries from a long range. There will be 2 flashes though from EDG to dodge out of that one and then simply just stay in the back while you have these mega tanks in the front. Clearlove and Koro, who's been basically on fire all game long. They've been winning the fights for EDG as well. And look at the items from there, nearly unkillable. And
no.
Slowly pushing their way in. Definitely hard hats on here for EDG. They don't want to go too crazy. It is in their blood to do so.
and they're just going to wait it out. The minion wave is what they will need to pressure onto this turret. You can see the top side already being aggressed on right now by Koro, and they are going to start spreading SKT thin here if they want to protect the base.
Wolf has been using his solar flare far too early in multiple fights this game. It's really punished SKT. Now EDG can push with impunity.
Looks like we're gonna get a home guard teleport as well, right inside the base from Koro. Dives in and slowed down immediately, but he is causing chaos that SKT has to go and look for. And as they turn around, they get hit in the back of the head by Pawn. That's gonna be the entire team going down. They'll find Marn on the fountain. He's Zanya's to stay alive. Def's gonna try and do what he can. It's actually the ace coming in as Pawn picks up another one and goes down to the fountain laser valiantly. What a gold lead, what a game. It's all even here at the midseason invitational, 1-1 as EDG are able to take down SKT 35 minutes in, 31-13.
That level 1 for EDG turned out to be massive, but also the pick and ban phase. I honestly think SK Telecom realized that the plan was spotted by EDG. They already picked against it to try and counter this protect bang setup. So they changed up everything. Last pick Leona for Wolf, who had a horrible game honestly on it. Wasn't on point with barely anything. And that really cost SK Telecom.
The adjustment of who EDG was going to be targeting in the ban phase, the Azir ban and the Cassiopeia first pick, pushing EasyHoon onto something else and making SKT change their strategy a little bit. And SKT was playing catch up the entire game, both from the pick and ban phase, then from the just boneheaded move early on, giving up 3 kills by fighting in their own jungle 5v5. After that point, they came back decently in the mid game, but it was ultimately EDG with the high damage team and some really nice plays throughout the mid game.
Such great play coming out. Our first aspect of the Dragon, and why not? It would be needed in the finals against the highest caliber of teams to take them down. Final form there for EDG. They slipped up on the Baron a little bit, but as we said, it was a little undecisive. They actually decidedly won it, which was their mistake.
That was the thing that gave SK Telecom some time, but the Dragon control was there from EDG. Close to every single team fight was in their favor as well, so really showed how to use the lead they got, and we really get to see what they can do with these late game carries as well.
It's going to be an interesting match. We're already 1-1 here at the Midseason Invitational, and now for a deeper dive into Game 2, let's send it down to Shox.
Thank you very much, Riff. I'm joined here by Monty and Kobe to break down that Game 2 as it is all square in the series, EDG versus SKT. And while commendable effort, that was not the right word, was it, from SKT fighting back in that game after what happened in the beginning. But on the other side, EDG doing a very good job driving it home, yet it turned out to be pretty close, which is very good by SKT.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do after you give up those 3 kills at level 1? And if we take a look at the team compositions as well, it's pretty much the worst, right? Because if you're SKT, you're looking to abuse Jinx's laning phase with the Lucian. You want that 2v2. And we saw the reverse matchup happening, right? So in the first game, we saw EasyHoon beat Pawn on Cassiopeia into Ori, and then he beat, even after those kills, the Cassiopeia with Orianna himself. So we know his laning phase is going to be quite strong, but with the tier and the weakness of Jinx in the early game, that is the prime time for SKT to take an advantage. But with the early kills coming in, it became so hard to do that.
You very rarely expect teams to come back from a level 1 like that.
Yeah.
But SKT, with these really extreme map movements in the early game, made a good case for themselves. They pulled themselves back to within striking distance.
Yeah, there's SKT right now. And honestly, looking into the next game, they can run the exact same thing. I think their fundamental game plan that time was absolutely solid, but when you fall that far behind, SKT had to trade the dragons for gold in the form of turrets just to catch up, and that created this snowball with these late game hyper carries that was pretty unavoidable. I mean, we obviously had that extraordinary Baron steal, which was unlikely and due to EDG not prepping Baron properly, but from SKT's end, I think they will take those exact same picks and bans if they can get them again.
I beg to differ. Maybe EDG coming out with the Anya support pick and the Thresh was still open, yet Wolf went for Leona the hard engage. And I wasn't really impressed.
I don't think anyone was impressed.
Wasn't the best. Any other adaptations for EDG then, as they is on the other side again? The Cassio, very highly contested in that one.
For me, it comes down to Pawn's champ pool. Because if he's losing reverse matchups like that, there's a really big problem happening. He's either not he's not prepared on the champions enough that he's playing, and Easy Hoon is just putting immense pressure out in that lane. So we have to see something more from Pawn, I think.
Yeah, definitely. The raw DPS that you need out of that lane right now, the Cassiopeia has really risen to the top quite unexpectedly.
Yeah, absolutely. And the top lane matchup so far, it was heavily contested in this one as well. Koro coming out with the flashy plays, but I think that it's not enough if we get the same scenario as in one for Koro to carry his team.
Possibly. I mean, Koro's been fantastic so far this entire tournament, so we'll have to see. Yeah, his top lane picks I don't think have been the major effort. Marin's been able to stay at least relevant in terms of farm. And in this last game, Marin found ways to play and try and get turrets down and get kills, even when he was
Level
totally
3
screwed.
and roaming mid lane against the summonerless mid laner there. That was a really good move. Great in-game adaptation. The other thing is that there have been also a lot of misplays. We talk about all the good plays, but there have been multiple flashes when Twisted Advance is already on them, and so the Maokai still travels with them. Bang in the level 1 flashed into a wall. So there are still a lot of things to clean up, even with these best teams in the world playing.
Yeah, and finally, as you were jungling so awesomely on Xin Zhao beforehand, and we talked a lot about
Don't remind me, please.
We talked a lot about the jungle matchup and the Clear Love versus Bengi, and maybe the strategy of trying to shut Bengi down. That hasn't happened yet. Do you think that will come out in the next?
What did you say? I
game?
didn't catch that. What did you say?
Oh, that Clear Love was saying how the edges of Bengi's champion pool could be a real weakness for SKT in this one, but they haven't tapped into that yet.
I was actually really impressed in the game that Bengi did get Gragas. He had a strong Gragas performance, and I think that's a huge boon for SKT.
Yeah, even in this last game, I think he did what he could given the scenario. I think Bengi's actually been performing at a pretty admirable level tonight overall, and yeah, Clear Love in that last game also pretty darn good. It's
Gragas ultimate with the assisted escape though. Those are hard. Those are hard to place.
Enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But in general, we have seen some very clean and good League of Legends so far. Let's hope we get the full 5 games. We're going to take a short break while the team set up for Game 3. We'll be right back with the Mid-Season Invitational right after this.
Happy Mother's Day as we head into Game 2 of the Mid-Season Invitational. If that happens,
Oh
it's
my
going to be
God!
very bad. There's one passive for him. He's going for more. Easy Hoon could go down now to Pawn. Bengi in a bad spot, and now he's in a worse one as he's down on the ground. Marin and Deft face to face. Double kill coming in for Deft. Nice ult coming in from Easy Hoon. What chaos in these fights. Draw, says Deft, and he takes down Bang. As they turn around, they get hit in the back of the head by Pawn. That's going to be the entire team going down. What a game. It's all even here at the Mid-Season Invitational, 1-1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational taking place on the campus of Florida State University. Shocks posing with some fans, as you see. Oh, nice little peace sign out there. People having a great time today. We have ourselves a Series 1-1, and it's an exciting one at that. We're going to take another look at a viewing party happening today. Here are the fans in Dallas, Texas, where everything is bigger, even the league action, gentlemen.
Hey, that's where you're from.
It's a common misconception, and that is not where I'm from. Not that that's a bad place to be from. Now, throughout MSI, we've been celebrating the 2014 League of Legends World Champions with the release of the Samsung White commemorative skins, and today we're taking a closer look at the final two skins that make up the bottom lane. These skins immortalize both Mata's heat-seeking thresh hooks and Imp's smile and deadly laugh that struck fear in the hearts of their opponents.
솔직한 마음으로는 지금 저 잔디에 누워 뒹굴고 싶어요.
Imp and Mata, such synergy in a 2v4. The MVP of the world.
Samsung White, the 2014 World Champion.
Now, these skins will be available along with the rest of the Samsung White squad starting on May 14th. But turning back to the matchup at hand, SK Telecom and EDG are tied at 1-1 going into Game 3. SKT are leaving Easy Hoon in the mid lane for this third game.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is just the different play styles from the team, because Game 1, you saw SKT up against EDG, making EDG play SKT style. The slow, they got ahead early, and they were like, all right, late game is where we're going to bring this out to. EDG is not going to have that hectic early game. Game 2, EDG, immediate invade, blind invade, go into the brush, get a fight, and that's the EDG style. And they made SKT play a very frantic, chaotic game where they thrive.
Yeah, and this is where I got to kind of disagree with Monte Cristo on the mid lane matchup here, because they sent Marin into Pawn's lane, sent him out of lane, so that equalized the lane in my eyes, because they were pretty much equal in kills. And what's Pawn's response to that? He doesn't sit middle and farm. He goes and dives Marin, flashes over the wall, gets a kill, recalls, then goes and gets a dragon for his team as well. Mid lane isn't this vacuum utopian society where it's 1v1. Like, killing creeps will only get you so far in this game.
Well, matchups aside, though, in every best of 5 and even best of 3s, tendencies come out. And that's why it's a whole nother monster than best of 1s. And the one pick that has really stood out for me has been the Annie. Both teams have really prioritized this pick. And what does Annie bring to the table that these other supports don't have? Well, she has a guaranteed high damage engage that just other champions do not pack. The Alistar was one that was banned out Game 1, but it's still not quite the same thing as Annie, as well as having a really dominant laning phase with the opportunity of going for a really strong 2v1 and invade. I think this pick is going to be either first picked in one of these games, whether it's the purple side or the other one, or banned.
I cannot believe it did not come out before this. Mako played more Annie games during the season than anything else. He had 14, next highest thresh on 12, and it was a staple in the bans against him. He's so good on it. Couple that with Wolf's tendency to overextend for vision, I think that it's just such a brilliant pick to bring into the series at this point.
Yeah, and if you look at the lane, just during the laning phase, it's the only one of those hard engaged champions in teamfights that actually has harass pressure without going all in during the lane.
Another cool thing about Annie, though, is the fact that unlike Sejuani, where Sejuani pretty much forces the mid lane to take cleanse, the mid laner cannot afford to take cleanse against somebody who isn't even thinking about going to the lane. But when you start grouping up, she's wishing, the mid laners are wishing that they took cleanse against the champion.
Well, a lot of action so far in this series as we head back to Rivington, Jat, and Deficio. Clearlove isn't putting much thought into his team's loss to SKT in the group stage and thinks that in a best of 5, EDG has a strategic edge.
我觉得，因为输给 SKT 那一场是 BO1 嘛，我觉得就是 BO1 有很多可能性，所以说输了，而且小组赛输了，也就是不是很特别重要。但在 BO5 的比赛里面，我觉得 EDG 是能赢 SKT 的。
We've also heard previously from Clearlove in interviews that this tournament would allow them to really make adequate adjustments to things they need to make with the team. A few things hit them coming up in the patches, but it seems like they've righted all those wrongs. And now facing SKT in the finals, we got Game 3.
It's got a Game 3 here. Last game, you can't really expect to get 3 kills on level 1 again from EDG, but they showed how they could keep control of the objectives. SK Telecom did what they could to get back in the game. Now, new pick and ban phase. SKT is back on blue side. Last time we saw them ban the likes of LeBlanc, probably gonna do the same.
Thing is,
Ekarim as well.
Every single time EDG has faced SKT in this tournament, I feel like their pick and ban phase has improved. Group stage, Edward Gaming got crushed. Game 1, I think they split, and I think last game, Edward Gaming was able to come out on top with a bit of a surprise and read on SK Telecom. Now's the chance for SKT to kind of bounce back in the pick and ban.
That's the thing. We talked about how SKT's combat in the last game was just so hard to pull off, because if you didn't get to the carries with Wolf and his ulti on Leona, you couldn't simply take them down. And that didn't work for him.
One of the big reasons we saw Wolf had, what was it, 8 deaths last game?
Also seeing EasyHoon then try to just pick up the Orianna was also different, not something we thought would have come out of Champion Select. Let's get to the bans now for Game 3, guys. We're already almost to Edward Gaming's final ban.
So SKT here trying to put Edward Gaming in a bit of a dilemma here. Do you want to now ban Rek'Sai? Do you want to ban Urgot instead? Whichever is an option for us to first pick. Azir as well is open, and with Cassiopeia being banned away, that is a legit early pick that you can take for someone like EasyHoon in the mid lane. So I feel like there are a few good options for them. Rek'Sai would be the one we would expect if we look before the series even started for Pinky here. Again, it's the #1 jungle pick for him.
But now they can control the Maokai. I mean, it's not to be understated how effective Coral was on Maokai. It was 6-1 and 20 in that last game. Super hyper tank, and they can combo the things that they won with last game. They're putting the emphasis on SKT to then adapt to what EDG just did last game.
Seeing as EasyHoon mainly plays these big team fighting mages that sits back, not all in champions, running so much engage, especially guaranteed lockdown with the Maokai and then even a flash tables from an Annie, is going to make it very tough for EasyHoon in the fight, because you know he's going to sit back there, you know he's going to be open for these engages. So Edward Gaming is really drafting against EasyHoon very much.
If SKT goes with this, it's something they played a lot of over in the LCK. It's their mid-game, dragon-focused move speed composition that gets picks. They have been very successful running this team composition.
They have. It is a comp though that really requires them to control the early to mid game, because once you go late game, now that you're also running Rek'Sai, not a Nunu to buff up this AD carry, your main damage source is the Sivir, and Maokai is just so good at itemizing against that AD carry and sit in front of him. Sejuani can come in for clear up as well, and you still have this double massive front line for Edward Gaming. Can even run Nunu if they want themselves with the Jinx. So SK Telecom are really looking to get early dragons and close out this game. We're talking 35 minutes at max 40 for them. Otherwise, they're really going to run out of damage compared to what EDG is going to be building up here.
I was going to say, he blind pick a Kassadin for himself. Is the Nunu the lock-in? Huge upgrade for Jinx there with the Blood Boil as well. They could be crushing down turrets if they get the right map positioning, and EDG shows quite the composition already. Final pick for Pawn here after SKT finalizes.
And there are a few reasons for this Nunu pick for EDG. One, of course, you buff up the Jinx. That's fantastic. You can even go with Zia as a last pick, who also benefits from the Blood Boil. But the vision control Nunu brings against a composition that has to create picks by catching you out is so big for EDG.
And the fact that we're going to be seeing a lot of Dragon contests this game. That's the way that SK Telecom is going to try and snowball this one. I really wonder here what Marn is going to use as his top lane pick. He is not a Lulu player. That is a mid lane Lulu for EasyHoon. 99% chance right here. And normally SK Telecom wants to run this with a Maokai because it creates picks and can be that big tank lane. A Rumble here does completely change the complexion of this team comp.
The thing is, they feel like they need more damage in their comp because they're against double tank, because they only have a Sivir with a Lulu buff. The problem is, once again, you run with a single tank. That's the Rek'Sai against a Jinx and Azir, which is what I would guess at least would be the pick, also with the Nunu earlier being locked in. So there's so much damage from EDG in the backline that Rek'Sai won't do anything on his own. And SK Telecom, once again, they rely on mid-game picks and fights around the Dragon. If EDG can keep wards down to it, spot where SKT is coming from and not be caught out, and just play somewhat passive, honestly, get to 2 items on Azir and Jinx, they're gonna be more than fine.
The team fight potential with the double tank and then the double damage dealers of epic proportions there in Azir and Jinx is a tremendous team fight composition. Then you look at SKT, they have won with this before.
Yes.
Save for the Rumble right here. Another incredibly fascinating pick and ban phase right here, because you can tell that SK Telecom has a strategy in mind, and Edward Gaming keeps throwing some kind of wrench into it and breaking it up a little bit.
Seeing as EDG has struggled around Dragons in the past, and that they tend to be caught out if they try and go in clear vision, I can definitely see why SKT want to draft this comp here and say, we're going to see if you have learned anything. We're going to see if we can keep catching you out, because we know you tend to play a bit too far forward when it comes to fighting around the map. And that's what they're building for completely.
Well, we've seen one game go the way of SKT completely in their favor. EDG made the SKT walk to the beat of their drum in game 2. A lot of people on social media for that game were wondering why EDG didn't close it out faster. I think they just gate themselves with Barons and then they win the game. It's obviously their prerequisite. You see the coaches shaking hands here as we get ready to enter into game 3. You know the drill as well at home and here at the arena at LOL Esports with either hashtag SKT win or hashtag EDG win. We'll be counting up those votes and sharing the results shortly. As Grandpappy Riv the First would always say, we are on the rift.
Right on.
Where are you guys? Where'd you go? We're gonna start this one off. Let's see what they got for each other. SKT walked themselves into a pretty bad fight last time as EDG was able to meander through the top side of the jungle, get themselves into great positioning.
Yeah, the strangest thing about the last invade was that EDG was spotted out completely by a ward, and then SKT decided to go in again. That was also a slightly different lane matchup where Deft didn't necessarily want to be in a 2v2 lane. Jinx and Sivir have an interesting 2v2 matchup here that they're willing to lane against because of the Dragon emphasis in this game.
Right, so yeah, a few things for SKT here. First of all, Ruby Crystal for Marin in the top lane. That's what you do if you expect a one-on-one against Maokai and you want a very early haunting guys when you go back, so you can once again start fighting around these early dragons and you can become a bit of a bully in that lane with early magic penetration. At the same time, as you just said here, you want to keep your bottom lane on the bottom side of the map so you have that control around it. What they normally do with Lulu mid is they try and push the wave as often as possible, and then you have Easyhoon who can whimsy himself to start roaming between the lanes and start catching up people with Bengi on this Rek'Sai here, and that's how you start creating picks already from the laning phase.
And it's actually EDG going with a lane swap here. I wonder whether or not Clearlove can do enough to contain Bengi in the roam game. That was a late swap back right there for EDG. They showed the defensive lines in the normal place, realized there weren't going to be any lane scouting wards, safely recalled, and then they have come back here. This is going to be revealed as soon as the lane swap happens, but outside of that, SKT is expecting normal lanes right now.
You guys were saying very safe with that line of scrimmage in wards right along the river. Now with SKT getting that knowledge at the top lane, I believe they did just see Deft walk out.
So because there's no wards for SKT to try and spot what's happening at level 1, and they were most likely expecting standard lanes, they're not sending in Wolf to check the blue buff of EDG, which means Clearlove has been able to start on the weak side. That means the opposite side of where your dual lane is going, and get the blue buff so they don't risk Wolf suddenly walking in, start harassing them and trying to poke them away and completely take over the bottom side of the map. And what EDG has done before as well is then they place early wards and try and get a Rift Scuttler near this dragon to see if anything is happening. Bengi didn't get it. So Clearlove has managed to get some control on the bottom side of the map. Got the blue buff as well. You can see Bengi moving there because for him to go his own blue buff can be risky now, seeing as there are two members on the top side from EDG that can go down and try and stop him.
It was just that entire guessing game that EDG was able to win right there. You expect with the defensive line wards and the anti-Jinx being a pretty good lane 2v2 up against Sivir Thresh to go for that lane swap. It's a strategic move that mainly has the element of surprise, but surprise they did, and now they have a real chance of 3-buffing Bengi.
Also have a real chance of getting some of those early kills.
Oh, they're stopping.
They have the Wolf Spirit, however, and they are seeing.
This is dangerous.
Like going to get a little bit of pressure from Bengi. Smite fight coming out both. Actually, Bengi's is down here from that Wolf Spirit, as we just saw, so not really a smite fight, but still going to try and pressure their buffs. That Ignite is pulled out of some kill pressure from Mako's lane. flashes, however, are being burned, and SKT are again finding themselves quite down in the beginning of the fight. Pawn and Easyhoon going 1v1 here as we just kind of waltz over to the right, and they both have to flash. No, one summoner spell, sorry, on Pawn's side. Easyhoon has to flash.
I very much disagree with Koro teleporting into this blue buff here. He had a free lane in the bottom lane, one-on-one against the Sivir. Same level, you can see the wave down here is even, and he'd already picked up 11 CS, sitting there nicely. He joins in to push them away and try and get a first blood. Let's see what happens now though, because he needs to get something, otherwise he's lost a lot from teleporting out of this lane.
Yeah, they already had the teleport bird from the Rumble, and now everyone's deciding to party up here. Nobody cares about the bottom lane.
All right, we're going to see who can come out of this one better now. It's pretty much making those adaptations mid-game here. We're only 5 minutes in, and we really don't even have lanes just yet. Koro and Pawn still in the mid lane now as he's low on mana. They need to stop these from going right into the turret. Bang is going to try to make that happen immediately, though. And what pressure here coming in from SKT after that jungle invade from EDG.
SKT needs to send someone bottom lane because...
Immediately. There's a 3-wave stack down there.
Yeah, what Bang did was the wave was pushing towards him and he just left it there and roamed to the mid lane because he wanted to see if he could join for some of the action. This also means Koro is losing out on so much farm because all these minions have killed a few waves. Now Bang will return down. I think he only lost maybe 1 or 2 of the melee ones, so he's gonna get most of it and the cannon as well. So he will lose some of the farm. But the main thing for him is because Koro teleported away from this lane, he's not been getting a bigger lead over Marin, who was stuck up here in the 1v2 early on. He now has help from the Thresh and he can start picking up some farm. EDG putting so much value on a simple blue buff.
Great job pretty much all around. Figured Bang would be down in CS. He picked up enough and still equaled out to Def farming in the top lane. Still just about even in gold as well, so really a lot of summoners and a whole hoopla for the early part of that game.
Yeah.
Not to get too much.
It ends up being kind of even. Although EDG had the opportunity to pull an experience advantage, they just would have had to give the blue buff over, which would allow Bengi maybe some control over that side of the map. But even so, I'm completely on Officio's side right here. Koro could be so far ahead in this game right now, but instead he is just equal with Marin and going with that double thorns. But Clear Love will continue to try and do this invading Nunu. They're potentially falling behind her. They've sacrificed a lot of time in order to try and pull off some of these buff invades.
The standard Nunu start with the early side stone, and with them pushing the top lane, one of the reasons EDG did it, first of all, they obviously came late into the lane, so they couldn't build up the freeze at first, but it was also to see if they could force SK Telecom to send someone like Wolf up onto the top side and help Marin. That meant there was no dragon pressure for SKT on the bottom side, so Clearlove has been able to ward it up and keep it warded for the entire early game and make sure no early dragons are going down. But now both top laners picking up quite some farm in these lane swaps here. Wolf is down on the bottom side now.
Pawn almost finding himself in a 3-pronged attack from the mid lane, but it looks like they're going to get a rotation towards the top side here. Mako just on the backside of Deft. Going to force him out of that. They're still going to follow with the stun, the flash, and entry. Marin overheats at the beginning of the fight and adds some good damage to Deft, but they are going to follow up with a bit of rocket damage here, winning that trade.
I almost feel like Mako thought that Deft still had his chompers. That's the only reason you would flash for CC if you thought you could chain it, but instead he just burns his flash and the rest of the SKT lane walks away and his ignite. So that's a thought burn for not that big of a gain. Maybe they try and dive him now. No ignite. Push him off the turret at least.
Oh, Mako grabbed the aggro. Marin could go down here. Looks like Mako makes it out alive. Bengi is trying to do what he can to keep that aggro onto Clear Love and in range. And it is not going to be enough. One last caster minion. He is low, but he is not dead until he gets a snowball to the face coming in from Clear Love. Pawn getting towards the top side, gets himself out alive as he chugs the potion.
That dive was so beautiful. EDG knew exactly what they were doing. Mako tanked the tower at first. State got the last hit, and then Clearlove eats a minion, so he takes another hit, and he stays there. And that's enough for Dev to get a second hit in onto Bengi, and in the end he goes down to Clearlove. Let's see this again here. This is so well played. Look how they are tanking the tower and they're keeping full control of it. Mako takes another one before he steps out of the tower. Then you look at Clearlove. He eats a minion, can take another hit. That one hit is enough for Def to hit Bengi another time, and then Clearlove can finish him.
flash snowball at the end. Like you said, Deficio, perfect execution. EDG is the turret diving team. They specialize in that when they're able to get aggressive.
They have to tower dive.
It's such an accelerated game. That's one of the main things that can create conflict and strategy in those ones. Wow, ultimate burn by Marin, so now he can't stop the dive. Mako's Annie is everywhere.
Another game. Will they keep focus onto Marin, the lantern from Wolf? We saw it happening yesterday, and it could really start to thwart EDG's game.
His ultimate. He's going to try.
Get him out.
Is he going to try and snipe? He would have been low enough, but he decides not to.
Teleport back to the top lane, so Koro does not miss any of this. Well calculated there. A full wave to him as it comes in on that siege. And we'll have now Bang backing in the top side. That much gold. He's going to spend it out, get an Avarice.
So EDG making up for that early teleport here. Koro has now been just sitting and farming in the lane while they went up to dive onto Marin. He lost a lot of minions on the tower, went down for it as well. First Dragon, EDG has kept control on the bottom side, and they just kept pushing aggressively on the top, trying to pull as many members from SKT up there as often as possible. They are playing this early game very, very well. And SK Telecom needs to show they can react now and adapt to what's going on, because the early start they were supposed to have with this comp is not there.
And the only thing that could have gone better for EDG is if the double kill didn't go over to Nunu. Clearlove won't be able to translate that into the damage. You really want the two carries of this EDG team to grow, but they will grow naturally as long as they can keep this farm even. The fact that SK Telecom can now only get their first dragon roughly 16 minutes into the game, that's the whole way that they win the game, is by controlling dragons, especially with this Sivir Lulu synergy, and they are well behind the curve for doing so.
The only good thing about these early kills for Clearlove is he can go for like Warmock's armor very early, buff that up with the Cinderhulk, and he has such a high amount of HP that a Lulu and a Sivir simply cannot take him down. Again, Lulu is gonna really start falling off in terms of damage because she's obviously using her shield on the AD carry. And we have seen Clearlove get a quadra kill at like, what, minute 6, gets 4 kills on a Nunu.
But they lost that game.
They did, right? That's true. But he was very tanky,
he was super tanky.
That's what we're trying to prove here.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
Clearlove from kills.
He was tanky. He was
there you go.
Got it. 2-0 as we start this one. Easy Hoon gets the blue transfer over as he now tries to give it to Pawn in the mid lane. Not the blue, but the aggression. They still have Ignites up there, so we could see a little bit of kill pressure. So coming in from Easy Hoon, he can use that wild growth effectively. Marin looks like he finally gets some free time in the top lane, but it won't be for long. He's trying to make up for that 30 CS behind. Bengi's here to help. Let's see how this goes. Equalizer down on a Koro. Clearlove says peekaboo, comes out of the brush. An absolute zero charge up and a knockdown.
Where's the fourth?
He's gonna lock it up.
Can
he get the fourth? Come on, here it comes. It'll do it. He's tanky enough. Gets popped up. There's the flash, and they may not have the chase. Arcane Smash coming in from Koro.
Snowball.
There it is. Oh, he gets the fourth one. Snowball to the back of the head of Bengi.
Clearlove on a rampage, but specifically because that was a great counter gank right there. Whoa! Way commits!
Holy moly, Wolf flying in once again, trying to mark that territory. Def says, no way, Jose. And Easy Hoon's going pretty hard now. Bang, very low. Easy Hoon, however, takes the zap. Is it
no, Easy Hoon!
He threw it himself. Going to be enough. And Mako and Def try to follow this one. They can't serpentine through the minions quick enough. Easy Hoon's safe.
Everything's starting to fall apart right here from SKT. All 3 lanes suffering damage at this point.
One of the worst
First, it starts in the top lane. Second, Easy Hoon's roaming down early, which makes Wolf overcommit for that. They miss all their skill shots. They click on the wrong people. And EDG, with this pressure and aggression, is making SKT make mistakes.
And this is really where SKT struggled in the semifinal as well. When they tried to match the early aggression, let's see what happened here. Bengi does stay alive, but in the bottom lane, we saw Isu when he tried to push his wave and then roam down with the Whimsy, as we mentioned with this Lulu. But the engage from Wolf was just way too early. He walks in pre-level 6 as well, trying to land a hook right in front of Deft and Mako. And like Thresh, when he winds up the animation here, you have so much time to react, honestly, for EDG and just instantly blow him up.
Yeah, he is a Moby Boots Thresh as well, so the Annie can almost one-shot him alone at level 6. The best that comes out of that is they trade 1 for 1, but they end up losing 2 for 0. And carry Clearlove with the 4 kills, but the rest of the team is pitching in right now too with that bottom lane.
It's always one of the annoying things when you play Thresh. You feel really tanky in the early game as well, but then you realize you have to pick up these souls here to really start getting some armor. So once you do trade, you're not really that beefy, and Deft takes a very easy kill from that one. 6-0, first Dragon. And SKT, by the way, as we have said, is running a composition that doesn't want to go late game.
Right, really time working against them on this.
Big force, 5 people bottom lane.
Pawn also over the wall with shifting sands. It's right onto Koro. They're looking to lock down the bottom lane, though. He almost tried to walk past Bengi. They definitely have their eyes on Bang and on Wolf for that bottom lane. They don't get what they want. They're going to back out. Minute and a half onto Dragon here. It doesn't look like they can actually get too much out of this now that they've missed out on the opportunity. Mid lane's going to get pushed in here by EasyHoon. Actually, some breathing room for SKT. Unfortunately, they will lose the buff, and Marin takes that top turret.
Basically just a turret trade right there. SKT trying their best to hold off on any real conflict unless they have a big numbers advantage in the fight. They do have a numbers advantage in this fight until Pawn gets here.
Here's EasyHoon. Nice glitter lance to slow down the 3 members of EDG. Don't have too much vision in this brush though. SKT's blind there. Cannot go into it with Clear Love having his ultimate up.
It's pretty tanky Nunu.
Yeah, pretty tanky.
Hey, 4 kills. Good for you, Clear Love. Good for you. Let's see what he builds in this game. I mean, Lockett, against double AP, especially against a Rumble, is fantastic. The earlier you get it, the even better for your team. But you can also just be greedy and go for their warm-ups and just run around with like 3.5k HP. Look at the animated carry and just laugh at him.
We also have to remember, again, SKT was up against this against Fnatic all the time, being down in the early game, but still being able to make things happen from 10, 15, 13,000 gold behind. SKT was still in the game.
Big difference though is Fnatic in those games would run these comps here that really also shine in the mid game. So once we got later on, the gold lead meant less and less because of just the items and the champions you had. Here EDG is running such an insane late game scaling for themselves, having such a big lead. Technically, you should never be able to lose it by now.
Right.
SK Telecom has to create some picks, and EDG has to really make a lot of mistakes for that to happen.
And as far as creating picks, they don't have Maokai or any real home guard teleport threat. So much of the pressure is put onto Wolf to land a death sentence, but he is extremely far behind once again. At that point, Bengi has to tunnel in to find something. It is really hard for SKT to actually create those opportunities that they need to in order for their composition to succeed. The Maokai picks that Koro has taken away from Marin have been so crucial in disrupting SKT's game strategies.
We figured that would be the easy fight that they would get. They'd have a very tanky Marin, be able to go into anything, and right now they are being pushed into fights that they never want. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, but it's a 5-0-0 Clear Love now. Deft on the outside, what a flash to get out of that hook, but he's gonna meet Marin as well on the backside. The rest of the team is coming in. Deft is gonna live. Marin actually can't go back in the fight. Pawn grabs one towards the bottom side as well. Tell me he's gonna kill Marin now. No, it's actually gonna go over to Mako, and now Bang's getting chased down by Pawn. The blue buff's only giving him so much mana, and he cannot follow under the turret. Now that EDG has all of SKT down, they're gonna get Dragon, and with this composition, the second they set foot near a turret, that's gonna fall too.
Everything is just working for EDG. They had so many wards in the jungle of SKT because they've been so far ahead already that they could see Bengi move around. They get a pick onto him first, and what often happens in these games where there's so much action and it's very one-sided, the team who's behind us had to use all these flashes before, so once a big team fight is there, well, obviously they don't have anything. While we saw Deft just flashing around, he's staying alive. Cleared off.
He's worth a full bounty. 500 gold to the killer.
Run!
But can they kill him?
Ooh, going over to Bang there. Definitely much needed. His first kill of the game, and he's sitting on some scraps right now for rest.
It's also this terrible habit Bang has of going extremely early Avarice Blade when he's behind. He needs immediate combat power because the team is going to force on him. This happened in the Fnatic series as well, where he actually built Avarice Blade as his first item. This one's a little bit better because he does have the pickaxe, and he was able to pick up the 500 gold, but it just allows EDG so much more power early game. He could have used that Avarice Blade gold to save up for a BF and have some reasonable power in these mid-game team fights.
It's when AD carry basically say, I give up on the early game, I give up on the lane. I just have to look towards 2 items now where I can start being useful, and that's why they do it. But he's sitting on about 2,000 gold, so that will be the BF sword at least completed for him. Still not there for the vintage. That's the first pick on Bengi though.
Yeah, and this is the fight we just saw where EDG picked up so many kills, and a lot of it was just because SKT was behind. Coral still had his summoner spells and chase things down, whereas EDG had their summoner spells generally to escape. Then the miracle of the day, Wolf having a really unfortunate 2 games here. Tons of miss Leona things. He misses his play there that could have secured the kill onto Def's Jinx. And then, of course, ClearLove, the unkillable until a few seconds ago, was able to close it out with that absolute 0.
EDG again starting a fire very early in the game under the feet of SKT.
It's a nice little trap for Marin here.
I think they got Deft. It looks like they will have him. Do the retribution kills come through? However, Mako takes that aggro way too early, and this starts to backfire. ClearLove just coming back from going down. Looks like he will find the same fate just shortly after. We are going to have Pawn coming up. Actually, Koro coming down from the bottom side of this as well with the Righteous Glory on. Pawn is only steps away now. If they can get that Blood Boil back in this fight, it will be very helpful. And Koro's actually going to use that to take down Wolf.
That was a very, very aggressive play from EDG that SK Telecom were ready for Marin, waiting in the bush, getting a bot lane tower as well. So they will get some gold. There's 5k difference at the moment in favor of EDG, but at least some kills. And SK Telecom, again, it's one of the ways to get back, where you start setting up a few traps, you try and punish EDG if they make a play. Simply, I mean, it's going to be risky. It might also be one way to go for it and simply just end up dying because they are so far behind, but you need to try. You cannot just sit back and wait.
That last one was super clever, though. Marin waiting up there was not what they expected, especially since you'd think SKT would be much more scared about being caught. But they're very knowledgeable about what will happen in the very late game, so they're willing and are taking these necessary risks to try and make things happen. By the way, during the long replay, Pawn did kill Wolf once again, only accelerating that Azir into the later game.
And we can see with this advantage, EDG warding is now on the up and up again. We talked about it a little bit before. They're already starting to pink and ward up Baron, that side of the map, looking like a light bright almost for them. And much security needed to make sure SKT can't come back with a big objective fight. Dragon still some time before it comes up. That's not really going to gate EDG for trying to find more aggressive fights.
And Marin is doing the same again here, where he delays the Hourglass by going for Abyssal Scepter as the first item, or second item after the Haunting Guys. And what he's basically trying to do is have as much damage as possible, I guess, when you try to snipe the back line, and then also to try and avoid some of the poke coming in from an Azir. The problem is, you still only have that Rek'Sai in the front line. You need that Hourglass to be there with him. Tilla, though, let's see what he can do.
A lot of dedication to this fight now that SKT has used that on the hunt. They have, however, have to use that to get out of this fight, as EDG is able to close in way too quick.
It's the same again, though. SK Telecom, they keep setting up small traps around the map. This time it was the Baron. EDG, normally, when you're so far ahead, you don't expect the enemy team to sit and wait for you. We'll get surprised a few times. Nobody died this time either. Philip, he's very tanky.
Yeah, it's potentially about EDG waiting on some Dragon timers, but they've been known to be a little bit impatient, and they have the capability of forcing.
SKT staying power in numbers now. We are going to see Wolf back, so they may start to back a little bit themselves. You can see Bang heading towards the bottom side here. A minute on to Dragon. On. Items ahead already. 2 items in inventory.
Yeah, it's a little bit ahead. A full death cap over EasyHoon.
Just a little Lulu. Just a little bit. And there's really nothing to stop him on the side of SK Telecom.
Yeah. They need to basically have Pawn sitting on top of an equalizer while they have him in a death sentence. Wolf continually in trouble.
Thought he had enough safety at least with EasyHoon being there. Pawn getting in with the Flash Emperor's Divide to throw EasyHoon right back into the fray. Double kill for Death.
And immediate pings onto the Baron after they're able to get those picks. Pawn flashing for the Emperor's Divide, gets him back right there. Basically just using what's got them here, and now just zoning out the choke points. If anything tries to steal this, it would be Rek'Sai with the Rumble ultimate once again.
EDG absolutely on a tear here once again coming into game 3. They have lost no momentum from game 2, and SKT has not found the way to adapt yet.
And they finally got to move around the map and not walk into a trap. Saw that SKT adjusted position normally, and then they instantly just go down, force a fight on them, get 2 kills, gives the Baron as well. Bang, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage with the Boomerang. Another Dragon for EDG coming up. SKT is around. There's a flash coming in.
Gonna have to take the fight. If the fight is right on top of your head, they take down Bengi immediately. And that timer that SKT was looking for has pretty much run out for this composition to turn on. EDG on fire here as they grab Dragon number 3. 15 kills into this game and a 7,000 gold lead.
And EDG, aside from just having that great draft phase, in our opinion, because of the late game scaling, it's the way ClearLove played in the early game. There was that interesting moment when Koro tried the teleport for the blue buff at the start of the game, but if anything, that splits and makes sure Bengi can't snowball any of the lanes. Because if we look at these lanes individually with Rumble, Lulu, and Sivir, they're not doing anything without the assistance of Bengi. So when ClearLove shut him down, the rest of EDG could use their skill to take over.
Oh, he flashed on the lantern, but he could not get it because everybody also huddled around the campfire. Bang goes down. Wolf, they're just trying to stop EDG from getting any closer here. Throwing a few deterrents, but EDG is not really worried about anything they're facing at this point. The Wolf Spirit's gonna find him out. They easily are able to take down the blue buff here, and this is where we gotta see EDG start putting their foot down. SKT wants to do the same.
So tanky.
They may find themselves a fight they don't want. Marin overheats right in the middle of it. Vengeful Maelstrom is just completely stopping hardly any damage from hitting ClearLove. Deft in a bad spot, flashed into the pit by himself there, and he's almost staying alive. It is Marin that's going to be able to take him down, but SKT has lost 3. Now 4 members in the quadra kill for Pawn. Bang's the only one that's not there.
We keep seeing SK Telecom just trying to get a few picks or a few kills here and there to try and get back in the game. They know how far behind they are, and EDG just has so many ways they can play this game out. They have great siege, honestly, to take down towers with Azir and Jinx. They have a Maokai who can just push down a lane on his own, teleport in behind for a flank if he wants to. There are multiple ways for EDG to play out this game.
And at this point, there is just no damage coming out of the SKT team since they've fallen behind. EasyHoon doesn't even have his second major item. Bang did just finish his Infinity Edge, but that's at the point that we're seeing 3,000 health on multiple tanks for the EDG side, not to mention the locket for any equalizer damage that would be coming in to hit the team. Everything going in EDG's favor.
See this fight once again. Deft actually was staying alive here.
You can see what SKT is thinking, because 2 guys from EDG is coming back from the base. So it's only 3 guys for EDG, but they're still so tanky with the Nunu Maokai, and Deft does have good damage already. And once he goes down, well, the next guy just enters with even more damage, honestly, and ends up cleaning house. ClearLove and Koro still staying alive. Koro barely took any damage, just healed most of it up here. So there's simply just no damage coming out of Bang. And also Marin, with his build, the fact he can't stay in the front line with Bengi, even had it been like even in gold or somewhat even here, it would have been very hard for SKT to play these fights unless they get the correct pick onto one of EDG's carries.
Bengi getting hit up by most of the team of EDG. It looks like Pawn's gonna be able to stick with him here. Shifting Sands, able to save, oh, he goes down! A little bit of a burn there. And Pawn able to get some attacks in as well. Great chase, follow-up, and kills coming from EDG. We saw it with SKT's composition coming in, and they knew it as well. They were on a timer, but it seemed like EDG just had that in their mind.
They're going for Deft once again. He's a little bit out of position.
Taking control of that advantage. Whoa, Deft goes down very, very early. Trying to reassess the fight. SKT knows that's all that they can get here. We're gonna have Bengi in just a few seconds. His teleport is up, but he has no way to get to the fight to help his team. Pawn now probably gonna take down Wolf before he can even get onto the stairs of his base. And ClearLove is just 2v1ing, so the rest of the team can still come along with him. He's got the Iron Elixir already on, almost unkillable. And Pawn's able to pick up another one, 8-0-5 on Azir now.
They've been able to pick out Deft on a few occasions, but then you can clearly see the rest of EDG coming in for the kill because they just have that massive lead. And what I want to talk about now is whether or not SKT brings in FLICKR for the next game. Because the way Pawn has been able to play this Azir and Cassiopeia and banning the other champion, EasyHoon's champion pool being stretched here a little bit, maybe they have to play a more accelerated style. Unless EasyHoon is on Cassio or Azir, he has been unable to dominate these games. And they're going to be 1 game away from elimination.
Yeah,
here.
it would remove the LeBlanc ban they've been using. SKT normally ban LeBlanc themselves when they have EasyHoon in there, and then obviously teams ban it against FLICKR.
Right.
Typically, we saw Fnatic leave it open yesterday and try and trade certain other picks for it, but that could be one of the changes you want to make. Try and get a bit of a playmaker in there. EasyHoon, though, when it comes to playing these standard mages like Azir and Cassiopeia, should be the better pick. So it might not even be the solution. I'm more looking at Maokai and Annie that EDG have been using so well to create these fights and always engage on SK Telecom. What they seem to be weak against is this unexpected hard engage that tends to come, and they don't know how to react in time unless they have pre-planned the whole thing and they predict where you're going. The Annie from Mako offers this hard engage instantly onto them. He goes for the talisman as well to buff up the team. I think that's one of the things you have to target and remove.
If you're even an eye shot of EDG, you're caught. The Talisman of Ascension along with the Righteous Glory is something they go for immediately. Like you're saying with that Maokai and Annie. Once again, the Talisman of Ascension burned out there. Righteous Glory, if they even need it to keep on the follow. And at Pawn, coming up with another kill as he flashes forward with his soldiers. And they're going to have to get off of that cooker. The red carpet's laid out, but EDG wants none of it. And they're just going to be able to start pushing here. They're fighting in between turrets. And SKT can't really give anything back to him. Easy Hoon gets knocked back by Emperor's Divide. That's going to be Koro picking up a kill. And EDG are now 2 turrets deep, diving SKT in their base. 28-5, 30 minutes in.
EDG doing whatever they want at this point. The SKT forced to surrender. There was no way they're coming back there.
We said SKT had that timer. They knew the composition they chose. We probably won't see that again, but EDG was ruthless about the process and method they took to that game.
And just there seems to be so many different picks for EDG that's so good for them. Like Hecarim has been banned every single game by SKT because Koro is such a fantastic Hecarim player. That gives him the Maokai though, because it's not a top lane that's getting first picked whenever we see it. Rek'Sai has been now first pick for Benki in this game. He was shut down in the start, and because EDG are lane swapping around and forcing so many fights, Benki never gets to play the game where he sits and ganks.
Yeah, Mako's Annie has been, it's almost like EDG was saving things in the group stage and in the semifinals.
They were.
Because Def's Jinx, Mako's Annie, 2 of the biggest impact picks in this entire series. Yeah. They had an easy time with AHQ in the semifinals. Their first game against SKT, it seemed like they were just saving everything. We're not going to be seeing Def playing Tristana again at this entire tournament, and they're really putting on a performance in these last 2 games.
Well, to your mention of FLICKR, they do have 5 minutes after the Nexus goes down to choose if they wish to use a sub. Not a lot of time there, but they also have that time to discuss whether they want to keep Easy Hoon in just because of that pick. Like I said, they knew what they were going in with. We can't really fault SKT. They tried a very tough composition against a very strong EDG.
And the interesting thing about this is it's not like Easy Hoon played a poor laning phase in game 1 or 2. He did a lot of really impressive things. It's just this game in particular is when they really looked lackluster, but that was because EDG was all over the map.
It's the same thing we've seen other teams do now, where SKT fall behind early on. You're constantly forcing fights on them, and that's what's working. So I don't even think it's not about the mid lane, for me at least. It's about some of these main picks for EDG they're using to always force the fights.
Well, may not be the mid lane for you. Maybe it is somebody Anastas. And for a look at how Edward Gaming brought this series to match point now, we are going to shoot it over to the guys and Dash.
Thank you, Riv. And coming straight to you, Zyrene, we saw Pawn pull out the Azir, proving he can play it just as well as Easy Hoon or FLICKR. Thoughts on that?
This is pretty much my favorite team composition in League of Legends at the moment, because you've got multiple sources of persistent damage, you've got so much late game threat, objective control with the Nunu, 2 tanks, and overall, it's just absolutely amazing. And the Annie and the Maokai synergy gives you engage power, and then you have disengage with the Azir. You cover almost all your bases except for things like early game pressure, but the way Clearlove played the Nunu was basically like an early ganker. It was absolutely amazing to watch it. And then Pawn stepping up. He did shake a little bit in the laning phase. Easy Hoon had a really good one, but then things just started to collapse around that mid lane, and I think that's where it got out of hand.
Coming to the game, we thought that the Annie would be a really contested pick, and I'm surprised that SKT kind of just let it roll by and ignore how important this pick was, and EDG took it in the first rotation with the Maokai, so the game has evolved, this series in particular, to a point where you're not saving picks at all. You're just picking what you know is strong and what's working against the opposing team. SKT now is going to have the red side for the next game, which means that they have the opportunity of either banning it if EDG chooses to pick it, or take the same risk that EDG did and pick it in their first 2 picks.
Yeah, it was really strange because SKT, they need to think about their pick ban here because in game 2, they first picked Lucian Rek'Sai on the first round. Don't pick that Lucian first. Pick the Annie. It's highly contested in this series, and you can see them right now going over the picks and bans. FLICKR on the screen. Is he coming in for this one?
I think that at this point they should really put in FLICKR. I mean, Easyun had a really strong performance in game 1, but I think if it's like to the last series and to the last match, and it possibly you can fly out of MSI here, I think you need to put in FLICKR, who is undoubtedly the one that performs the best under pressure. So I hope that they put in FLICKR and yeah, that he shows why he is considered the god of mid lane.
And he picks LeBlanc.
And he picks LeBlanc.
Also that. I mean, it's hard to imagine a world in which FLICKR does not come in to a best-of-5 series, you know, for a championship title if they're down in that series.
It would be the darkest timeline.
Yeah.
That's the world that it would be.
Right, absolutely, right? But I do want to go back to your point about ClearLove in the early game. A lot of people throwing love out to him on Twitter. We have one tweet from @Farm8 Gaming who said, ClearLove making SKT tilt. Oh my God, is this real life? I mean, he was all over the map, as you said, throughout this game. Just tilt him.
Just like Kobe. Give SKT some PTSD.
I like how he's putting so much pressure this entire game, but he has level 1 snowball. He's maxing consume, yet he's still going for as many ganks as you would normally if you were maxing it.
Oh my god, and ClearLove is just brutal on this.
I love how he smites the minion too. He's like, no.
I'm gonna
gets rid of that extra auto in
And
there.
honestly, EDG is just so good at baiting engages and doing power dives. Like, they use the pressure. And what is a big misconception when you see EDG and AHQ playstyle is that a lot of kills feature uncontrolled games. I think that is not correct. In this meta game, when you're going for the tower dives and it's like 4 versus 2, you're totally fine trading 1-for-1 if you can get the tower afterwards. And you are forcing the enemy to play your game, react to the tower dives. If they don't do it, they die. And I think this might be the kryptonite towards SKT.
Has been confirmed. FLICKR is coming in for this 4th game. Okay. So, gentlemen, as we look towards that 4th game, what does this change here in both SKT's approach and EDG's reaction to it?
It frees up a ban for SKT. They're no longer banning LeBlanc. Now EDG has to ban the LeBlanc. That's the biggest thing, to be honest.
They also have this is what I was thinking throughout the tournament, is that they should play Easyhoon blue side, and then they should play FLICKR red side and give FLICKR the counter pick. And then when they're playing blue side, they get a Cassiopeia and a Azir early for Easyhoon. And it works out really well for him. But now that FLICKR gets the counter pick, they can rely on that mid lane. And I think if Bengi gets something that he can get it going with, it could be a game that we see. But this is the thing, is mid lane hasn't been the big problem. It's been the side lanes. It's been Marin in the top lane struggling, being ganked by ClearLove, and also not getting that Maokai for himself, because he had a really good Maokai game, but we haven't seen him get that champion again. And I think that's something that he thrives on, and when he's on the Rumble, he just doesn't have the same team fight impact.
And I feel like putting SKT, FLICKR, the god in the middle, into your game plan, and he's usually the one that, if you're down, is coming into the match. And I think this can affect greatly the mentality.
Yeah.
If I'm playing with a FLICKR beside me who's like radiancing just experience and supremacy, I think that you're just playing better.
Wow. Well, I think we can all agree that it's a high-stakes match, but these picks have digressed from, you know, in the beginning we thought Thresh was a top pick. Even in the beginning of the tournament, a Bard, a super high-skill champion, and now we've devolved into the easiest to execute pick, a Maokai, a Nunu, the Annie. These are champions that are really hard to mess up on. So these guys are just picking what is safe and what works very well. I want to see more of that style of pick. Stay away from the Thresh. Whoever wants to pick it, go with the Alistar, go with the Janna, just something that is easier to execute, and particularly the Maokai, just because of how good he is right now.
Now, we've talked a lot about how putting FLICKR into the mid lane means that Bengi pays a lot of attention to it. They want to get him rolling. So it actually seems counterintuitive to me, to your point, Zyrene, if the side lanes are the problem, to put the guy in the mid lane who you normally want to focus on and leave the side lanes to fend for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe FLICKR will get solo kills. Maybe he'll get some attention, then snowball it from there so you don't have to pay attention to that lane anymore.
Well, I want to work on that point as well, though. In the first game, Pawn showed a lot of vulnerability to the early pressure, particularly the Gragas gank worked, which should not have, and then eventually a big lead was built up in that mid lane. I think that's what they're going for with bringing in FLICKR for this time around. A little bit more pressure means that FLICKR can snowball hard enough to shut down Pawn.
And maybe he's also the one starting the rotations, because what I think is SKT is a little bit resting on the laning phase for too long when they should really be roaming out. And I think SKT, when they have a mid lane pressure from FLICKR like this, he can easily roam together with Bengi into the enemy jungle, putting the wards down and denying the tower dives, which are so eminent if you play against EDG. And they just strive on those tower dive, pressure for pressure play. So if you can actually shut that down with early wards and then play your game, I think SKT can come back here.
And that's the thing, is the side lanes have been suffering, but like you said, if FLICKR is going to start roaming, which EasyHoon doesn't do a whole lot of roaming, right? He prioritizes CS above everything else. That could be what opens up the map for them if Bengi and FLICKR make a roaming squad.
Lastly, we've talked a lot about EDG accelerating the pace of the game here after game one, really forcing SKT to play on their pace, on their style. How does SKT get back to that more consistent, stabilized gameplay that is around rotations and objectives and farming up and picking the correct fights?
I think you just boil it down to the composition that you have dictates how you want to play the game. You know, some comps are better at sieging, some are better at team fighting. And one of the best comps I saw from SKT this tournament was the first game against Fnatic, that Ezreal mid lane, a really high skill for FLICKR so that he can outplay the mid lane or get a big advantage there. Help the side lanes out with the true shot barrage. We've seen him actually, he's so good that he helps his other lanes without even moving. I want to see that kind of composition from them. They do have the last pick. It's a little bit of a telltale if we see an early Corki pick from SKT, but I think that's their best shot.
All right, well, a lot to mull over there. We're going to step away while the teams craft their strategies for Game 4. But first, we want to check in on another Coca-Cola viewing party. Don't worry, Seth King, I got you covered on this one. This one is taking place in San Francisco.
Ooh, Achilleos cast. I know that guy.
You do know him?
Yeah, he's a caster that works in the amateur scene.
All right, well, there
really,
you have
really
it.
Nice guy.
Hit me up. Wanted some love from San Francisco. They're going plenty crazy, so they deserve it. Well, keep it tuned right here. The midseason invitational continues with Game 4 between Edward Gaming and SKT in just 3.5.
Last game, Edward Gaming was able to come out on top. Now's the chance for SKT to kind of bounce back.
Gets popped up, there's the flash, and they may not have the chase. Arcane Smash coming in from Koro. There it is! Oh, he gets the fourth one! But it's a 5-0-0 clear love now. Deft on the outside, what a flash to get out of that hook, but he's gonna meet Marin as well on the backside. Deft in a bad spot, flashed into the pit by himself there, and he's almost staying alive. It is Marin that's gonna be able to take him down. EasyHoon gets knocked back by Emperor's Divide. That's gonna be Koro picking up a kill, and EDG are now 2 turrets deep.
SKT forced to surrender. There was no way they were coming back there.
moving on. Keep
they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back to the campus of Florida State University, where we are about to jump into Game 4 between Edward Gaming and SKT. The score stands at 2-1 for EDG, and as we see that, FLICKR is setting up because he is being subbed in for SKT to bring it back for that team in this one. Well, EDG on match point in this one if they close it out, and just the early game, once again, fantastic for them. Have a stat line here. EDG has gotten 7 first bloods out of the 11 games they have played, 100% co-participation for Clearov in those, and that is very impressive. But the most impressive thing is what EDG does with that after a lead, and SKT not being able to bring that back.
Snowball. You know how I feel about Nunu.
I had to get you some therapy after yesterday.
I appreciate it, Monty. We had a long talk on the couch, but honestly, these junglers, both of these junglers, have shown a proficiency on all of the top junglers right now. So if you're not going to fully focus on the jungling picks and bans, it's almost not worth just half-heartedly throwing a couple bans that way.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we do have to talk a little bit about the composition, I think, from SKT in that last game, too. Because that's a composition that I'm very familiar because they played a lot. But it depends on having vision control over the Dragon Pit, because you have to have that advantage to use the speed from Sivir and Lulu in order to make a pick. So when you give that up, and with EDG diving the top lane, if SKT isn't there together as 5, that comp is never going to work. And I think that the FLICKR sub-in is probably a result of that, because they need something else. They needed a skirmisher or something to make plays in the mid lane, and FLICKR will provide that.
Yeah, trying to run a comp based on vision against Nunu is extremely difficult. That early sight stone rush, very easy for him. The other thing is that EDG, they keep finding success with these 2 very late game, very high DPS carries that they're running with the simple front line that Crumbs keeps bringing up too. So you have to break up one of those 2 parts of the comp.
Yeah, and of course, Def back on his comfort pick of Jinx too, something that he's seen an extraordinary amount of success with in the LPL. And even though she can be weak in the laning phase, he's still picking up those early kills. He's getting those dives, and Clearlove is helping him out.
I think he's like 14-0 now this year on Jinx. So
yeah, but Bank's just going to buy an Avers Blade and make up for it, or not really. God. No, but then the bottom line is, FLICKR, of course, he didn't get to play in the LCK finals. He's coming in here. He definitely will have something to prove. Monty, how are you seeing this going? Because match point for EDG, that is extreme amount of pressure on SKT right now.
Well, FLICKR is clutch. I mean, we saw in the match point in the last one against Fnatic, he really came up big in that last game. And in the last 3 best-of-5s that SKT had played, so 1 here and 2 in the Korean playoffs, they had Easyhoon for the first 2 games against CJ, lost them both. FLICKR comes in, wins the next 3 to move on to the finals, and they never had to use him because they won 3-0 with Easyhoon against the GE Tigers. So he's the guy they really look to. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but is there a more experienced player in the world who's been in these situations, do or die? SK Telecom has a habit of going behind in series and making these comebacks.
Very good point. Your keyword there is clutch. And we're talking a little bit about the Ezreal possibility as well. You know, this long-range champion, they bring in FLICKR. He's going to make the half-court shot for them to possibly take out and go to game 5.
And it helps with those dives as well, because we've seen him use that True Shot Barrage to turn around dives in the past. And Ezreal's a very strong harass champion. Many mid laners have a real problem dealing with his poke.
Yeah, we will see what they decide to go for. In any case, FLICKR is on the Rift for game 4, so casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ifya, Kobe, and Monte Cristo. What a game 4 is going to be. The sub has been played, Jat. You were wondering if that was one of the final cards that SKT would play. And kind of with FLICKR now, they don't have the option to pinch themselves into a composition like that because it's not what he plays.
Well, they kind of had to change something because game 3 went so poorly.
Right.
And FLICKR does bring that new dimension, whether it's opening up the LeBlanc ban, a more assassination playstyle, but he still has the option to play all of the champions Easyhoon was bringing. So this is mainly a flexibility substitution, as well as having FLICKR with the experience and the just X factor of bringing in FLICKR.
That's a big deal. You change something up here. They're still going to ban LeBlanc though, so they don't want to risk. I don't know if it's afraid of a first pick from EDG.
That is weird.
But I'm really looking at the pick and ban phase because I feel like EDG has gotten like every single pick they wanted in the last few games. The Annie, the Maokai as well to shut down this, I'm not going to call it one-dimensional comp from SK Telecom, but these AD carry build-up compositions that you could just shut down with a big tank like Maokai. So we're going to have to see what they change in the pick and ban phase.
Whoa.
Okay, so what are we setting up here for first pick if you're EDG? Because Rek'Sai is banned as well. Kalista Urgot. To me, this is a Maokai first pick.
Yeah, we were thinking about first pick Maokai. There's also, depending on the jungle ban, you can force something like Nunu of Rek'Sai and...
That could be the other one, but both junglers have shown Gragas already.
Well, this would be a Gragas ban. The Jinx ban I like. That still leaves Maokai, Annie, Nunu or Gragas are split.
Hecarim is open.
Ooh. They should go for Maokai though.
Yeah.
Because Marin, it's a denial pick more than it is. They can still pull off home guard TPs with Hecarim or Maokai, but this gives them tank line and team fighting and a denial pick.
And SKT, so unless they want to play a more early game focus where they want to have some ganking power, then they can go for Gragas. But if they want to start really playing around these dragons, which is what they have done so well, which is what they did against Fnatic in Game 5 where they took the Nunu, they have to take it here, then otherwise Taylor should lock it in for himself if you want to play the same style. Sejuani is also open for him, so Clearlove has plenty of picks left. And with all these bans here, still surprised about the LeBlanc ban. I would at least try and trade it then and say, if you want to take LeBlanc first pick, we get the Maokai at least for ourselves.
Definitely playing the steal away game right now. And waiting for the last pick. Maybe a Rumble, maybe a Hecarim. They don't really need to choose the top laner here since they already see one, but they do anyways to not really show too much. Annie's open as well on the side of EDG, but you were saying it for SKT there.
Yes, I would like SKT to pick it. We've seen Wolf play it. He's good on engaged supports like Annie.
Oh, there
You're
it goes.
giving,
Power
once again,
picks.
Why
you're
not?
giving EDG everything.
Yep.
Everything they wanted from before. They have close to the same setup with they lock in a Nunu, and then we'll have to choose a different AD carry because Jinx is banned away. But problem for Gnar as well is if you put him in situations where you can force team fights, then you play around his Mega Gnar, and when he's sitting in mini Gnar dancing around a Dragon in his lane, then you have that Annie hard engage coming in to force the fight when he's not ready.
SKT has to decide the direction of their composition in these next picks. Alistar would be great to try and push back all the initiations from EDG, but it's still so much of what EDG really wants in this one. Would they?
Okay. This is a matchup.
It's a matchup pick. They've already locked in an early Azir. It's not a for sure matchup when later on in the game a Kassadin can crush an Azir.
Yeah.
It's one of Pawn's favorite champions. FLICKR Kassadin.
Basically pre-level 6, it is locked in. Okay, we're taking chances now. Woo. We're subbing in FLICKR, we pick him that Kassadin. We now rely on him being able to snowball early game. Pre-level 6, he's not going to do a whole lot. Azir is going to push him into his tower. But at level 6, he can start jumping towards the Azir pick. And that's where it can become a bit annoying. And of course, late game, you have all that insane mobility where you can really start dancing around and always get into the backline of EDG. If they take this one, it's going to be a camp FLICKR.
Well, Clearlove's Lee Sin was legendary during the regular season in the LPL. A lot of people were saying Edward Gaming got hurt by the Cinderhulk patch because he couldn't play Lee Sin anymore, and Pawn was having less success on his assassins. And it's been in this tournament as well that Clearlove has shown more strength on the tank junglers and Pawn more strength on the consistent damage dealers. Nunu still would have a Blood Boil target that's not Corki and Azir if they go with this composition.
And the reason they take Corki here, we've already Azir locked in and a tank top lane, so it is very magic focused, but they want to have it so they can punish Kassadin in the mid game when he sits in his lane. He doesn't have proper wave clear to defend himself against Azir and Corki grouping with that Trinity Force and just poke SKT out. Because if you look at that composition, at the moment there's zero wave clear.
SKT needs wave clear.
They have to go Lucian or Sivir if they want to add something that can protect towers. Otherwise, if EDG starts grouping around that 15-16 minute mark, they can really poke down SK Telecom. This is not going to be the pick.
Wave clear.
Wow.
This is such a risk comp.
It's a huge risk here from SK Telecom. If EDG gets a little bit ahead early, if Clearlove can pull off some nice jungle invades, the wave clear just isn't there. The turret taking potential of Azir, as well as flank teleports from Koro, could just snowball this game out of control.
Yeah, now the thing for SKT, what they do have is this Kassadin late game. Corgi is going to fall off. It's very magic heavy for EDG, so it's easy for SK Telecom to itemize against it, except for the fact that Cassidy normally doesn't go for Athenes before like third item, so it comes very late. But late game, it's going to be all about Cassidy. Can he get to the backline and kill them? Otherwise, that's it.
And the last thing I have to mention about SKT's comp is the disengage. Every single person on that team has a way out of a team fight, and that's something that could be crucial because EDG has been nothing but killing them.
But that's a problem when you're against someone who's going to outpoke you completely. You're not looking to run away. You're looking to stop them from hitting you in the face from long range and kill them instantly.
Well, here we go, gentlemen. EDG has pushed the mid-season invitational finals to game point against SKT. We are about to get on the Rift. Everybody here in the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center is ready for this game to happen. A lot of people thought it would be 3 in favor of SKT with the strength they came into this tournament with. A lot of people wanted 5, and SKT now have that chance with picks locked in. Head over to Twitter and use the hashtag EDGWin or the hashtag SKTWin and get your votes out onto social media. We saw that vote getting a lot closer as EDG is on a tear right now. 2-game streak, looking for 3 in a row to take down SKT.
So for SK Telecom here, they need fantastic laning phase to make sure EDG cannot group up early and start pushing down these towers here. Israel and Alistar is one of the most boring lanes in the game to play because all you do is sit back and you just farm. You have a heal on the Alistar, you have the long range poke from the Israel. You don't really look to do a whole lot before you hit level 6, and there you can start looking for all-ins.
Slow play again in the early game. Definitely much more measured here as EDG comes in. Once they find the lanes they want, then again, they go kind of crazy.
Well, it was such an interesting start in the last game because they went for these defensive openings with defensive line wards, and then around 1 minute 15 seconds, the AD carrying support recalled back to do a delayed lane swap. But the thing with EDG is they're so strong in the lanes as well. It's been such a tremendously entertaining series to this point, and this time SKT, as we've said, have taken that giant risk that needs a lane phase victory. We really have to put most attention into the jungle pathing of Bengi and Clearlove here, and where do they try and get their first gank off? Because if Bengi doesn't get something going early and Clearlove gets up to his sightstone quickly and starts controlling the map with wards, SKT is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Again, you guys were mentioning junglers starting at camps now for the faster level 2 gank. Looks like we'll get Clearlove his red right quick. The top side will be pretty focused on the Krug, so different start for the junglers here as we get game 4 underway.
So once again, no deep wards coming in. EDG here wants to spot the lane swap. They see Bang. He's trying to group up the minions in the top lane now and get a freeze going for himself. They should just go straight to the enemy blue buff, at least warded here from Mako, so you have vision on where SKT decided to start with their own jungle. So both junglers starting on the strong side with the AD carries, and they're now looking simply to trade blue buffs with each other.
Good read on that by Mako as well, knowing he can safely get a ward quite deep into the jungle, and this will be Clearlove making sure that happens. Going to happen on the top side as well, mirrored here for SKT. That means it's going to leave Faker and Pawn to their own divide here in the mid lane for a while.
The big thing that happens when you split sides of the map right here is mid lane can become a very dangerous battlefield depending on whether or not the top laners abandon ship, which both of them are in jungling. It's the mid laner who ends up getting the brunt of this aggro.
That could be one of the reasons for SKT freezing the top wave here. They want to make sure Bengi can go mid lane, doesn't have to sit and potentially dive if someone like Koro shows up in the lane, and therefore try and get a few early kills on early advantage for this Kassadin, who is going to be pushed down. Azir is in full control of the lane the first few levels, but you can see how EDG, they're ready for this one. They're around the mid lane as well. 3 guys potentially coming for a gank.
They want to start this one off right. Easily could have lost somebody there, but they figured they had the pressure, and they're going to still start being aggressive.
They have to go bottom lane now because they didn't get a freeze due to them pulling for the Nunes. So by them moving down to Tribush, what they want to do now is make sure SKT can't make it to tower, at least while the minions are still alive. And they basically do it because by them backing away, most of the minion wave is already gone. They probably feel happy enough saying, okay, TP came down late because he couldn't see where we were. If we can sneak a dragon now in time,
it's not the easiest dragon. They are very low level, and there's not like SKT doesn't have the people here They have the speed shrine, but there are a few people in SKT that
Dragon resetting.
Stopped at 1600. Smite is not up for Bengies. He comes in here. This might be the fight focus for SKT. He flashes off the wall. Deft is level 3. Flashes for the vision as well. First blood for Deft on his Corki. Barn hits Nard. Hops out of that one, and EDG again pick up first blood.
It was a nice thought, but at the end of the day, SKT had their AD carry top side. They did the lane swap and then still tried to contest the early dragon. That's usually the sacrifice you must make in order to do that lane swap. It ends up giving Deft the double buffs, and Bengi's crucial early game start means he's lost his double buff already.
Flashing gets out nicely on that one. No rotation really going to be able to come from Pawn here. He was going to back. There he is.
Got a flash.
He figures it out. They only have a bit of mana onto him. There's the soldier attack. Does Pawn pick one up this quick? Wolf is there for the protection.
So, while we have all this action on the bottom lane, Bang is still sitting with the wave frozen up there, but he's on his own, and that's what Koro realizes. So he's teleporting in to try and get some farm and push the wave out. But look at Bengi here, he's already on top side. This is very risky for Koro because he's very far up the lane, and he just used Flash. This should be a kill for SK Telecom.
Yeah, Koro's not going to be able to do too much about this one. Level 4 and a level 3 just feeding off the tree, and that's going to be level 5 for Bang here as he gets a nice lane.
You cannot make that play if you're the top laner because the wave is frozen so far up the lane and you have 0 wards on this side of the map, so you don't know where the enemy jungler can be. Koro, very greedy for some farm. Could have walked all the way up because the wave was stuck there anyway near the tower.
Koro is one of the greediest players. It's rarely punished, but right there you can again see it. This is the farthest Koro has been behind in a game. No kills or assists, as well as denied farm, and still just level 3. It's going to be kind of difficult for the Maokai to pick up farm in this matchup, which could prove fairly critical as they look to take turrets.
Luckily for him, Marin didn't manage to get anything himself because he walked bottom lane, got a few minutes, and then he had to try and stop this dragon here, so he didn't really get to sit and pick up a whole lot. Only got boots, so for now it is even. Marin can, however, itemize Hexstringer, upgrade his boots for some more magic resist very early on and becomes super hard to deal with for the Maokai and even for the Azir if we do see a roam coming up.
Nice little hit to keep Deft in lane for a little bit longer. FLICKR returns after being pressured, still is up in CS and chooses a blasting wand for his first item. Keeping that CS easy, keeping him in lane. Level 6 for him now.
Yeah, the wave's been at near FLICKR's turret the whole game, and he's done a very good job of picking up the CS. Pawn has actually forfeited a few CS, roaming down for the skirmishes we've seen, whereas FLICKR has pretty much been farming that entire time. But now that he has got his Rift Walk, especially if he can get to Rod of Ages sooner, he'll be able to retaliate a little bit at Pawn. Koro desperately trying to get deep vision control, kind of caught when doing so.
A lot of pings going down in the river for Bang and Wolf's rotation, but FLICKR is already here with Pawn. Nice Emperor's Divide. That's definitely the disengage. FLICKR can get a kill this early. That's going to be great. The true Shadow Mirage from Bang is spot on. And Clear Love may be number 2. Eagle Eye Bang heads in for a double kill, maybe even a triple. One over the shoulder, and he doesn't pick it up.
I don't understand what Koro is doing in this game here. EDG just had to play a standard laning phase, then start grouping when they're Trinity Force for Deft, and yet he walks into the enemy jungle again with 0 vision, no flash, gets caught out. 3 kills now for Bang on his Ezreal.
And he's not even close to his power spike too. This is a tier Vamp Scepter Ezreal early. There's no way he should legitimately be able to pick up 3 kills in fights, but because they found picks at the right times, Bang is set up to explode around 20 minutes.
Found the picks, and Koro decided to just give the picks over, honestly, to SKT twice now. Good start for them. They need this so badly for their comp to work, to not get punished by the lack of wave clear.
Well, SKT chose themselves into a comp where they needed to get ahead early. Bang's trying to do that for the team. 2 assists to FLICKR's Kassadin. Not going to hurt at all either. Deft's early kill here keeps him pretty safe in lane. He does have that phage. He can get some trades in as long as Bang doesn't go back and start to outscale him too hard. Mako just on the side, seeing if Bang will get any more edgy here, or antsy rather, on the fight. But both supports are here. We're gonna go back to the duo. Not too much pressure coming out of the jungles right now. Everything's being cleaned up. Seems like everybody's kind of taking a breather there. SKT only has about a 700 gold lead right now.
But it's so important that they have that 700 gold lead because it limits the amount that EDG can push and poke them as long as SKT has threat while they're outside their turrets, as well as Bang with that early tier and the 3 kills to soon turn into some combat stats. He's not getting mercilessly pushed in by the Corki Annie lane. Also because of all the roaming, Mako is only level 3, which means he can't provide that much threat in a 2v2 now that they're actually in standard lanes.
SKT have been able to also set up a few of their classic pink wards around. You saw one with FLICKR moving to this blue buff, meaning he can move around fairly safely. And if SKT or EDG starts a fight down towards his bottom lane, they should expect the Kassadin to come down for him, unless of course the Zia is still sitting there pushing. But now both mid laners have roaming potential. Typically though, the Zia want to try and push the tower instead and just put as much damage on it as possible. Chip it away slowly, make it easy for the AD carry to come in later.
Whoa, Deft realizes the mana pool of Bang. Goes in hard, oh, gets the flash for the summoner heal, but Deft also has to use his. This means Wolf's coming in. You already have Bangi just by Dragon. He body slams over the wall. The teleport by Koro is actually canceled for pressure, but he probably wishes he came down now because Bangi's on site. Wolf's gonna be able to get the pulverize on Mako. The headbutt back first to make sure they solidify the kill here, and I think they're gonna go ahead and give it over to Bangi with the little body slam.
EDG, for some reason, feel like they have to make plays in the early game. Deft flashing in after Bang just popped his heal. The rocket didn't even hit him. SK Telecom quickly to respond here. Gets a kill, starts a dragon because Nuno was on the top side. They're getting everything they want in this early game.
Well, that percentage of first dragon goes up now for SKT. They have turned it on in game 4 when it matters. FLICKR has not been doing too much other than holding down mid and making sure Pawn isn't getting too much of anywhere, which I guess is a lot considering Pawn was going off by this time before.
Yeah, and there's 2,300 gold on Bang, so he's still powering up. Look at Marin!
Marin sweeps Koro right under the rug as they try to do-si-do in the top lane.
Marin bouncing back in this one, but it's all because of the early game and the lane swapping Koro behind, and he's not playing as such. He's still posturing like he's this monstrous Maokai, but he clearly is not in this one. And SKT is taking this early game by storm.
I don't know if it's FLICKR being subbing in or anything, but this is a completely different game suddenly.
Absolutely.
EDG just
FLICKR has sat at his turret for the majority of
but I just don't know what it is. I mean, obviously it's not about FLICKR's performance at the moment because all he's doing on a Kassadin, funny enough, is sitting and farming. There's not really anything else for him to do at this point.
But he is keeping Pawn farming as well. Pawn would have been roaming, getting a few kills by now. They also focused their first kills onto FLICKR, double turret dive, and didn't get anything, whereas EDG would have already been a few kills up the past games.
And this whole setup, if it continues like this, it means that FLICKR, give him about 15-20 minutes, is going to start going completely crazy in team fights. And it becomes tough for EDG suddenly to win it when you have also this Corki who's going to fall off in terms of the damage, and the focus will be on the Azir.
Pawn's also gone for a more aggressive Morellonomicon build instead of an Athene's build against Kassadin, so he's very prone to being assassinated. Once FLICKR will get more and more points. I think that's also kind of why EDG is pressing a little bit, because in a world where SKT has the slight lead in team fights, it's a hard thing to judge because FLICKR might be able to just delete Pawn in team fights, in which case the late game carry potential for EDG would not exist.
But you're running a comp still that needs at least one item completed. Corki pre-Trinity Force is not that strong.
It's too early.
You get that Trinity Force, that's where you hit a massive spike, and that's what you use. Before that point, you technically don't have to do anything, and that's simply the weird thing with the way EDG is playing Koro, randomly walking in. This guy has been so good in the last few games. Now he's already died 3 times.
Seems like SKT has definitely made their own adjustments necessary throughout this series to make sure that didn't happen again. EDG, we've been saying this, they've been getting comfort picks. Still have them in this game on Mako Zanny, Clearlove's Nunu, and Koro's Maokai, but just a different aura here coming out of SKT, whether it be FLICKR or just the 4th game pressure of game point here from EDG.
Aura
really
of,
making them change.
Aura of FLICKR. Teammates have 20% more skill and enemies make mistakes.
It's global. Definitely a global aura there. 1,000 gold lead here for SKT. It's been growing slowly, but they are able to make inches into miles very fast if they get the room.
Looks like towards the bottom lane here for EDG. No pressure from SKT as they know it would be too dangerous.
So, once again, we have seen this time and time again for ClearLove. When they have a chance to take a tower, he's gonna walk down the lane, just pops a Blood Boil on his AD carry, and they take down the tower for them. So very, very simple play. Trinity Force should be completed for Deft when he goes back, and now you can start moving him around. Dragon is not alive for a few more minutes, so you can send Deft to the top lane, push that one in on the Nard, take down the top outer turret, and then focus on mid after, where the Kassadin is still sitting and not really able to defend himself. SKT needs to read that it's gonna happen soon and swap Faker out of this lane once the Corki comes in there, and you have to put someone else to try and defend. It will have to be Bang, even though he doesn't provide that much wave for himself.
Yeah, and it's that big wave clear discrepancy in this composition that allows EDG to try and get in some fast pushing. Once Deft goes back for that Trinity Force, they'll have pretty good power in their lanes when they group up, and they need to try and out-rotate. Even if they end up trading a few turrets, EDG should be able to come out ahead on these trades because of their ability to clear waves. Pawn already with the mid lane pushed up. The question is, Deft needs to run either top lane or mid lane and keep this up. Instead, he's going bottom lane to match.
Rod of Ages now stacking up for Faker. He's got 2 on that. Manamune, 340 of 750 right now for Bang as he finishes that to get it built up a little bit quicker. The spike for SKT still a bit away here. But they've been making the moves to make it 5-1 now. That score very reminiscent of what EDG would have by now.
Step 1 is of course delaying your outer turrets going down. The first one about a minute ago. Deft hasn't moved out of his lane yet. He's still in there trying to push it back before he moves over. Dragon is obviously spawning as well. That's why he doesn't want to go top lane at the moment. Want to be around it. SKT got the first one. And we can just see Marin already.
Man.
Stacking
gonna be a flash Alistair.
Let's see.
I don't know. ClearLove, somebody just pinged him out. Pawn should definitely know this is going to happen. Top lane fight's going down as well. Won't get a teleport out of these guys. Doesn't look like Marin has enough of that Narbar just yet, but he'll still get a few attacks as mid is still about to party here. Back and forth. It doesn't look like anybody's going to go for the full engage though. Oh, I lied. Faker riffs walks right out of the Emperor's Divide.
They're mainly trying to push down this turret, though. How much damage can they get onto Faker before this push? And they're going to maybe force this game right here. True Shot Barrage should come through to clear this shortly.
The Triforce is finished. Nice. There's the True Shot Barrage. Pawn shifting sands to the outside to make sure he is safe. Deft way too far forward with the exhaust on him. Ignite still ticking. Deft goes down, and the team has to retreat.
That's the kill threat that SKT needs to be able to bring in order to win this game. There's a window here that EDG has to try and push down the turrets before SKT's aggression can take them down. That's a big loss for them, the fact that Faker could pick up that kill and stop the push in its tracks.
Saw the move though from them, sending Corki mid lane to push on this Kassadin. Backfired for EDG. Will get at least, got some damage on the tower. Dragon is alive.
Yeah.
For SKT if they want to go down and try and force it, but up in this top lane, still going at it. Marin, he's winning the lane obviously also because
in the world.
He can simply just stack magic resist against the comp from EDG and against the Maokai, so he's very strong at this point, despite not even completing a full item.
A much different matchup for Koro now, not being able to adapt quickly. Once he's down, he has been ahead. Not really used to this situation within the series. ClearLove trying to add as much pressure as he can. Here comes Koro's teleport. He's going to finalize that one. The smite still going to Bengi, and it looks like EDG may get a bit of the cavalry here. Koro is trying to tank everything. He goes down to Bang, now 4-0-2. SKT very low, and this is going to be the pawn cleanup. Shifts over the wall. No, that's Deft that goes over the wall. He's got the scrying orb in the distance, but again, a little too far ahead. Is it enough to pull the team back, though? Marin throws everybody into the wall. SKT try to get back in the fight. He goes down. It all looked so good for a second, but it was just the flash. And Mako comes back in with the plays.
Crazy fights right there. Meganar salvaging the kills to make it 3-3 after that one. Dragon is secured though by Bengi and SKT, so they are up 2-0, a far cry from where they were last game. Way better this time for SKT.
These fights lasting absolutely, not forever, but quite a long time. More and more members always able to join the fight. Look how far back they are. And they go all the way to almost second tier turret.
Yeah, so Marin comes in with TP in Mininar for himself, so he's not really doing a whole lot yet, and EDG feel like they can chase Mako with the flash tippers, getting 2 kills, but then look at Marin here. Getting that Mega Knight, Def playing it super aggressive, jumping over, taking a lot of damage. And as soon as Marin gets the Mega Knight, close to the wall for EDG, that's a turnaround and end up trading.
Deft, again, this game goes a little bit too hard and greedy there. He's done it in the bottom lane with his flash burning both summoners. He did it there, allowing a bit more time for Marin to charge up his Mega Gnar. EDG stays on the offensive. They want to get these turrets down.
And that's the thing, EDG doesn't really need to team fight. They have to group up as a team instead, or at least with their Zia and Corki, and start putting pressure on towers. They don't need straight big team fights, because that's where SKT still has a chance with a Kassadin. I mean, a Kassadin won games where you fight all the time, because that's what he's good at. So for EDG, if they slow it down and start playing around towers and poke instead, they will have the advantage over SKT, but it seems like they've just been looking for more and more fights. And it's not been paying off. This top lane tower should be the next focus with Dragon gone. And they're moving straight up there.
Scuttle out and getting that vision in. Scuttle Crab control going over to EDG here. Baron is alive. More force in the fight, if anything. And SKT is going to give them the room they want for now.
With level 11 on Deft, the missile poke is really enhanced right here. So this is the forced group from EDG, and SKT is just going to try and trade turrets and get a little bit more farm on FLICKR.
Now they need to go back. Oh well, they have to consider the fact here, how much can Bang do in the mid lane and how much can FLICKR do in the bottom lane, because they're still 5-man pushing. There's something you can do if you feel like you have the stronger tower push, because you have so many guys here. Try and see if you can force SKT to back. How many towers can they get? Bang is in the mid lane pushing in. FLICKR is far away from the bot lane tower though.
They almost have to react to this. SKT is going to be able to defend much, much more. And I think it's going to be another one. Not a huge minion wave coming in for FLICKR.
Can Marin stop some recalls here?
Good damage on that turret to prep it for later.
They're going to try and get 3 for 2. Depends how much FLICKR can get. It's already been a 2 for 2 turret trade. SKT had the minion waves prepped for when EDG went for that 2-man push. And that's a huge win there for SKT.
We were watching some of the games EDG played in the OPL finals. Whenever they stopped running these comps that had to just dive straight onto the enemy backline in these big team fights, they seem to struggle quite a bit. They're doing the same now here with so much poke. Koro taking a lot of damage down here.
Just straight up greed farming right there from Koro. They just lost both their inner turrets. They had spent the last minute and a half on the top side of the map, so therefore there was no ward coverage and no confirmation that SKT had left. He was just trying to pick up the farm. If he waits 10 seconds, it comes to his turret anyway and he gets it for free. But he goes out with his impatience and picks up his 5th death of the game.
SKT now with all the time in the world to set up wards. They have 2 lanes pushed all the way to the base of EDG. Definitely a different game here. 1-0-6 for FLICKR. Bang has been flying off the handle this game. 5-1-2, and you cannot forget about Marin in the top lane. With a little bit of help, they have finally shut down Koro in this series, and it's hard to see EDG have an impact now as they cannot go in. It seems like the composition is working against them if they can't continuously dive.
They've simply not been able to properly use the poke and the siege they do have. They don't prepare minion waves, they don't look at where SKT is positioned, and they take early fights where they don't have to. So EDG has not been playing the comp. SKT, full credit to them for taking advantage of it, getting all these kills here. And you have a very fit AD carry, and you have your Kassadin already hitting his 2 spike item now. That's the big one. I wonder if FLICKR is going to go with Athene's next. He's not running any cooldown reduction, which you normally do in that build, because it's about stacking as many Rift Walks as possible, getting off as many as you can in the fight. Then you go out of mana, but because you have Athene's and so on, you get a lot of mana back on kills and assist, and you use that to kind of like get a reset. But because he's not running cooldown reduction, you might see him just go for a different kind of build.
Slow pokes back and forth. EDG definitely keeping their distance. We're going to see Koro to the top lane. Teleport is available for both of those laners. See if that comes into play here. EDG is actually hoping SKT kind of engages. They don't want to step outside their boundaries right now.
I also want to point out the importance of the Aegis rush that we've seen by Bengi right here. There's so much magic damage by EDG right here, especially with Corki as their main physical damage dealer, still doing about half magic damage. Aegis, soon to be Locket, the magic resist stacking on Marin. The efficiency of the itemization SKT can build in this game is making these fights much more difficult. engaging on a Mega Gnar.
Yeah, just about to gnar out the whole team, side swiping from the bottom as well. He gets Pawn and Mako. Mako, can he deliver the Tibbers back into the fight? Marin trying to dodge out now. Bengi onto Pawn nicely, keeping him far away from doing damage, but Bengi finds himself as the main target now. He will not go down. That's grievous wounds. Now they're on to Clearlove. SKT has managed to get themselves in a good position, but they all have very low HP as they skirt around dying in this fight. FLICKR starts to pick up kills, goes in Zanya's. That's actually going to be a kill over to Bang, and they won't finalize Mako out. FLICKR gets the force pulse double kill. Here comes Koro though, and he may be able to pick a few up. He's just going to have a dance with Wolf and not be able to provide much.
And the last few games, it was SK Telecom who didn't have the damage to take down the tanks of EDG. Now it's the other way around. Marin and Benki just jumping in the face of EDG, tanking up everything, buying time for Bang on this Israel to poke people low, and then FLICKR can come in and he can just clean up the kills on this Kassadin. Great team fight for SK Telecom. And they've managed to survive what would have been a weak early game. And we're now getting to that point where their comp really kicks in.
Yeah, especially when they can get the Manamune transformed to a Muramana, which will happen in about 50 more stacks. It's not done yet, though. SKT was so low from that last fight that they had to recall, and EDG's trying to sneak it.
They may be able to teleport to this one, though. We saw Koro use his, so it is going to be Marin that's able to make it in. The Narbar's halfway full. Dragon is going to go over to Clearlove. It's something they needed to get those stats in. Marin is in a great spot to stop anybody from getting away. Pawn over the wall as well. Everything's happening in retreat right now for EDG, and SKT is just layering on the damage. Only able to find Koro here, but I think Mako is going to be a second kill as well, and that is another double kill for FLICKR's Kassadin.
FLICKR getting fed at this point, 5-0-6. This is when he starts just blowing people up. Zonya's Hourglass Power Spike, needlessly large rod on the way as well, because he's not needing to respect the damage output of EDG right now.
He was just meditating early in the mid lane, getting ready for all this.
It's what you do on Kassadin.
Exactly.
You just sit there, you tell your team, just wait, you know, give me a little bit of time. And exactly as we predicted with the Kassadin thing, as soon as you get to 2 items at least, you get to late game, or well, to the later team fights, you really become super powerful. And EDG has been forced to itemize very defensively in some ways. You can see Defty's gonna go for Bloodthirst, or at least building towards it, because he needs to be able to survive this Kassadin jumping towards it. That's not the maximum Corki build he can go for in the mid lane. Scepter coming in second item for the Azir. Could have gone Athene's into like a death cap, but then again you have so much magic damage that you need to reduce the MR of SKT to get proper damage out there for basically all your members. And therefore you need the Scepter.
What a ridiculous way to be able to pull out a wild card. One of the only teams in the world that switches out their mid laner, and this is not to say EasyHoon is any less better than FLICKR.
It's a pretty good wild card, though.
Either way around. But just to do that, to make your strategy better for the situation. Not many teams can do that without having troubles, and these guys do it on the fly. Paying off here greatly in this game. The style of play with somebody carrying now from mid lane is what SKT needs.
Let's see.
The 5 as we see 28 minutes I should say, coming up on the clock. Clearlove trying to get some deep vision in, but still getting aggressed here. Can't do too much.
In order for EDG to win a fight, Pawn needs to have some free time to allow his sorters to auto-attack with Blood Boil. That scaling is still ridiculous, even when there's a lot of magic resist on the other side. So if Mako can land a nice Tibbers on Bang or FLICKR, there's a QSS on Bang, so he can get out. It basically has to be FLICKR at this point and get a good chunk of damage out. That's the way EDG maybe wins a team fight. Outside of that, SKT has all the ways to keep re-engaging.
And now with SKT being so far ahead, they don't need to necessarily go and try and take down a tower with the Kassadin. No, you play around the Baron now, so you have full control of that river, meaning EDG never gets into a situation where you can have your carry sit safely in the back, because you should have everything warded up, but you have so much mobility on the side, mainly due to this Kassadin, to always get the flank on EDG, especially once you start prepping with pink wards, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Setting up, just missing 1 ward out here, 2 of them being placed in different places for EDG where you don't normally have a pink spotting them. And that's what they're trying to rely on to get some information on where SKT is.
Seeing where the differences are in a bit of the lane CS. This game, Marin up about 15, but 3-1 and 5 is making him a monster in these fights. Numerous ultimates have set SKT up to clean these fights up. Mainly FLICKR and Bang in the early game really helped to stop EDG and stave off their early aggression. Carrying this through now to 30 minutes. Getting very tough for EDG to take any of these fights. They just have to watch.
Yeah. Luckily, EDG could control that one dragon, but the Baron is what SKT gets to control now. They have such nice pick potential in this jungle. It is also potentially good for EDG if they can trap SKT in a corridor with an Emperor's Divide, but it's unlikely with the way SKT picks their battles for something like that to happen. It's a good hits on Clear Love.
From SKT there, playing a little bit of their own poke game, if you will, before the fight starts, and just really giving themselves great.
Still the ward outside. Still the ward right next to the small bush where SKT is sending 4 members, so they are spotted. Deft also decides to use his trinket.
That's really clever. He scrying orbs them so they're less suspicious of the ward, because otherwise they would have
games.
Assumed and swept that area. There's also no upgraded sweepers yet on SKT, so in order for them to find that, they'd have to just sweep a really odd area or have a Raptor smite proc from Bengi. About time SKT upgrades their sweepers if they're looking to close this game out.
EDG finally putting a little bit pressure back onto SKT. Last time we saw them with a kind of a big run was towards that top lane, and they lost a lot of their turrets. Now trying to put their foot down. They're going to gain back vision on this dragon. But like you said, Jap, they got to have some crazy clears. Actually, that ward already died. So they're good. They put a pink down.
Yeah, so EDG using the fact that the minion wave pushing on the bottom side to have SKT go back and clear it out and give up this area here around the Baron. So at least you get to clear a few wards. You buy a little bit more time if you are EDG, but it's not really going to be a whole lot easier for you to fight because of how strong Kassadin will be in the late game. And FLICKR not going for their themes. Instead, straight to death cap for him.
It's been a while since we've fought, so there's 10 summoner spells up in this game right now. This dragon fight could be incredibly huge. It's no longer the Baron they're posturing over, but Scuttle Crab control for EDG. They're actually going to be the ones that try and force this with the teleport in from the backside. They can't find Marin. He's close to Meganar. Let's see this.
Home guard comes in, wears off, so a little bit of that pressure is down. Koro throws down the ultimate. Can they close the gap, though, from the side of EDG? They're still in the back. Pawn is getting time to work those blood-boiled soldiers, but all SKT does is back up slightly, and they are completely now able to zone the fight. Pawn dives in. Emperor's Divide so they can fly towards the back line, and Bengi hits up Deft immediately. He flashes over the wall. A nice fast bomb to take down Bengi, and it looks like Deft trying to skirt around the fight, cannot do so. SKT is just able to reposition themselves so fast. This composition can jump, hop, body slam, and rift walk. You just can't get away.
And that engage from EDG, sending in your mid laner in the middle of the SK Telecom team here. EDG, all they had to do was keep running back and just poking with soldiers and rockets, try and wear SKT down. Instead, they went all in.
And the worst thing is Pawn ate the exhaust as soon as he flew in as well, so the Emperor's Divide wasn't even able to burst. SKT, though, I have to credit them for their ability to disengage. That's the main strength of their composition, the in-out gameplay in team fights. Alistar can headbutt anybody back. Kassadin and Ezreal cannot be stuck on, so when they do find that window to fight, when Pawn finally gets impatient and tries to go all the way in, SKT completely wrecks them.
32-minute Baron going over to SKT here, 20-6. Like I said, this score is just looking like something EDG would put up as SKT starts to turn it on.
Yeah, because Koro actually ends up taking more poke than the rest of SKT does right now. In order for Ezreal to poke and FLICKR having the flank over the side, as far as the poke battle goes, SKT was winning this. So Pawn decides he's going to try and make a play, but it's just not on the same page as the rest of his team. He can't even flash over his Emperor's Divide afterwards. Yeah. So he's really trapped in the middle of the fight. And at this point, it's a one fight for SKT.
They had such a good setup, EDG, with the soldiers blocking the river, making sure that SKT couldn't really move further. It's only been the tanks that was being poked down. It was 2 versus 1, basically. Only the Ezreal really poking from SK Telecom at this stage of the game. And we just have to say, these team fights, every single one has been in favor of SK Telecom. FLICKR, 6 kills on the Kassadin, 8 kills for Bang on the Ezreal. it's the right people getting all the kills for SK Telecom.
Yep, and those fights are going to be even harder now. Jat, you said 10 summoners were up, and most of those summoners are down now for EDG, with still SKT the ability to hop and jump, like you said, kite the fight or fight it if they want to. 35 minutes on the clock. SKT now starts to bear down on the last second-tier turret in the top lane. Looks like we're going to have Marin pushing the bottom as well, with FLICKR coming from the mid.
There's still no Void Staff on your AP carry if you're EDG at this point. He has no Last Whisper for your AD carry either, even though that's not even going to be the main item you need because you have already fallen so far off as a Corki. But the fact that your penetration items are so delayed by you trying to buy some more defensive-minded items is a big, big problem. If you look at all the tanky stats for SK Telecom already built up, there's just so little damage for EDG at the moment.
Deft is shooting a brick wall when he hits Marin right now.
I'd say another big story in this game is the fact that Koro hasn't been able to force initiations. He's so good and such a critical player in EDG's success. He has fallen behind from minute one, and every attempt he's made to come back to the game has only put him farther behind. Great split push here from SKT, since EDG, even when they initiate, doesn't have the damage to immediately burst someone, so SKT can support from any front, and now they're chipping away these turrets.
This isn't the game we're seeing the Talisman of Ascension on Mako and the Righteous Glory on Koro. He's going more defensive for himself, Mako, this time because of how far ahead SKT is. We've already seen a turret go down with Marin in the face of Koro, so he's not going to be able to stop much in the bottom, and SKT is just whittling away at the turrets as they wait for more minion waves. Now to the mid. This one's already prepped and ready to fall. They are onto the inhibitor turrets. Like I said, Marin's going to drop one in the top by himself, and it almost calls the whole team over to see if they can take him out.
You almost have to fight as EDG. It's just you can't get your mitts on this slippery SKT team, so they pulled so far ahead right here. The instant EDG commits, SKT can jump on the exposed backliners. I love the way SKT is playing patiently here.
There's a body slam in, getting Clear Love out of the fight so they cannot be zoned with that absolute zero, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to use many of their ultimates at all. Mako gets out of this one. He still has Tibbers up. Using that stun accordingly is going to be big, but all he gets is a Polaroid of himself going down when he flashes that one. 22-6 is the score for SKT as they start to close the door on Game 4. We are going to go to a full 5 here in the finals of the mid-season Invitational. SKT dropping the last Nexus turret. Minimum win minion waves on the way in. It's not going to matter. They're going to pull it off. We're going to Game 5.
And that was such a weird early game for EDG. Walking randomly into the jungle of SK Telecom, being caught out, picking fights, flashing forward, instead of taking the same sort of engages they did in Game 2 and Game 3, where they seem to be in control, knowing when to use certain power spikes here. They gave so many kills over to SK Telecom, and they just took everything and used it to completely take over the game.
Yeah, they had many of the same picks from the previous matchup as well. But on SKT's side, they changed a lot, which I think changed the complexion of the moves that EDG was trying to pull off. We know that they're a team that overreaches at times, and they were definitely overreaching. Remember, they started that last Game 3 up 6 kills to 0, and they were probably trying to re-emphasize something like that because it didn't work, and SKT made the adjustment. With FLICKR, we're going to Game 5.
We are going to Game 5, and we are going farther than that. For more on that series tying win, let's throw it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's good to know we are beyond Game 5 here on the analyst desk. But breaking this one down here, equalizing at 2-2, FLICKR comes in. They put him on that Kassadin. There's a lot invested into getting him to the late game.
Yeah, and that's pretty romantic because if we look back at how EDG got here, it was the exact same way. So FLICKR subbing in, playing the Kassadin. What a power pick to come through as well. Did absolutely fine in lane, then completely took the game over. There's a reason he's transcended even being the best player in the world at the moment. The guy's a god. He's just so good.
Yeah, I totally agree. And when you see him, Kassadin, zoning the backline, it was really impressive to see because Deft and FLICKR had this little dance-off where he's going to the right side and Deft is like, I have to stay away from this guy because he just deals so much damage. And the way he zones them into a bundle so that Pawn was forced, for example, at one team fight to go in, I think that's really impressive to see.
I think this was an unprecedented game for EDG. Koro 0-7-3. He was making moves in the early game that we had no idea what he was doing. He's been so solid for them every single game, even their initial loss against SKT. And this one game was very questionable for him. They rely on him to make the engages, to lock people down. Maokai is a good pick against Kassadin, but he just lost his composure, I suppose.
Yeah, living and dying by the sword. We've been complimenting their outright aggression the whole time. They just go a little bit too aggressive, and props to SKT, they make them pay for it.
Well, and that's the thing I want to go into next is this back and forth between who's going to play whose game. And in this game, it seems like SKT was able to dictate the pace. They got that game length that they were looking for.
I feel like there was such a great game by SKT, knowing how to trade off objectives, where EDG was kind of sloppy. We saw in the mid game, or mid to late game, where they went for a tower exchange from top lane for 4 towers in the mid lane, given one of them was an Azir tower. And that just catapulted them, SKT, wide ahead, because before Kassadin was kind of equal, a little bit ahead, because he had, I think, 3 or 4, a ridiculous scoreline already, and just catapulted them so far ahead that team fighting was almost impossible against them.
I think a problem with the game started at the draft. When EDG drafted the Corki, it's a super magic damage composition. They don't have a late game to deal with 3 tanks, Alistar, Gnar, and the Gragas, especially Kassadin, who has his shield against magic resist. I feel like that put them in a position where they were thinking to themselves, we need to accelerate this game fast or we are going to get outscaled and lose this game. And they pushed it a little bit too far. Just, you don't need to be that aggressive. Keep a little bit of composure. Be more calculated with the decisions regardless of your draft.
Crumbs, I want to toss us into our replay 24 minutes in to the mid lane. And I think the important thing to note here is that all summoners were available aside from Nunu's Flash and Kassadin's Ignite. So this was a fight that really showed us how these two team comps stacked up, you know, toe-to-toe. We're going to pull that up right now. Crumbs, take it away.
In this replay right now, Kassadin also has his Hourglass completed, and all 5 members of EDG are in the mid lane, and SKT's coming in for the flank. This is a good time for SKT to fight because it's Mega Gnar. So let's roll the clip. And now Gnar is approaching them, the Ezreal ult wisp, but there's a big Gnar ulti here, putting them in position, and immediately EDG Pawn has to use his escape. All the damage is put onto Gnar, and he gets away. They are splitting them up perfectly. This Gragas ult puts Pawn really far out of the fight, so he's a non-factor. He's hitting the tanks right now, while Kassadin on the other side is just dealing with the backline. Kassadin with the armor, with the magic resist, is a really tanky champion to deal with, and Annie and Corki are not enough to take him down. Ezreal eventually gets a 1v1, and then with the resets that Kassadin can get, it's just the mana that you get from your W every time you hit anybody allows you to constantly chase and chase. And you see right here, I think he got 2 double kills around this time that just snowballed Kassadin out of control.
I feel like that was also really great showcasing of the zoning from the tank line. Mara went in, got 2-man ultimate. Doubtly not the best ultimate because he knocked nobody in, but he put them into the range of the carries. They dealt some DPS. Locked down the Nunu, and then you saw Wolves zoning 2, Gragas zoning 2, and having the exhaust on the carry, and that was just huge in the team fight and opened up for the carries to actually go in and deal DPS.
Yeah, and Wolf's the guy I want to talk about. We've been hitting on supports a little bit more, and he got Alistar, and you just have to say when he has Alistar, he looks better than when he has any other support. The easy execution, the fact that he becomes unkillable. I think that if he can get it again, they're in with a very strong showing.
All right, well, it all comes down to Game 5, where SK Telecom, T1, and Edward Gaming will have to leave it all on the Rift if they want to walk away with the winners of the Mid-Season Invitational. Now, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
EDG is on a tear right now, looking for 3 in a row. And Clear Love may be number 2. Eagle Eye Bang heads in for a double kill, maybe even a triple. Is it enough to pull the team back though? Morin throws everybody into the wall. SKT try to get back in the fight. FLICKR starts to pick up kills, goes in Sonya's. That's actually going to be a kill over to Bang, and they won't finalize. May go out, and it looks like Deft trying to skirt around the fight, cannot do so. SKT is just able to reposition themselves so fast. We are going to go to a full 5 here in the finals of the Mid-Season Invitational.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. And gentlemen, it all comes down to this Game 5. Who would have thought it? FLICKR versus Pawn in the mid lane. I mean, this is just story for the ages here. Mid-Season Invitational. Who's the best in the world?
Yeah, exactly right. This stuff writes itself, and it's going to be absolutely massive in that mid lane. I'm really interested now what EDG do with Pawn, because he has got the most versatile champion pool, in my opinion, out of all mid laners. He plays the Jace, plays the Fizz, also plays some control mages.
More than FLICKR?
I'm not going to make that statement. As I said, he transcends everyone else.
A lot.
A lot of options to go to win that mid lane.
Yeah, and I think also that it comes down to those two superpowers, Pawn against FLICKR. I think if you look out for any matchup and if anybody's giving their all, those two facing off against each other, and if one of them plays an assassin, I'm looking for a lot of blood. I look for a lot of high-level play here.
And I want to talk about top lane here, because it's all coming down to team fight meta and who gets team fight priority and who gets to start those fights, because top laners that have pressure in that lane get to keep their TP. They get to force the other person's summoner spells. They get to pressure them out, make them start the fight with half HP. So giving a TP into a fight and starting it off on the right foot gives those mid laners backline access, gives FLICKR on the Kassadin able to deal with depth, able to deal with that backline. So top lane is a big thing here, and I want to see Marin on something that he's comfortable on again, because last game you saw it there. When he's able to bully that lane around, he's great in the team fights and he's more confident.
See, here's the thing around the team fighting meta. Team fighting means that you bring a lot of utility to this. Like, who's bringing the CC, who's bringing the peel and whatnot. That's a support, that's a jungler. I think we've talked a lot about Bengi and ClearLove. They've both been stepping up. They've had pretty good games. But the supports have been a little bit more bipolar. One of them has a really good showing, the other one not so much. It happens the other way around. I think these two guys are going to be the enablers. The last game, Mako, they prioritized the Annie again. But the top lane utility from Koro failed. You need to be both on the same page and play the team fights right. When you have a team composition that is all about being together, you need to stick to that. And if the CC is not layered properly, you will lose regardless as to what team comp you play.
I feel like especially the coaches have a big say here right now, and I hope that maybe we see some pick and ban wizardry. A lot of priority picks are coming out here. It's the last game of the series. If you can put anything that maybe throws somebody off, maybe this is a winning point.
Get rid of Alistar. That's the first pick ban thing that I want to see coming through
Alistar,
there.
yeah.
Any Alistar. I don't think the supports on either team are getting enough respect of what they're actually bringing to the series.
Mako impressed me a lot. Like those stunts, flash stunts, were winning a lot of teamfights and a lot of skirmishes in the games before.
But if you don't do them properly, though, you waste those abilities and you can't protect effectively.
Well, we talk about how much this is going to come down to the team fighting specifically. Both of these teams have executed very well in team fights. Do we feel like the supports are the linchpin there for
No,
whether or not they'll find success?
It's a complete effort, because the thing is, it might look at times in a team fight that you need to use your stuns. Like, oh, I see them clumped up, let's do it right now. But if you stun and your carries aren't there to damage and there's no follow-up and you just wasted a huge cooldown, you need to be really careful when you team fight so damn much to get these layered with the damage as well.
All right, well, before we send it up to the caster booth, got to check in, see if anyone has decided to flip-flop their way to the winning side here with their predictions.
For Crumb's sake.
I mean, if we take a lesson from yesterday,
I was
sir.
inclined to do so yesterday, but not so much today. I will stick by my initial pick of EDG.
All right, anyone else? We're all good across the board. SKT, and EDG here. So still a split desk. There's only one way to find out how this will end. So let's head over to the caster desk for Game 5.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are ready to get into Game 5. What a weekend it has been. As said before, we usually have to wait till the end of an entire season to get awesome matchups like this from teams around the world, but it's now. It's the Mid-Season Invitational.
And in this last game here, EDG got comfort picks all around. They got such a strong composition, but they clearly didn't know how to use the poke comp they had. They were fighting way too early, and Koro was simply just caught out way too much. And so much of this game is about what happens on the side lanes. Mid laners, they tend to just sit and farm in the start.
Yeah, there have been hit or miss games for support players and top laners in this tournament, and last game was a huge miss from Koro. EDG did not necessarily respect their power spikes, and that's what SKT uses to their benefit in the majority of their wins, is finding the exact right time to turn on EDG gave him a bit of an early game gift, and now it's all about that last 5th game adjustment.
And last game when SKT were on red side or purple side, they banned LeBlanc as the first one. This time around, they haven't banned it yet. I do wonder if they could even consider it as a first pick. I think there's so many other really good picks, and for the mid lane as well, there are so many strong options that you don't have to first pick it. But then again, it is FLICKR.
We talk about the aura of FLICKR sometimes, and 5th pick, blind pick LeBlanc, something he's willing to do. There is so much pressure on these guys. You can be the most seasoned veterans possible, but when you're in a situation like this, in the 5th game of an international tournament that had the #1 teams from all the major regions around the world, and one pick and one game can change your destiny there, you have to respect LeBlanc. It would put a shock through just the mentality of everyone in that game.
It is open now, but so is things like Urgot as well. So we get to see the priority. It is not the LeBlanc.
Urgot the anti-hype.
Yeah.
Right.
Urgot is always #1. If he's open, you grab him as your first pick.
Not as pretty as LeBlanc, but he'll do for a first pick. See what EDG has. Koro still wants to focus back on that Maokai. Has been a key factor for EDG, but overstepped his boundaries last game.
He did. He was way too aggressive the way he was moving around. He teleported up to top lane, having no idea what was going on after a lane swap as well. He got punished. But look at the pick and bans here. Jinx has been banned now against Deft, and then Kalista was banned on the side of EDG. That's also why this Urgot is such a high priority, because now there's not really a good pick left for Deft to play into Bang when he takes his Urgot down into the bottom lane.
We also got Mako going back to the Alistar. Comes with saying if you miss those spells, you're in bad trouble. With Alistar, it's not as bad. Does he lock it in? Koma's right over the shoulder here, talking to FLICKR, saying, I don't know what he's saying, but if he locks it in, he's saying play LeBlanc. Bengi's hovering the Nunu. 18 seconds left on the clock. FLICKR stone cold in his look. Could he switch off it? Is he toying with everyone? FLICKR's LeBlanc, one of the best.
Yes, sir.
He locks it in for game 5.
FLICKR has never lost with LeBlanc on the competitive stage. 12-0 in the semifinals against CJ Entus in blind pick. He picked LeBlanc and just took over that game, and now he has it here.
This could be explosive.
Alistar has already been locked in for the support. Maokai's been locked in for the top lane, and now Morgana is being picked by EDG for that mid lane, unless we're gonna see some crazy jungle swap around here going on for them.
Hey man, Pawn was the guy that said this guy may not even be ranked anymore, so we'll see if he can prove that against his best champion.
This is a matchup where there's not really any kill pressure for FLICKR, and he has to be so careful when he distortions in, because if he gets caught by the binding, then instantly Morgana's gonna all in onto Morgana and win that trade.
And in that matchup, unless FLICKR's jumping over a minion wave, all Pawn has to do is shoot the binding at the distortion. It's guaranteed to land. So Morgana is actually a lane counter matchup to LeBlanc. FLICKR would have to find other ways of winning this game, whether it's through ganking or through roaming.
Koma super involved here in this champion select, as always, but never up with the players like this.
I think he's just saying LeBlanc. More LeBlanc.
I want you to play LeBlanc too.
This pick and ban phase is a complete departure from the other ones we've had. It's have a few similarities with the priority picks changing back and forth, but as soon as you bring in Morgana and Sivir and the Alistar steal away, the complexion completely changes. EDG is a roaming ball of tankiness right now, and they need to complete that with their next pick.
Talk about how there's no real good pick for them against the Urgot. So this is going to be a very strong 2v2 lane for SKT. EDG would have to swap away from it with the Alistar Sivir in that case and be on the top side of the map, giving SKT the dragon control they want when you have LeBlanc in the mid lane.
Got it!
Oh!
So,
pulled it out last year at the World Championship.
Okay, the reason for this Evelyn pick, the reason for this pick here, first of all, it's good into Nunu, because Nunu doesn't have the damage to kill the Evelyn. You can also remove the slow. And what happens as well is, if SKT has these aggressive lanes, Gnar is going to be pushing against the Maokai. We know LeBlanc is going to try and make plays. We know Urgot Nautilus is a fantastic lane as well and playing very aggressive. When you're against an Evelyn, your entire mindset changes, because you won't spot her on the standard wards unless you ward on the camps. So you always think to yourself, oh, Evelyn could be here. I haven't seen her for a while. I'm just going to sit back and farm a little bit more, because I don't want to risk going aggressive and then being ganked by the Evelyn.
Deficio is now a believer of the Evelyn. On the bus ride over to the event, we had a long discussion about Eve. And we're like, I think Evelyn's pretty good, man. And you're like, no way, no. Nope. Well, we're going to see right here. First Evelyn we've seen at MSI.
The ones I've seen in Europe.
He has to impact the early game. Otherwise, that pick falls apart.
I was just saying, he did at Worlds last year with a single pick of Evelyn throughout those stages, and he played quite well for the team. Wasn't enough to carry, but it needs to here. The shake from the coaches one last time as they leave their players to game number 5. This one is for all the marbles. Tweet either hashtag SKT win or hashtag EDG win to @LOL Esports. Let us know who you think will win the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, game 5 is here. It has happened. SKT was able to stop the EDG consecutive wins, and game 5 is on.
And this game just has everything. Had you told me before the tournament started that we would see FLICKR on LeBlanc, first of all, in the last game, you would see Evelyn jungle and Morgana mid lane, I would have called you insane.
It's the perfect story for whatever happens, and we're getting so excited just watching the beginning of this game. I can only imagine the nerves the players within it are having now that there are all these new variables that they have to account for, especially with EDG's relentless aggression when they're finally able to get a lead versus SKT's control. Which style is more likely to break when the pressure is on?
I think we get to see EDG staying on the bottom lane. They're just going to play it safe with Deft and his Alistar body in this lane here. Don't want to give up the early control. I wonder if SKT, they must be swapping top either because they're expecting it or because what people used to do against Evelyn was they would lane swap and they would force Evelyn to just sit in the lane and defend with her top laner or go down and like fake a dive maybe and just jungle body, and that would release all this early game pressure she had because you didn't have to stand at lane. So that could also be one of the reasons for SKT to swap to the top side here and try and dodge around EDG's bottom lane.
Also, when you have an Eve, lane swaps can make themselves much less vulnerable to the early game ganks, which, especially if SKT isn't used to playing against a jungle Eve.
Right.
This is the deepest of pocket picks for ClearLove right now.
And that really is the thing.
And you have to, that's actually really great by FLICKR, you have to ward on the camp in order to ward Eve. Your wards have to completely change. You cannot ward normal areas since Evelyn will be invisible running through the river. Instead, you have to catch her when she is visible on top of the camp. So a great ward there by FLICKR.
Already adding a little bit of damage to Pawn as well in the mid lane. See Wolf coming out of the top side of the jungle here as well. Looks like he wants to find ClearLove immediately. No guesswork here for the early part of the game for these guys. They're going to have all the knowledge they need.
So, it is the double jungle now, and when you're playing lane swaps anyway, you're not expecting to have deep wards and spot the enemy jungler. You should be able to predict, okay, are they pushing the wave so we know the jungle on top lane is going to be nearby so they can go and dive us if our top lane is there alone. So that's why Evelyn loses a lot of her early pressure because of this. We see top wave up here is being pushed in by, it's slightly frozen by Bang, not a whole lot. I think he's going to push it back the other side.
The mid wave's actually in a bad spot for Pawn right now. Because of the lane swap, the priority of roaming is actually really, really high. Oh, nice binding there by Pawn. He's going to just want to shove FLICKR in, but he needs a few levels before he can do that efficiently.
Like a curveball binding coming out on that one. Didn't even think Mako thought that was going to hit. He already backed off, and they're actually looking to see if they can pinch. They're not going to find Wolf anywhere near this.
They can pinch if they don't show in the lane right here.
Have that set up here where with the wave beam pushing in the bottom lane, SKT should expect multiple members to be nearby. Yet Marin is now teleporting in. Wolf is here to help him. It's 4v2.
Oh, what timing here by EDG. Marin's going to go down to an ignite. They don't know Bengi's coming as well. How long do they stay for this? If Wolf can get some good passive shots down on different
nice shot by Wolf.
That's going to be good kills. They get one for themselves now in a 2-for-1. Bengi's going to be able to stave off any more. But a great job there by Wolf.
Wolf was able to quickly see who the turret had drawn aggro on and dredge line ClearLove back into the turret to make that a somewhat equal trade.
But this TP here for Marin was way too early. He had to wait for Bengi to join as well, so he knew he at least had some backup. Because EDG, as it hasn't shown anywhere, they were pushing the wave. You're expecting him to be on that bottom side. He ends up going down. 2 kills early for EDG. This is what they used the games they've won so far. Great early starts where they suddenly start forcing fights on SKT with a small advantage.
And Koro has something he didn't have the entirety of Game 4, and that's a kill. In order for this team to win, I was saying between games to Fishio that the key to this game is Koro versus Marin as far as who can be effective because of the ability to start fights, especially with home guard TP, and not have to time it perfectly versus being extremely tanky. The early kill there, and now that he's actually getting farm and experience, is great for Edward Gaming.
Lane back out into the middle here for Koro, not having too much trouble farming under the turret.
Wolf.
Bang can't do much. Wolf indeed going a little too deep into enemy territory. That flash is blown. Dredge line to the terrain. He'll have it back up again. And EDG's not going to be able to follow.
That was a risky invade. He wanted to get the wall around the camp here to see again. Try and spot that Evelyn by keep getting deep wards in. You need to have vision of her before you can start making plays.
Fleet Feet Faker. Very nice move to the right there. Nope, just hit level 5, so 6 will be coming in a few waves. A lot of aggression from him already in the mid lane. QWs as soon as he can.
Yeah, I'm amazed that Faker didn't get hit by that Dark Binding, but he could sidestep it right away to keep the trading even in this lane. Got hit by that one.
Yeah. Oh, Pawn giving a giggle. Said can't dodge that one. Still a lot of mana between these two in the mid lane. Gotta mention that Ignite on Pawn to the cleanse on Faker. He'll be flying around in these fights, so you've got to keep an eye on that.
Maxing the W here for the Morgana in the mid lane, just looking to constantly push it out and make sure Faker is stuck in the lane. They don't want him to start roaming, so if you keep pushing in with this Morgana here, at least you can punish him somewhat by maybe taking his tower, poking it down, but if you force the LeBlanc to just sit and try and farm on the tower, you can control the river. That's why EDG now opens up the Dragon here as well, because of course we had Bang on the top side and Faker was pushed all the way down to his tower. First Dragon will go to them. Good control in this mid lane.
Nice opportunity granted, but the Dragon actually resets. Won't be a big deal. The only thing that EDG has to worry about at the moment is Clearlove's levels. Still just level 3, not even on the way to level 4. Bengi is level 5 at the moment. But if they can keep finding SKT in between these turrets and isolating them, beautiful!
Sweet.
Wolf may not be able to make it out of this one alive. Too many members. Again, Koro is here for this one as well. And he starts to get himself going even more. That kill's actually picked up by Mako as they keep pressuring this turret. I don't know if Bang wants to stay here.
Timing the headbutt to interrupt the dredge line pull from Worf there secures the kill.
Yeah.
EDG is a roaming kill squad, but SKT is trying to keep up and farm right here.
Trying to keep up in farm, but look at the top lane here. It was pushed all the way down to the tower, so hard for Marin to do a whole lot. There's gonna be one down bottom lane for EDG if they want it. Seems to prefer just letting all the minions take it down in the end, and EDG backs away here. So already open up the map a little bit for themselves. This is of course even better for the Evelyn. The more room for it to roam around, the harder it is for SKT to keep down the pink walls as well, because you can start invading in and clear them so Clearlove can walk it down.
But SKT is trying to get some semblance of control back. Bengi has been counter jumping. The gold is actually still very close despite being down 2 kills and a turret. With the Sightstone being occupied, Bengi has been able to get wards on the camps.
Let's just see it again. Beautiful flash in, stops it. Wolf doesn't get to the wall. Now he ends up dying. He lost a flash earlier when he walked in and put a ward in a Wolf camp very, very aggressively.
Well, like you said, Jet, SKT putting those pieces in motion to make more happen. Deep pink wards to keep an eye on. Clearlove. I think he's going to return to his side of the jungle to make sure Faker gets what he needs. It took Faker a little bit to get going on the Kassadin. Really not a lot has been focused towards the mid lane here, because I'm sure EDG doesn't want to have a few fall that way and mistake as well.
It's been the same in nearly every game we've seen today. The mid lane is a bit of a farm lane in the start. It's about the side lanes, about the junglers, what they can do to support roaming around. And then later on, these mid laners, they join for the big team fights. Now, obviously, again, with this Morgana counter pick, you're just gonna sit and force the bank to stay in lane with you. That's all you do. Very defensive start as well. Early magic resist. Straight into an Abyssal.
EDG does not have much of a late game in this one either. If we're looking at the builds right here, Clearlove goes Warrior Enchantment on Eve. Morgana is great mid-game, but is not able to take down carries in the late game. Their roaming kill strategy is really strong, and what a move by Mako!
Used a minion, then Soul Shackles FLICKR. There's going to be Clear Love coming up as well. FLICKR gets the Mimic there, and he's going to be able to get out alive. Very, very close. Looks like EDG still wants a little bit of pressure here in the mid lane as you see Deft on his way up.
The roaming around from EDG after they took that bot lane tower, pushed in the wave, got a few deep wards, and then went straight for the mid lane. FLICKR didn't expect it. He did stay alive, but used both summoners. And EDG, they're back to fast pushing in. You have so many tools to clear the waves, Sivir, Morgana, and so on, to get down and get some hits on the towers every single time you force someone back. And then look later on as well. Land one binding, follow up with some poke from Sivir. That's how you try and poke people out.
Oh, binding just misses. EDG is putting on an incredible amount of pressure right now. It's on SKT to try and absorb that pressure and push out the lanes. If we also check out the farm, they're winning in every statistical category farm-wise, which is what's keeping them back in this game.
Right up against the turret. Is this the finalizer from FLICKR here? Can he clean up the fight? Koro a little too tanky for the damage they're bringing. There's the mirror image from FLICKR.
Ooh,
he's going to start dancing around. Pulls back and FLICKR's good to go.
Koro would have stayed alive there, I think. He tried to flash the distortion, but FLICKR landed anyway because he ended up basically flashing into it. Taking the damage still, the mid lane, because two guys had to go top to get that kill, has been pushed down. We talk about the Morgana Sivir, how fast they can clear these waves. That's one binding.
Wolf does not, he does actually just got his flash back up and is forced to use it. Luckily for him, Ignite was also burned on that one, so they could not decide to go back in for any kills. Not that even EDG is at low health right now. Clear Love heading back to clear out some camps. Minute and 30 on Dragon here as EDG has already some setup wards towards that Dragon area.
Tremendous game so far, and we need to look for the item power spikes to see where this one's really going to turn, because honestly SKT has done a pretty good job absorbing and keeping the farm up, but they have lost 2 turrets. So therefore SKT needs some items if they can hope to fight back against EDG. There is not yet an Abyssal Scepter on Pawn, but there is a Morellonomicon on FLICKR thanks to that kill he could pick up in the top lane. Additionally, Clear Love is down a Sightstone to Bengi, and there's an early Avarice from Deft, which means he needs to farm up a little bit before hitting those big item breakpoints. SKT, dangerous times to be out here. Thank goodness for the Sightstone on Bengi to get them some ward coverage.
They are really gonna be close to unkillable in the late game, also with Clear Love going for the Warrior and Chan. No late game scaling for him really. So the Nunu Gnar combo, then you have the Urgot and AD carry. EDG in the late game team fight is gonna be more about catching someone out than running straight at SK Telecom. We have to see once we get to that point. Deft is of course straight back to just pushing in for EDG. They keep using this fast pushing potential they have, and they're using it beautifully.
Late game for EDG, Deft would have to go superhuman for them to have damage, so his kills are actually incredibly important unless they can accelerate this game.
Oh, looks like we also have Wolf coming in here for Pawn. He's gonna draw up the dredge line. Don't know if that actually hit the wall or Pawn. Pawn's still moving around here. He's gonna put down the Soul Shackle now into Wolf. Twisted advance there as Koro finalizes the kill. And now FLICKR actually gets hit with that binding, but Mirror Image comes off, so he's still able to run around. Clear Love trying to focus now with the rest of the team. It is onto FLICKR. That's his Mirror Image, and he is already out and ready to make
he
more.
goes deep.
Chain missed. That's gonna be Koro going down finally after wanting too much in the fight, and the team couldn't answer with it.
Nice fight there by SKT. It's exactly when they needed it too, because they have no turrets behind them, so they have to be able to win those team fights out in the open. This can also translate into a Dragon.
Very nice play by FLICKR to leave the clone in there. Definitely took some of the abilities, helping SKT to win that fight slightly. Kill onto Koro, usually what they're looking for, and they've got him down twice already this game.
Okay, so let's see it again. Entire combos used in the start of this fight, but both the mid laners. Wolf is in here as well. He will get stunned, but that's the only member from SKT. And that's a big ulti down now for EDG. The fight breaks out. Clear Love comes down first. Look at Deft on your minimap. He's not there yet. So SKT has a big advantage at this point, and we already...
And then Deft also walks back and forth around that side because he didn't want to overcommit down the bottom. Honestly, the team communication and the flash by Bang at the last second to pull Koro back is what ended up turning that fight. It very easily could have just been a 1-for-1 trade if not for that nice flash by Bang.
Fast fingers all around. EDG SKT are now tied 4-4 after these fights. Just a 300 gold lead. A little bit more of that percentage lead over towards SKT coming from social media. 2-0 in turrets here. EDG has that map pressure. See if they can continue to dive on these turrets. They haven't had too many chances, but it is where they thrive.
Keep the focus on top lane. There's no Dragon alive now. Last one went over to SK Telecom, so you still want to try and get down this last outer turret. There's a lot of wards in this bush. Oh, FLICKR.
Somebody wanted to fight in that brush, and their name was EDG. It's a bit of wasted gold right there. They do have 2 sight stones, though.
Look at the move here from SK Telecom, though. They know the top lane is being pushed in, so they're sending up a lot of guys to try and defend it and maybe see if they can force another fight. Mako, he goes in first, though.
Could still focus this on Damar, and they don't know who else is coming, though. It seems like they're a little hesitant to take the fight, and Bang is just on the backside there. So EDG keeping in mind not to go too hard. Saves them some trouble.
It is a problem, though, for EDG that they only have the Sivir to really push the side lanes right here. There's not a whole lot of help coming from an Evelyn when it comes to taking down a tower. So as long as SKT can move Bang around and follow Deft, he should be able to just lane fairly easily against him, just hold him there and not allow him to push it down. Oh, FLICKR coming back down to Koro.
Some nice things coming online for SKT shortly. Merman has been completed for their Urgot. They have a nice amount of magic resistance on Marn, which is critical for him to be stacking early since Sivir is the only physical damage dealer on EDG. The Mega Nars and Marn's impact in these team fights might be the most critical thing since he can withstand so much grunt and allow FLICKR to assassinate people in and out in team fights. These are going to be very long team fights. It's not so much about FLICKR blowing one person up immediately. It's about him chipping people down, dashing in and out.
That's the thing. It's so hard for him to find a target. I mean, there's Spell Shield for Sivir. You have the Black Shield for Morgana. That's the 2 main damage dealers you want to get towards. So we're going to have to see what the rest of the SKT members can do. I mean, I'm looking towards Bang instead of this Urgot. As long as he stays alive and just slowly pokes people down, SKT with the tankiness should be able to have long enough fights where EDG simply run out of power.
SKT has withstood the early game barrage from EDG thus far. EDG wants to try and run away with this one. They have to group early, and they need a level 11 fight with Morgana where Pawn lands a big ultimate. I feel like other than that, EDG might kind of be running out of time.
It might have to be around the next dragon when it spawns because, again, Bang is just keeping Deft in this lane here, not allowing him to push it down. There's been no reaction from anyone else on EDG. The 2 mid laners are still sitting in mid, just pushing it in and out. And now, SKT
we've kind of
pushing it
accrued
further.
4,000 gold on each side from farming in that top lane, and other things happening. Last time we looked, it was 20,300 each side, and these guys are waiting and gated by that next objective. Don't want to do too much just yet. You can see FLICKR wants to steal some souls as he picks up the Magi's.
He's feeling it. It is a FLICKR item in a lot of real games. It is gold efficient when you buy it, so he's looking to try and catch a fight and then take over the game.
This whole time, Def's trying to push the lane, and now SKT is under EDG's turret. Looks like they're going to be able to grab that for themselves. Wolf, nice dodge on the Dark Binding, preventing any of that crowd control from hurting SKT's disengage, but it's going to be Bang putting himself right in the fight. Koro's already teleported in from the backside as well. Bang falls down. Wolf gets one last passive control on to, I believe, Deft, and he goes down as well. The double kill finally coming in for Pawn. He's been looking to get something going on the Morgana.
FLICKR and his Soul Stealer were not in that fight. They did match the teleports, but that's exactly the fight EDG needed to find since they are running out of time. Pawn got in the middle of them. His rank 2 Morgana ultimate did a ton of damage. It completely shut down SKT, and that was a really good fight for EDG there.
Straight back to the mid lane, trying to defend it while the rest of EDG, I say Koro when I say the rest of EDG, who's doing the other guys staying up there, will take down this top tower. So now they finally got the last outer turret down. It's time to really break into the jungle of SK Telecom, take full control, and when you have a Morgana with these bindings here, if she's sitting where you can't see her, it's very easy to land it. If someone is face checking it, that's how you create another pick, and that suddenly leads into objectives like Baron, like Dragons for EDG. So they have to play around the top side of the map when the next dragon is gone, so they can start getting control of this Baron when it starts spawning, and they start creating some picks around it.
Yeah, looking at this fight again, swapping the Evelyn is actually not too well advised because that groups up for the giant shield on Clearly. You could tell they couldn't even come back after that, and they very quickly realized the error of their ways because they opted into a 4v5, and EDG makes short work of them barely getting touched. Oh, this dragon is absolutely massive though. Speed try and control is big.
Mako slowly on the outside. They have no chance to even look at that dragon. It is down. Marin is gnarred out, and EDG may not want this right away. They put a lot of focus onto the tank. FLICKR already has Deft with a spell shield down. Just a few more to finalize that kill. It's actually FLICKR that gets hit. He's forced to flash, and now Wolf is left in a sore spot. FLICKR's Mimic coming, or rather Mirror Image coming back to try and deter the fight, but Bang may also go down here as well. FLICKR got a few stacks on this one, but that's all that he's going to get as his team goes down after grabbing Dragon.
So once again, EDG, they get a fight where they're really, really strong here in the mid game. FLICKR had to cleanse Flash out of the pool of the Morgana to stay alive. This was even with Deft being caught on the wrong side. The rest of the team were walking up this ramp here, but Mako is walking around, but they won the fight, didn't get the Dragon though. That can be big later on.
Guys, we've been talking about sending a message, and how much more of sending a message than giving FLICKR his undefeated champion and trying to play against it here in the finals. Pawn has, we know, to bring out the Fizz, the Kassadin, not offhanded picks, but ones that he will control a game with, and now the Morgana.
Always go back to comfort in the most critical situations, something Pawn is veering against with the Morg. Look at that binding though, hitting FLICKR, cleanse, flash, burn. And also this Dragon that SKT committed to is important in the overall context of completing the game, but until they can get a third Dragon, really doesn't mean that much. The enhanced turret damage that they're going to be getting from that won't help them in the team fights that are inevitably going to happen around this objective.
Right, it's more about the fact that you stop EDG from having another way of closing out the game. And that's obviously by potentially forcing what could have been a 5th Dragon fairly early on. That's one of the snowball ways we have seen from these mid-game compositions. That completely gone by having 2 Dragons on the side of SK Telecom, so they can play it slower, they can play it safer, they won't have to go into a bad Dragon fight. Now EDG, if they want to keep forcing, they need to have control around this Baron here, so SKT has to walk close to see if anything is going on with the Shrine Orb, to try and get a ward over the wall maybe, and that's where you can create a pick with the Morgana. Because sieging the towers can be a little bit more tricky, even though there's not a whole lot of wave play, honestly, for SKT, so I guess that is also an option for EDG. They can move the Morgana Sivir together, push these waves in, look for bindings, because SKT only has the LeBlanc really to clear the waves out.
I think that's what EDG might end up doing, because Pawn is at an incredible point of power right now, especially with blue buff. Assuming they can get some type of shutdown on Bang in these fights, they can make pushes happen, but because of the blue buff harassment by Marin there, it opened up just a small enough window for them to go. There's Sephiroth. They really want to fight.
They just hit their spell shields to block FLICKR's damage. They are going to get in onto Wolf, though. Good kill coming from Deft. They are still following with a bit of on-the-hunt pressure. Righteous Glory just wears off, and they go in. Koro's right in the middle with Vengeful Maelstrom on.
That's a huge
all damage. The Soul Shackle causing SKT to flash out every which way. EDG is all over SKT, all over the health bars, and they drop everyone but Bangy and FLICKR.
And they find the fight with the Sephiroth. They landed enough Dark Bindings. They know they are in their absolute peak of their power spike right now. They are trying their best to get a big enough lead.
That was also started by SKT pushing up on that tower here. They're not staying together as a team, so EDG pops everything they have, the Righteous Glory from Koro here, and they get the engage they want. They're really having a lot of success. Keep forcing fights right now.
Brute force. There's so much vision around. Everybody knows these fights are coming. They're just making them work still.
Vision as well. Crumbs talked about it on the analyst desk. The feast or famine nature of these support games. Mako versus Wolf in this context, Vision or not. The Alistar has been making play after play, and honestly, Wolf has been caught out numerous times this game.
And then also you see Marin sitting there in Mininar, not even close to getting his ulti. So by EDG forcing the fight, they know that there's a big difference in top laners. The Maokai will always be so impactful in the fights because you don't need to wait for that Meganar to use it.
Also, looking at that pickup by Mako, Crumbs also said if you miss your summoners and miss a lot, it's going to be dangerous in there. Not so much for Alistar. You can still participate and still help in that fight, and Mako's doing big stuff.
And he also was able to get enough gold to finish an incredibly early locket for support. With the flash boots as well, Mako will be making as many initiations as possible, and look for him to actually go on to Bang, since Pawn can generally get an ultimate off with his Black Shield. They can deal with the magic resist thanks to their builds and their itemization. The one person they want to kill right away is the Urgot physical damage, and Marin as well.
And really the hard thing here for FLICKR is the fact that it's EDG forcing the fights onto SKT, so he never gets to position himself in a way where he can get onto one of the squishy targets. Whenever he jumps in, EDG can see him, they can time spell shields, black shields, and everything they need to block the damage coming, and there's just not any kill pressure, or there's no kill pressure for FLICKR at the moment in these big team fights, because they always have full vision of where he is.
45 seconds on to Dragon. You can see the sweeps coming out, but also the scrying orb, well placed by Bang, having an inkling of where EDG was trying to set up another death brush. Looks like this will be a contested Dragon for both teams. With those summoner spells, once again, quite a few are up. We just have Clear Love Smite out of camp, so they may have to set this one off for a little bit. He should have him back in time, though.
SKT really wants to control this next Dragon. But the question will be, are they strong enough to come in on this one? FLICKR just finished a Void Staff, which is a huge difference in power from the last fight. Frozen Heart also completed onto Bang. They don't necessarily have the vision control, and they love to start with the pick. This could be game-changing.
They're trying to push in the mid lane here to see if they can get EDG to back away from this Dragon here and move into this mid lane to clear the waves. Trying to at least create some pressure around it. They have a small area here of the river. FLICKR just gonna poke away. Ulti down for a few more seconds for him. Look at Clear Love here on your minimap. Trying to sneak behind.
The Evelyn flank is real.
There is a pink though being placed by SKT. The ultimate counter.
Oh, teleport in from Maokai. This is a double flank.
Clear Love coming in as well. That's the two of them coming from SKT's side here. Wolf's going to be the first focus, so he can't crowd control the fight. Koro and the rest of the team now reposition. Marin in the middle, but everybody dodges immediately as he gives the Gnar ult out. A double kill coming in for Clear Love as he comes up huge with the ultimate, and it looks like they will continue to push SKT off of that fight.
And once again, EDG is having full control before the fight starts. They're the one engaging and they're the one flanking, so they can see where FLICKR is at all times. They can get onto the right targets as well.
This is a huge decision. They are fairly low after that fight. They do not take the easy Dragon. Instead, they try and go for the big play Baron. Marin and Bangir here, they're peeling off.
Marin's teleport plays have saved SKT more than once. Will it be this time again? They do lose out on FLICKR there. FLICKR comes in. FLICKR doesn't have that many stacks on that Magi. It's only 7 now. Now he's starting to stack it up as he takes down Mako. He still has eyes on the rest of the team. Elixir of Sorcery on him as well to get out a bit of extra damage. Koro finds him with the twisted advance as he pulls back to Distortion, and he can't get out alive. Marin's forced to turn as soon as he Gnars out. Unfortunate for SKT, and EDG is smiling ear to ear.
It is scary how many ways EDG has of locking down this LeBlanc here. The Morgana counter picking lane. Maokai just point on clicking on FLICKR when he jumps in to follow him.
Dragon fight.
This is the flank from Clear Love, and then Koro coming in. And you can see how both Bang and FLICKR are already forced out of the fight. They're only hitting Koro. This is 2 guys just hitting the tank of EDG. So there's all the time in the world now for the rest of EDG to just clean up the front line of SKT and then start diving on.
And Deft is actually picking up a significant amount of damage right now. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Last Whisper, soon to be Death Cap on Pawn. No Zhonya's in that Morg build because he is blowing people up and they do not respect the damage of SKT right now because, honestly, their tanks are doing their job right now. SKT again going into force this Dragon. Here's a fight.
Bangy in the front, Absolute Zero gets popped immediately. Hardly any damage to be delivered there. And Marin, he's gonna get the binding. He's gonna Gnar. That may be enough time, but SKT actually doesn't go back in. It's just kind of saving him for now. But Koro finds his way in. Wolf's gonna be next. Do they follow over the wall? No, they get position, and they are going to back and start to push that mid.
And something I thought I would never see. FLICKR failed his distortion over the wall in the middle of that fight, which really helped EDG push it through. Again, the Dragon is but a ruse. They could take it for free and get the second, but they're going for the big play. EDG knows they are still on a timer despite all of these fight wins.
A lot healthier than last time, but only 3 members of SKT now approach the fight. FLICKR, if he gets a good double distortion, could clear the health bars here, but uses the first one onto Mako. That gives EDG enough time in the Baron pit alone, and they get exactly what they want. One of the biggest prerequisites for them to end a game, and we'll see how they work it now. Coming up on 30 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead in Game 5 over SKT.
The last 10 minutes have been very important for EDG. They just kept forcing fights on SKT. The fact they never allowed SK Telecom to set up vision and try and create Pixie View Assassin in the mid and just force them into team fights over and over has been so important for EDG. Nobody's tanky enough to survive the burst coming from EDG, and now look at FLICKR here on the other side of the wall. Marin gets Meganar, and even though
right into the wall,
but he wouldn't really be able to do anything because there was already the Black Shield on depth, so he would have stayed alive.
But
Marin would have gone down.
At the very least,
could
the
have pulled him
damage
down.
could have done that.
That would have been a big deal.
It could have prevented the Baron straight off from EDG. And this is such a tense game for both sides here. Pawn finishing his death cap. Morgana's damage, as we saw here, is very front-loaded. If this game gets to a point where the burst doesn't take them down like it has been, SKT could still maybe come back with something, but EDG, Sivir getting more damage. They may even win the sustained damage war because Deft is really going off here as well.
Going off already. I say already. It took a while, but he's got the Quicksilver Sash, less targets for Bang to be looking at. They also have a Spell Shield to use. It's going to be hard for them to get everything they want in these fights.
And we have this problem here for SKT where their only wave play is the LeBlanc, so that's not enough, especially not with the buffed up minions and all this range damage coming from EDG, so they can just sit here, push 2 lanes at once, keep pushing in the super minions.
EDG is continually accelerating this game. It's what they are best at. SKT has shown a weakness of getting a little bit run over in these early mid games. This is the mid game, and EDG is pushing hard.
30 minutes on the inhibitor now. EDG eyes on the Nexus after this if they can get a huge fight. Marin comes in, sweeps 3 back to the turret. Mako's out. They get the Righteous Glory on, and they try to engage this one, but it's going to be damage onto Wolf. He gets out safely. Bleeding bars almost across the board here for SKT, but they defend the inhibitor.
And nobody died here, so EDG backing away from this one. The Baron buff should disappear fairly soon as well. And all inhibitor turrets are still alive.
Yep. Absolutely critical defense right there by SKT with the Baron buff burning nearly every ultimate from EDG, and then a flash on the backside. Boy, is FLICKR trying to make a play.
Definitely getting out the summoners that would stop him from making a play in these next fight. FLICKR has been not having a good time. He's cut back to 5 stacks, the original on that Mage Eyes, after going down in the fight. 15s around, looking for level 16s to come up for the last bit of spike damage for these guys in their ultimates. Right now at 18-7, EDG is definitely in the driver's seat of this game.
As long as they keep doing what they're doing now, push down a few side lanes so you at least have the minions under your control, and then you simply just look for this hard engage every single time you have the chance. They're also timing Meganars for Marin really well in forcing the fight, so he's not able to have the impact he wants to. He's not able to sit in a side lane, stack up that Meganar, then teleport into the fight. No, it's EDG controlling the pace of the game, so they keep the Assassin in check, and they keep the Gnar away from having an impact in the fights.
Thought both of these teams rather showed most of what they had up their sleeve. The Evelynn and the Morgana pick. Going wild right now. 4-1 and 13, 5-1 and 10. Seems to be paying off a little bit here. EDG making another push down the mid lane. We're gonna have Marin backing, but he will be there in time.
We're back in the same situation where EDG knows they have a lot of poke they can land. FLICKR has to use his distortion every single time to clear the waves out in time.
FLICKR gets caught once. There's a chance EDG piles through them here. The next minion wave will be interesting to see if EDG is willing to commit. It's a bit of a disadvantageous fight if they commit to hitting the turret. Look at how aggressively SKT is staying in front of this one.
And look at the side lanes here. They've already been slow pushing from EDG. They set them up before here, so SKT have to fight. Otherwise, they know in just a few seconds they have to go and clear these side lanes. And that's where EDG can easily go in, take the last few hits on this mid tower, and open up the base.
Playing around Marin's Mega Gnar on that. Pink Ward allows them to know they aren't in vision.
Okay, they do
Marin,
get the bottom lane
they
push.
still know they're there.
Thought it was pushing the other way from before.
All it's going to take is one binding, guys. Pawn actually very low from a few shots from Bang. That Acid Hunter did connect, and EDG is now in a sore spot as they were pushing a little too hard. Getting over aggressive has been their problem in these fights, and now SKT is going to want it. Absolute Zero keeps the tanks in range. They're able to drop down Mako now. That's going to be Pawn going down. Stacks for FLICKR, and a shutdown for him. So much tank now on SKT, but can they actually answer back? Deft is still alive, able to put out damage from the backside, and the DPS is just too much for the tanks of SKT.
Game-saving holds here from SKT. Pawn took too much damage to have an impact in that fight on Morgana. That's the critical thing. FLICKR landed poke before the fight, and EDG cannot crack SKT's base.
No, they cannot. FLICKR one after the other. Keeps going in with Distortion to clear the waves. Pretty much all they have when it comes to that. And they are keeping them off the inhibitor turret amazingly.
We go back now to looking at the Dragon and the Baron for EDG. They've been using the Dragon to force fights, but not take the Dragon after because they wanted the Baron instead, so they had something where they could start pushing down the base of SK Telecom. They can look to do the same, but there's 3 Dragons on SKT right now, so you have to worry about potentially number 5, but EDG are still in great position to win the team fights.
Yes, and the 5 Dragons may be SKT's way of winning this game. As far as EDG, the second Dragon only delays that, but the composition, as we saw there, if FLICKR gets bigger and bigger, he can chunk down Pawn more and more before these fights.
And he hits 16 now, so rank.
This Dragon fight can very easily transition into a Baron, which for EDG is the real win condition. So it's all about the fight, actually, more than specifically who gets this Dragon. It would be damn nice for EDG if they got it, though.
Let's look at Marin and his Gnar.
They might try another double flank. Koro, it's like the same story as last time. Eve, Maokai, here they come.
FLICKR is in the eyes of Clear Love, but he's zeroed out. He's not going to be able to get with the team. Bang in a bad spot. He goes down to Deft. Bangy's now trying to retreat. FLICKR gets hit very low, but in a safe spot. That's going to be Bangy going down. I'm not sure they're going to be able to protect this inhibitor turret now, gentlemen.
No, just go down, have your tanks on this tower here, take it down, get inhibitor as well for yourself. EDG, once again, they use the Dragon as some sort of a bait to get SKT moving down their wards all around them so they can flank with the Evelynn, with the Maokai. Didn't expect to say this, but this pick for Clearlove has been working out.
The Evelynn with the flanks added to the Maokai is just trapping SKT in these fights. And Deficio, you and I were talking about ways EDG could win this series, and so much of it revolved around fighting for the Dragons, not necessarily taking them, because that's the way they could find SKT, a normally very elusive team. But this is another very dangerous Baron. EDG needs it to win. Here comes SK Telecom.
Bangy not there for the 50-50. Baron going very low at 1,500. It is going to go over to Clear.
Down goes FLICKR.
They take down FLICKR immediately. EDG could have eyes on the base. Marin's going to be a distraction, but he's going down very fast, even as Mega Gnar. Edward Gaming could have eyes on the Nexus, and we're 37 minutes in. SKT is going to try to put up one hell of a defense here.
Baron minions, the damage dealers down outside of Bank. 5 people alive for EDG. They are 1 push away from the Mid-Season Invitational Championship.
Bengi, Bang, and Wolf now trying to keep them from being extinct in the Mid-Season Invitational. Here's the last engage. EDG doesn't even see the turrets. Eyes on SKT. SK Telecom T1 are wiped. The Nexus turrets are going down. LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.
For the first time that I can remember in a major international event of this caliber, All-Stars Season 3 World Championship, All-Stars of the Year then, the 2014 World Championship, a Korean team has fallen in a best-of-5. SK Telecom taken down here by Ed1 Gaming in a thrilling series of events. And these are your new champions.
On once again taking the victory on an international stage, also along with Deft. These guys know the feeling and once again get to live it. What a game. What a series to go all the way to 5. And Edward Gaming come out on top.
Standing ovation from the crowd here. The amazingness of this series, Deficio.
The way you win this one, you give LeBlanc to FLICKR, you're ready to counter it. You go back to the style that works for you, where you dive onto the enemy team, and you just win team fight
Ladies
after team
and
fight.
gentlemen, your 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions, Edward Gaming! Please put your hands together for Riot, Redbird, and Magus for the presentation of the medals. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your 2015 MSI champions, EDG!
A huge moment for our winners there on the campus of Florida State University, and a very well-deserved honor. Congratulations to all of them, Edward Gaming. Now, we'll hear more from Shox and the winning players in just a moment. But first, we have some stuff to talk about here on the analyst desk, gentlemen. I mean, the feeling there that they must have on that stage, those medals in hand. I mean, I can't imagine it.
I feel actually super, super happy for them. They deserved it. They had a really tough road, and you can just see the faces of them. I think, you know, standing there, I can only dream, you know, that must be an insane feeling.
This is a team that has been regionally dominant for such a long time, and they went back to the drawing boards. They made the changes they felt they needed to make. 2 Koreans, a rookie support. This is their first split playing together. Huge shout out to Edward Gaming. They've put out everything and it worked this time.
And not only are they the first team to take a best of 5 off of SKT in international tournament, they're the first team to ever beat FLICKR's LeBlanc in competitive play. Absolutely just huge. That's like another thing on top of those medals that they can go home and brag about.
I gotta say though, that team composition was specifically drafted to counter LeBlanc in every way, shape, and form. Tanks, spell shields, left, right, and center, lots of magic resist, and it just shows how hard it is to beat this guy's LeBlanc. 7K down and is still making plays. Reminds me of like Terminator 2 trying to fight against no matter what you do, it's coming back.
And that's the way you want to do it, right? At the end of the day, this was the way to win. I'm holding my pen. I didn't take notes during that game. I mean, if I'm being honest, all of us were glued to the screen, just encapsulated by that game. If we try and break it down, we have to look at exactly what you're talking about, Crumbs. Leaving the LeBlanc up, knowing that they'll go for it, taking Evelyn into that. Clear Love has played it before, so it wasn't out of nowhere.
I feel like this is exactly what I imagined for the last game of the best of 5. I said it before and everybody was kind of laughing, but if you ever want to pull out a counter strategy, this was the game for it. With the Evelyn, I think that was surprising for all of us.
Yeah, the thing is, right, they want to play aggressive in that lane. They've got an Urgot, they've got the LeBlanc, they want to be the bullies, but then you've got this Evelyn running around God knows where diving turrets. Clear Love, huge shout out to that guy. Every single game he's stepped up and he's just an amazing jungler.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic pick against SKT because the way that they operate is they're a team that operates off of information, and you have to know where the Evelyn is at all times, or else they don't go for these aggressive moves. And then Clear Love, his tower dives all tournament long have just been absolutely perfect.
And I feel like we also need to shout out FLICKR here for his insane LeBlanc play. Even if it was not successful, you can't get more end boss feeling than facing LeBlanc.
The Magi's,
I gotta tell you though, I personally felt like, sure, his LeBlanc was stellar. We saw exactly what you would expect. He played it the best he could, but I don't think it was the best pick. When you see the Maokai Alistar locked in right off the bat, two of the hardest tanks to kill in the game, and they didn't ban LeBlanc. Like, you know, every time somebody's playing against you, in the back of their heads, they're thinking, LeBlanc's
but then
up,
you're trying to theory craft against LeBlanc's FLICKR, so that's also kind of dangerous.
Well, gentlemen, an exciting match to be sure, but we do have an interview ready, so we're going to pass it over to Shox for a word with two of our champions.
Thank you very much, Daz. I'm joined here by EDG's Koro and Clear Love after that amazing series and taking the title here at MSI. Unbelievable, really. What play? First off, I'd just like to get the first reaction from the both of you after bringing SKT to a Game 5 and taking that international title. Clear Love maybe first.
很恭喜你们两个就想问你们两个，你们能和 SKT 比赛，在5场中能拿到胜利，能拿到世界冠军，你们有什么感受？
就很激动吧。然后在这个 BO5 里面，我们也学到了很多东西和经验，之后 EDG 会越变越强的。
We're a little overwhelmed and very, very excited. In this best of 5, we learn a lot, and EDG will become even better than now.
All right, even better than that. Koro, exceptional performance once again. Those Gnar moves in Game 1 were phenomenal, yet you wanted to go for the Maokai to beat Marin and all the others. Tell me about your series.
Koro, 你表现也特别出色，你特别第一场比赛选了纳尔，表现特别好，然后每一场比赛完了以后，你都选了马尔凯和Marin比赛，你有什么感受？
因为我觉得大树这个英雄很全面，然后开团特别厉害，然后打架保护什么的都很全面，所以我觉得这个英雄比纳尔更容易赢，所以我选择大树。
I feel like Maokai is a very versatile champion. He can engage team fights really well, as well as be able to PO for carries. So because of the versatility, I felt like he's a better champion to pick than Gnar.
Well, it turned out very well. And then Clear Love, yesterday when I talked to you about the Bengi matchup, we talked about his champion pool. Bengi was on Nunu, and you decide to take that risk and go for the Evelyn. Tell me about that choice and to make that decision in Game 5 of this so important series.
昨天跟你说你和 Bengi 比赛，你说他的选择英雄的不多你最后一场比赛选了Eve， 你的感受是什么？为什么选了 Eve 在那么重要的比赛当中？
因为我觉得伊芙琳是用来 counter 鲁鲁的，因为鲁鲁最好的作用就是做视野，但伊芙琳是隐身的看不到，然后我也为此练习了很多次，我觉得这个是我们的隐藏大招吧，就是在对面选择鲁鲁的时候，我会选择伊芙琳。
I felt like Evelyn is a counter to Nunu, mainly because Nunu all he does is counter jungle, and you can't really see Evelyn because she's invisible. Also, I've been practicing Evelyn a lot, and I feel like this is our secret counter pick to anybody who runs Nunu.
Secret weapon, and you guys are very analytical. This champion beats this champion. It was a better choice, but it must mean something to break that FLICKR winning streak coming in and having that strategy tailored especially to take him down. Was that the plan all along?
你们能终于打败 FLICKR 的勒布兰，一直没输过，你们是不是安排好的？
Koro maybe.
因为小胖平常在 LPL 里面也用莫甘娜打赢过妖姬，所以我们这一次就故意放的妖姬，然后让小胖用莫甘娜去战胜他。
Because we know that Pong's Morgana is really strong and can beat LeBlanc, we purposely left LeBlanc open for him to pick it, so we can pick the Morgana into the counter.
Wow, amazing to do that in Game 5. Finally, fantastic international title here for you guys on this stage. Do you feel like you have found the team and the strategy to keep this going, knowing that the World Championship is in a couple of months and you'll want to prove something over there?
很恭喜你们，很恭喜你们，能拿到这个世界上的胜利。你们现在觉得你们的队伍是不是已经组织很好了？因为2个月以后我们会开始上世界上打赛。
我觉得我们队伍的人员配置，我觉得已经算很顶尖了。至于我们之后2个月，我觉得 EDG 是需要去完善阵容，然后很多套阵容去准备 S5吧。
I feel like our team composition and our players, our synergies are really, really strong. In the next 2 months, we'll build up our champion pool so that we can bring out even more champions and compositions for the World Championships.
Well, you guys are already very impressive. Thank you so much. Congratulations, EDG winning MSI. Dash, back over to you.
Thank you, Shocks. We heard it from them even about their strategy, knowing pawns Morgana could stack up against the LeBlanc. So, Sheepy, I want to come back to you and let you finish your point here about that LeBlanc pick.
Yeah, I think that it is risky to give FLICKR LeBlanc, but I think they did everything correct. They had it planned out, and I think this is something that we will see more coming into Worlds and in the future League of Legends if we look forward. Those varying champions that specifically counter one champion, and I hope that we can see more diversity in the champion pools overall.
Yeah, and shout out to the coach of EDG, Aaron, because, oh my God, every time EDG, like I picked SKT for this series, but every time EDG locked in a champion select, I was like, shit, their champions look really good. I was like, oh God, that comp. Even the game they lost, I was like, that is a really good composition to run. And SKT looked like they were flailing around a bit, didn't look like they had cohesive comps, and the order that they selected their champions in was a little all over the place, right? It's like they already have Maokai locked in. Let's lock in a Gnar when there's Annie still up and things like that. And then this time they're like, all right, let's lock in the LeBlanc before we've seen a whole lot of what that comp can do. Even what was locked in, it was like they seemed like they were set in what they wanted to lock in and in what order, and they didn't adapt.
The reason I was surprised with the LeBlanc pick that early is because he hovered over the Lulu first. And we're thinking, well, you know, Lulu does really well against LeBlanc in lane. You could just hold off of the LeBlanc pick, see what they do next, and then decide on your picks. But he just locked it in right there. And you saw how he had to play. He could never use distortion aggressively versus Maokai, versus Alistar. You're never going to hit that damage. That's a huge amount of burst that you're missing out. He's forced to use his double sigil of silence. Is it silence? It's not silence.
Sigil of Malice.
Sigil of Malice, twice. Not enough damage to one-shot anyone.
Yeah, man, shout out to Pawn. He went through both gods, and this is a guy that all season long just like plays anything he wants. I felt sorry for Mako because he used to play Viger mid. Now he pulls out a Morgana. He should just move down to support realistically, but every single thing they threw at him, this guy seemed to have an answer. Credit to his coaching staff, but more importantly, credit to the player because twice now, Worlds and MSI, this guy's shown up huge on an international stage.
Well, it really does speak to the entire organization, though. All of these points that we're making here, that Pawn was confident enough to go up in that matchup against FLICKR, that the coaching staff, the support staff crafted this composition for them. And then in all the previous games leading up to this final one, we have pointed out a different player on that team at different times and said that they were the reason that they won a certain game. You look at Mako, you look at Clear Love in the jungle, you look at Koro in the top lane. Every single one truly is a threat.
I think this team is incredibly powerful, and they're the ultimate testament that smiles don't win games. Even at Worlds and Pawn 1, they didn't even know what's going on. They're not even smiling. It's just another day for them.
Deft in particular has like eyes of a killer. That guy just blankly stares at you like, and he's really good at it as well. I really like it.
Nice role play there.
Thank you.
I like it. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and scrub through the footage and find somewhere where they're all smiling in order to prove you wrong. Well, this week it was clear that one player, though, was truly the linchpin in Edward Gaming's rise to the top of the tournament with the highest KDA of any player at MSI and a 100% kill participation in all of his team's 9 First Bloods. Our MVP of the midseason invitational is EDG's jungler, Clear Love.
Oh my God. In a game, in a tournament that was all about turret diving and setting them up and getting that pressure, he was the king of those two things this tournament.
And also Evelyn.
Yeah.
I mean, that just means his team in 13 games, he had part of First Blood 9 times out of 13. That is incredibly impressive. Like this guy, like everybody that jungle should be taking notes from him.
And he plays everything. He plays everything from aggressive junglers now in his Lee Sin to the Eve to the Nunu. The guy's just good at every single part of the game. In particular, how he engineers the turret dives over there, but his team fighting spot on, his lane's presence is really good. And I just think he's got the best instinct out of any jungler I've seen at the moment. He's really come into fruition because that wasn't something you always said about Clearlove, but he's made a very good brand for himself now.
Yeah, personally, I was not too keen about EDG because I had my heart kind of over to SKT, which was also shown in the beginning, but this team really showed me different. That was an absolutely crazy series and really entertaining. Even though he played twice Nunu in the last game, we had Nunu again. I was really, really entertained by both decision-making, the aggressiveness coming out of EDG, and I hope we can see more of that in the future.
Well, plenty of phenomenal play from Clearlove and the rest of the gang. And another key part in Edward Gaming's win was their adaptation in picks and bans. Now, to commemorate the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational, the winning team comp from today's final game will be available on the store in a bundle that is 50% off starting on May 11th. So I know how badly you all want Evelyn. Go get her now. She's so cheap. Go get her. I mean, can you believe it? You're like now. In hindsight, you're hoping he chose a million other things, but Evelyn comes out. All right, well, as we close the books on the first mid-season invitational, it's time to look towards the summer split as teams around the world continue their journey on the road to the Summoners Cup. The international wildcard representative from MSI will be first out of the gates as the Turkish Champions League begin on Saturday, May 16th. Both the League of Legends champions from Korea and the League of Legends Masters Series will begin their games on Wednesday, May 20th. And China's League of Legends Pro League will be right behind them on Friday, May 22nd. Then the European League Championship Series picks back up on Thursday, May 28th, and the North American LCS follows that on Saturday, May 30th. So a lot of League of Legends here to come. That means you'll be able to continue following the action around the world soon enough. And that wraps things up for us. I'd like to thank our analysts for lending their expert insight all weekend long. And on behalf of myself and the entire broadcast team, thank you for joining us for the first annual Mid-Season Invitational. And we'll see you back here for the summer split.
Yay.
Woo!
Professional League of Legends has come to Florida. The first ever mid-season invitational.
Double Doge from the top lane. The hits go in. Oh, 10 points to Double Doge. First blood.
But Sheik does kills FLICKR.
Only set on the base. He had.
This is the cost of sending 4 people mid to kill FLICKR on his birthday.
Bang's going in. Oh, Featherman. That's a pentakill, I believe. Yes, it is. For Bang.
Fnatic gave SK Telecom a run for their money like nobody else could.
AHQ take down Team Solo mid.
This LMS team is showing up for MSI.
Much higher expectations of TSM coming into this.
Depth is legendary, and EDG, this is what we were expecting for this team heading forward. That was a disgusting performance from the Chinese. Easy who's crushing absolutely everybody. Bang gives the kill credit. Knoxmore back in. An absolute slaughter in favor of SKT.
An incredible turnaround. SK Telecom from a 10,000 goal deficit. Undefeated in the group stages at MSI. FLICKR eats 2 shurikens. The knockup is interrupted. Ignite plus 1 more.
The first time that this SK Telecom has ever lost to a Western team.
Double kill for Bang. Triple kill for Bang. Quadra kill for Bang. SK Telecom are your first finalists at the Mid-Season Invitational.
Edward Gaming going to take this series 3-0. They're headed to the finals.
Some rivalries are immune to the ravages of time, trumping all other grudges and rancor across history.
Turret falls Messiah, retreats back to his aim.
Hold on.
It's amazing!
You just gotta say GG, man. Sometimes the other team's just better.
Both of these teams have fought incredibly hard to get to this point.
Dodges the
Let's see how EDG adapts here.
Draw says Destiny takes down Bang. Ladies and gentlemen, game 5 is here. Flash out every which way. EDG is all over SKT. LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.